Yeah. TK, Terrence Key. Yeah, Terrence Key. I get the lemon pepper every fucking time I go to the fucking. Okay, nigga, I get the lemon pepper. Yeah. Trying to make sure the fam straight, nigga, fuck the fame. Time for $1, tapping my watch like the nigga Dane. Trying to ball, come with L's, it's part of the game. Built different, those is lessons, you niggas is lame. Having issues I never had, feelings I never felt. A nigga playing Uno, not feeling the cards that I was dealt. Gotta check the tip on my temper, so hot I might melt. Nowadays, circles smaller than little ones that are on your belt. Nigga, since moms died, nothing really been the same. Sometimes I can still hear her calling my name. Trying to find better ways to deal with this pain. Instead of riding around with a stick, trying to shift the blame. Suicidal thoughts lately and I'm not proud. Feeling like I'm running from a dark cloud. But I still shine bright in a large crowd. Always been a quiet nigga that be smoking loud. Running laps on the beat, I still got stamina. Not the type of artist to act a fool for the camera. Clearly that's what they want though, without a doubt. I'ma keep chasing my dreams while they chasing clout. Niggas deep like Wu-Tang yelling gang, think they big step. Alone shit go down there like Fred Hammond with no weapon. OG say you ain't a man if you need a man. That's why I really stunt by myself like I'm Jackie Chan, nigga. To get you under my pressure. I've been trying to get you under my pressure. Look. Big brother died a couple weeks after they let him free. While he was down, he always picked up the cell to check on me. Love my mother so much, he literally went to bat. Now they both gone and somehow I gotta deal with that. No baseball cap. Shit. I do it first and watch him copy like a yarn. Schooling you little niggas like LeBron. All my foster dads was bishops like Magic Dime Wine. So I hope we talking green, nigga, when I arrive. From a place where you OG at 25 cause you alive. A place where the wheels fall off and you still drive. A place where you strive and you still might take a dive. And that's fucked up. Damn, guess girl my dot was looking down. I guess I lucked up. Gotta say rest in peace, Lil E. My nigga knew what it was. Forever FMB, that's on me. Only thing that motivate me is my daughter. Trying to make her proud like Reginae Carter. Yeah, we gotta take care of these babies. Out of sight, not of mind. Man, you niggas is crazy. Man, you niggas is lazy, that's facts. I be with my daughter, nigga, every day, facts. Ask around TK, he don't play facts. All about my chips, no Frito-Lay facts. Nigga. Freestyle. Lemon pepper. That vibe. TK, here's he. Yeah. Real shit. Keep like sweat. Look, man, I swear to God, my nigga Roast really made this in the whip. Off the hip, there's some pussy call him, so he had to dip. We some pimps, nah, we some players from the Himalayas. I don't trust you, bitch, I sleep with one eye open like a raider. What's next? You been on my line. FaceTime never text, but that's sex. Then that shit the best. Take away the stress. Left your ex. Now you breaking necks. Out here chasing checks. I respect Serena body. Your pics be serving on the net. Like, damn, girl, I just want you to know you really bad as fuck. Oh, God, I see it glow. You know a nigga love it when you shake it to the flow. So, is we on the high? We gon' keep it on the low. Let me know. Mama's in the kitchen with the sauce. Yeah. Shout out my nigga Roos, man. Yeah, man. Keep Flight Sweat. TK. Look, what the fuck you mean, bitch? I be going in. I'm going off this hen. Rest in peace, my brother hen. I yell his name to the end. That was my blood, was not a friend. He'll probably tell me, bruh, talk your shit again. So here I go, nigga. Ray Charles Shades can't see you. Yeah. Give your bitch the chills when I breeze through. Yeah. Most you niggas fake like see-through. Talking to the cops so much you probably bleed blue. You telling on people, fool, I can't fool with you. You be making it hot, I can't be cool with you. And your baby mama want me up her skirt. But we don't fuck with wet pussy, dry purse, that's first. So like a jet plane, high skirt. If it's about some money, I'm gonna try to make it work. If it's gonna get me paid, then I cannot be afraid. Fly as dark skinned nigga since Blade, so I can cut you, nigga. Come through like fuck you, nigga. I come alive in the nighttime. My life is like a movie, a premiere on Lifetime. If it ain't wrong, it's at the right time. Slide like a motherfucker. With my brother, professional sucker duckers. Hey, always on to something, you ain't on nothing. My niggas got my back, so I'm never frontin'. Hey.
Yo, Roger, Mama's in the kitchen with the sauce.
Living at the speed of light, it's hard to follow.
Yeah.
I could be dead by tomorrow.
Recipes, my big brother in.
Tryna face it.
Trying to face the shit best way I
So
can.
I ain't got time to wait. Get out, I've been down and out for too long.
Been out for too long. Niggas long and I'm too strong. Yeah.
Living at the speed of light, it's hard to follow. I could be dead by tomorrow.
Terrence Key. Shout out my nigga Roots. Keith like Sweat. That Mark was heading. Look, I'm living at the speed of light cause I'm just trying to make it. Shit is too real, nigga, I can't even fake it. Early morning moving too fast, but ain't got no time to break it. Cause I had to defend my life last night, a nigga try to take it. And I'm just trying to face it. Time ain't waiting, so I don't waste it. Gotta go get it, niggas tired of being patient. We come from the basement, elevation, blood, sweat, and tears on pavement. Now when we step out, it's a celebration. Fuck you mean, they did me dirty, so I'm coming clean. But I'm fresh, so I'm in her mouth, just like Listerine. My brother got 2Ks, just like Krispy Kreme. Masked up at your door, but it ain't Halloween. But we still make them scream, do anything for the cream. Because we know that it rules. Niggas with the class with guns every day, but never shot up no schools. We just trying to bang blood, but I got us swimming in pools. I guess this is what happens when no one follows the rules.
I've been down and out for too long.
Look.
Living at the speed of light.
Been a minute since Terrence got the pen. You a snitch, dog. We see your name on document. We on the go, you throwing shade like a great tent. And every time I shoot you straight, you get all bent. Out of shape, gotta skate, your body exercise. I need that shit organic. You be bringing the pesticides. You write a fiction book with your excessive lies. Me and in my bag like extra fries. I come from the bottom. She love my depth, my sweatsuits, and how a nigga rock them. Loving hip hop, how bitches jock. Just touched down in Atlanta. A nigga feel like Julio, but he was raised around wolves. I'm Rubio. Still be on these hooks like Rufio. It's murder in the studio. Coming up, we ain't have Fruit Loops. We had Fruitios, nigga. You probably grew up spoiled brat, silver spoon. I remember walking in the back and seeing my dad light a spoon. Stop playing. Somebody tell me where these new niggas come from. I don't love them, don't trust them. Shit, we might as well rush them. If I get my little nigga something, he probably gon' bust him. But I don't want the crackers to come and cuff him. See, these days, if you white, you can murder a nigga on TV and still get off. It's the same, but it's different like a spin-off. Cause when we do it, we just animals killing our own kind. When they do it, mental health, something is wrong with their mind. Goddamn. See, that's the type of shit that sound crazy to me. They play dumb, but it's simple like 1, 2, 3. A B and one, an F, and I'm a letter A, B, C. Keep it 100, genuine. I'm the same old G. Yeah. Been down and out for too long. Nigga up too strong. I'm gon' move on.
Swagger on duh, diamonds just Sakasha trying to pick my brain and judge me like a book. I don't got many likes, but I got a lot of looks. My picture on the news, they trying to label me a crook. They say I do too much, I say I'm off the hook. They ask me where I've been, I say I just came from the hood. Smelling loud off this good, the whole day out in Jug. These niggas wanna go to war, man, I wish they would. Oakland like Baghdad in my neck of the woods.
Recipes, my nigga Lil E, man. RP, my big brother here. Shout out my nigga J Martin, just let him on. Speed of life.
I love you, Daddy, and I love you, Uncle. And I like your songs. And I really love you singing in a song. Love you.
Speed of light, it's hard to follow.
I talk that shit to my hood, how we done lost it all. Had some good and bad times, never thought we would fall. It's like we even up the score, then we missed the ball. Hey, what's up, UV? Hey,
Jesse, I was listening to your song all day.
what?
Yep.
What's up, baby? See the camera? What you do today in school? What you do? In the streets and they what you do? I know you just did. Race what to you my do? Dreams down a long haul. Obstacles in my way, I start to fucking crawl. Gotta get it by any means, just a casting call. Free the gang that's behind the walls. Say it twice, let you know that I mean it, dog. Come from where I'm from, now you the underdog. Trying to control your life just like an analog. Life is blurry times, moving like you in the fog. Only the real. When we was young boys, R.I.P. Rome, man. When we was younger, I mean, this is the block where he got killed on. You feel me? A small little altercation turned into something big. I mean, he wound up getting shot.
Story was so crazy. He's the first nigga I had on twice. I'm like, man, we gotta get the story out, man.
Yeah.
I said,
he needs to be. Like, he's a leader.
At the roots, he let the beats build pitch, and we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section. Cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it G. Always be the same me. While I'm solid, boy, they can't change me. No. At the roots, he let the beats build pitch, and we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section. Cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it G. Always be the same me. While I'm solid, boy, they can't change me. No.
what's going on? What's going on? What's going on, man? We live for the boxing section, man. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? We got a very special guest out here tonight. You know what I'm saying? My motherfucking dog. You know what I'm saying? Most of the ladies call him Big Sexy. You know what I'm saying? And if they nasty, they call him Big Nasty. You know what I'm saying? They call him the sex symbol. You know what I'm saying? My motherfucking dog. You know what I'm saying? If you ever need a nigga to ride with you, this the nigga that you want to ride with you, man. You know what I'm saying? So you already know who it is. You know what I mean? Look no further. You know what I'm saying? Than the big dog himself. You know what I'm saying? Built to last, never coming in last. You know what I'm saying? My motherfucking dog. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know what's up. When y'all see this slideshow, y'all know what's going down. Y'all see him, right? You see what I'm saying? The sex symbol, the sex icon. You know what I mean? As the ladies would say. You know what I'm saying? They call him Big Nasty. They call him Big Sexy. You know what I mean? And if they nasty, they call him Big Daddy. You know what I mean? My motherfucking dog, man. The big head nigga himself. The juggernaut. You know what I mean? The nigga that's on top. My motherfucking dog, man. DJ, what's happening, big dog? DJ. I know the nigga did not step away from the damn thing.
Man?
As soon as Yo, can you hear me? Yeah, boy, barely heard you there, boy. How you feeling, brother?
I'm good, man. I'm good. How about yourself? How you feeling tonight?
Man, I'm feeling good, man. Let me get to this chat real quick and we're going to chop it up. Eric Gomes, what's up with it, baby? DJ 74 Life, G Brown, Brent Jones, Hustler Home, King Doc, Andrew Charles, Brother Code. What's going on, everybody in the chat? Everybody coming on in here, man. We're gonna have a good time tonight, man. Cause most of us are fathers, so most of us are gonna have a good time. Man. We're gonna laugh. We're gonna pick the best dads that we think. Tyree, what's up with it, bro? I got to say this, man. We're gonna have a great time. It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard to get through all of these to figure out who we got. You know what I'm saying? So to my boy Jaquan, man. JP, what's up with it, big dog?
What's going on? What's going on?
I'm gonna switch my camera, man, because it's always does this shit for some reason, man. Sometimes it's working, sometimes it don't. What's up, light skin? My boy 817, man, in the building.
Hey, what's up? But I ain't heard from him in a while, man. How you been, man? How you been?
Yeah, he was. Hey, listen, I gotta say this, bro. Last night, Deacon 305 was out of fucking pocket. He was wrong as hell, bro. He'd rather put his kid in the worst household ever than to allow two people that don't share his sexual views to take care of the child. I didn't understand that.
Oh, okay, yeah, because he's
That was my question. Like, hold on, let me switch this on. Can you hear me? Yeah. My whole thing was, right, DJ? It's like, okay, you don't agree with a nigga lifestyle, you know what I mean? I get that. But that don't mean they're bad parents because of it, though. You catch what I'm saying, though, DJ?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Just because somebody taking an ass don't mean they can't.
You know what? Parent. You know what, bro? And I'm gonna say this, right? Like, so because they don't like what you like, that makes them a bad person.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
Like, I think those to me, those masochists, those very sick individuals. Like, I don't think you can get any kind of pleasure out of that. I just don't understand it, but that don't mean you're a bad person.
That don't make you a bad person. And the older I get, the more I understand. Like, okay, the lifestyle is not conducive for me and what I got going on.
Yeah.
But
good thing you and I ain't gonna know each other on those type of terms. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Because see, my whole thing is this, man. And this is what I was trying to get niggas to understand. If it's two straight people that ain't worth shit as parents, but two gay people, whether they two lesbians or they two gay dudes, if they can take better care of a child, why not? Well, bring your ass on there, 817, so we can have this conversation. Niggas crazy, man. And just because a motherfucker gay don't mean that they're gonna push these views on a child. That ain't true, because some gay people don't even want to be gay, believe it or not. So they don't even want their kid to have to live through the same shit that they lived through. But that don't make them a bad parent.
Yeah, but that's a whole nother show for a whole nother day. So we talking about fathers, right? We talking strictly movies or TVs?
Both.
Or TV shows too?
We're gonna do both. We're gonna do both. It's gonna be like it's gonna cross reference a lot.
Okay.
Because it's a lot. Because you know a lot of the lists, they kind of go like back and forth. I gotta do a better job. I know I work hella much, but I still gotta do a better job at like making my own list and letting us just pick from there and go through them. But I know like they have a lot of lists online that you could pick apart. Oh, they put the link in the chat. Shane, put the link in the chat. You put the link in the chat. It's crazy though, man. Like, you know, it's 2020. It's 2022, bro. You know what I'm saying? What a motherfucker like is up to them. He ain't here. See, nigga, that wasn't the question I had, nigga. If there's two, if the two gay people can take better care of a child, would you rather have the two gay people or a useless motherfucker raising the kid? That's the question I got, nigga. You bringing up extra it's the extra shit. Here we go. Here, let me go. Come on. Hold on. after we argue for a second, nigga. After we argue for a second, we're gonna go to the topic at hand.
What's going on? 1-7. How you feeling, man?
Peace. I'm gonna let
What's
you speak.
up?
Hey, and don't drop your mic and try to leave, neither, nigga. I know how you be getting down sometimes.
Hey, 817, the type of dude that'll start the fight at the club and slip out the side door.
Fuck you mean? I'm throwing the bottle and leaving, me.
My man, what's going on, brother?
Hey, what's going on? Say, Kyle, you know, bro, it's all love, but I ain't letting two booty bandits raise my child, bro. Just as well as it's two financially faggots that can raise them, it's two financially straight motherfuckers that can raise them, bro.
Okay, but this is what I'm saying, though. This is what I need you to hear, though, 817. This is not, you're not hearing the point that I'm making. Okay? I need you to hear me out.
All right.
Don't think about because the niggas is gay. Don't think about that part. We're talking about them to being able to take care of a child better than two useless dope fiend meth heads. You know what I mean? That's what I was telling. That's what I was asking Deacon 305 yesterday. Would you rather have two gay people take care of a child that can take care of the child financially and emotionally, or would you rather give them to two useless motherfuckers that ain't worth shit? That's the question that I have. So what would you rather do? Would you rather put them in a household where two people that ain't worth shit, that don't take care of them, that neglect them, that won't feed them, that won't love on them, but or take them to the gay people that's gonna love them, take care of them, and treat them right? Or would you rather them go to the two straight people that don't give a fuck about them? Which one would you rather it be? And those are your two choices. You can't say this or that. Those are your two choices. That's it. That family or that family. Which one?
That ain't realistic. That ain't realistic. That ain't realistic, Kyle. That ain't realistic.
See,
because
I know a motherfucker like you is gonna do that. That's the nigga. That's what we're going with it. That's it. Those are your choices, bro.
Right, because it's a scenario, but in honesty.
Okay, in this scenario, listen. In this scenario
Kyle,
right here that we're talking about right now. Don't jump ship. This is the scenario that we're talking about right now. Which family would you rather have the kid live in? That's all I'm asking.
Kyle, that only exists in your mind and in your world because Kyle, in all honesty, hold on, Kyle. In all honesty, in real life, those aren't the only two options available for a situation such as that. No, what I'd rather do is find capable parents, capable people who are capable of creating another child. Listen, when you make the choice, listen, hold on, check this out. Cal, let me just speak my piece. Let me just speak my piece, Cal.
Go ahead. You still answer my question, but go ahead.
I did answer your question. I said neither. I said neither because your scenario ain't realistic.
Answer the scenario.
Your scenario isn't realistic.
I don't give a fuck if it's realistic or not. The scenario that I gave you. Listen,
that is
answer the scenario though. All I'm saying is answer the scenario. 817. I love you, but you gotta answer the scenario though. Which one would you rather have? I listen or not. You talk about Errol Spence versus Terrence Crawford all the goddamn time, and that's a fucking fantasy. So give me give me this fantasy right here, right now.
It's realistic. Okay? It's realistic.
Listen, it ain't realistic. You keep y'all talking about Errol Spence versus Terrence Crawford all the time, and the shit ain't happening. So all I'm asking you is to do the same thing with this scenario. Can you do that? That's all I'm asking you.
Logically,
what would you rather do?
Kyle,
that's it.
Kyle. Logically,
go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Go with your point because you're gonna answer my question. So go ahead.
Logically, the Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford fight can happen. Your scenario is illogical. All I'm saying is this: can two men physically lay down with each other and create a child? Yes, no. Can two women lay down physically and create a child? When you decide to lay down with the other sex, you choose to omit those natural occurrences. You choose to omit that. It is another fallacy. It's another bullshit part of being a human. Being a human And human nature is to have your cake and eat it too. And no motherfuckers want to have their cake and eat it too. You want to choose to be gay. You want to choose to lay down with a sex that can't produce you a child, but you still want to have one too. It's some earthly shit. It's some earthly shit. And you warping that child's mind and you putting them in so many scenarios. You being selfish and you making selfish choices for a motherfucker that did not decide to be here. So, his delivery, yeah, maybe his reasons as to why he don't back it or believe in it, some eyes are one and the same, but that's the way I feel about it. You can't naturally lay down and create no child, but you chose to start sucking dick. You feel me? That's what you wanted. You didn't want no kids. You wanted the meat. So you made that choice. But then you're going to try to have your cake and eat it too? Nah. And then I got to be wrong because you can't physically produce one. And I don't back you going to get another one to warp his mind. Nah. That just ain't what I'm with. I don't know how the chat feel, how nobody else feel about it. But that's just me, Kyle. You know what I'm saying? And on the cool, there's always another option, bro.
So 817, let me ask you this. You think people choose their sexuality and it's not just who they are from birth?
I think, hey, look, I think I don't think it's something from birth. I don't know if it's a genetically, I can't really say it's genetically genetic thing. I always think it's got to do with who you born into and your surroundings and what you see and what you taught as you come up and the experiences. That's what I believe.
Gotcha. Okay.
We all done seen that kid that run around that weekend.
I was just about to bring that up. Because it's a kid that I grew up with, man. Cool as hell, right?
Mm-hmm.
We've known since that boy was 4 years old, since we all started pre-K and kindergarten together. We've known since he was 4 years old that boy was sweet.
But DJ, what you didn't know,
it ain't nothing he was taught. It ain't nothing he was taught because he was around gangsters. You understand? His family gangsters. It ain't nothing he was taught, but everybody knew. And like I said, you from Texas, man. We from the South. That's what they call it. That boy got a little sugar in the tank.
Facts. But here's the one thing, DJ. Here's the one thing that nobody else can account for, right? Every last one of us, we all, and DJ, we around the same age or whatever. We come up in that time where we all went outside and played together, right? You feel what I'm saying? We went in the house on video games on mom and them electricity like that. You know what I'm saying? We all had to go outside, play hide and seek and all of that. But when everybody went in the house, everybody went in the house. What happens behind that closed door, you never know. You never know. And I come up in a house where my mama didn't let me spend the night everywhere. You feel what I'm saying? That shit, it wasn't spending the night over this friend's house or cousin house or none of that. I didn't have that. You feel what I'm saying? Because my folks was always like, no matter what you see on the outside, when them folks go behind that door, you never know what the hell go on in their house. And I be damned. It's evident today how society has moved, because when I was coming up, my mama knew all the kids on the street. You know what I'm saying? We knew the kids on the street, this, that, and the third. So little Timmy that wanted to shoot up the motherfucking school, everybody knew about him. He got caught way before then. See, now everybody got technology and shit at the fingertips. They all looking down at the phone. They never know the kid on the street. They never know none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? So they never know that little Timmy is a shooter. And we all know that mama that was just weekend pussy or whatever had the baby. Her and the daddy got issues because she never accepted who she was and he never accepted his responsibility. And now she taking the kid everywhere she go, get her nails done, go shopping at Walmart, all that shit. And he ain't got no other alternatives. And he being brought up to have sugar in his britches. We all seen it. So I'm just saying, bro. I'm just saying for me, for me, my experiences, my belief. You know what I'm saying? If you can't lay down and make it, you ain't got no business raising me. Real shit.
But see, that's a slippery slope on that, because some people really can't have kids. Even straight couples, there's some straight couples out here that really can't have kids, and they have to go that route. I'd say put them in a living home rather, because I've had friends that grew up in the foster system and it fucked them up, man. Even going to some households where, you know, they were the 7th, 8th kid in the household. They're not getting the attention that they need.
Facts. I'm not, like I said, there's an appropriate situation. There's a loving home for these children, but the way our society built or whatever, nobody takes the time to vet motherfuckers, to, you know what I'm saying, to really find the right person. It's just like animals a lot of times. Them animals in them shelters, it's people out there that's willing, ready, and able to take them on. It's just time. It's just reaching out to them. It's just using the proper resources, man. I feel like just like you see Blue Blood making changes in boxing. I don't know if y'all watch this show. You know what I'm saying? He trying to make moves or whatever to help make some changes in boxing. It's people in the platforms and in the right places and what they push. And this is an agenda they've been pushing. Like BF said, it's motherfucking heterophobes out here, bro.
And can I give you a true story?
Go ahead.
I got some. So I got some homeboys, right? They're in foster care. They was with a straight family. That straight family treated them like straight dog shit. Right? Treated them bad. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. The same kids went to he used to go to church with my pops. The choir director. He was gay as a motherfucker. Cool as shit. Him and his partner, they all did the music shit together. They took them kids, bro. Right? Me and them kids was the same age. So I talked to them kids, dog. They said, man, this was the best thing that ever happened to them, was them two dudes adopting them. Now they was in the house. They was with some heterosexual people, right? And got treated really, really bad. They went to this other family where two dudes, gay as a motherfucker, took them in and took care of them and treated them with love and kindness, bro.
What I say to that, Kyle, is everybody ain't meant to have kids just because you can create them. You ain't meant to raise them.
You moving the fucking.
I'm not moving the goalposts. I'm not. Hey, listen, I'm not moving the goalposts, bro.
You moving the goalposts, brother. You moving the
No,
goalposts.
I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Listen, what I'm telling you. I'm saying this. You making a conscious choice. You're making a conscious choice to be a homosexual or a lesbian or anything else. You're making a conscious choice. Okay? You're making a choice. These people that created children, they have a choice as well to honor the blessing that was given unto them and to raise that child properly, because the Lord bestowed the ability for you to create that child between a man and a woman. Those things are part of your responsibility. Now, some people don't live up to it, but naturally they were able to create it. That's why I said, just because they were able naturally to create it doesn't mean that they were going to honor the creation and the ability and the gift that they were given.
So nigga, so why two people that two gay niggas can't take that same blessing and do exactly what the straight parents are supposed to do?
Because they made choices to put themselves in position not to be bestowed that honor. It's that simple. It's that simple. They made the choice to put themselves in position where they shouldn't be bestowed that honor. Because if the Lord could, because if your creator couldn't present that opportunity to you, then how the hell do you think you should be able to create it as a human?
Hold on, bro. So the same goes as the dude that married the woman that couldn't have kids. He made a choice. So he shouldn't be able to adopt and have no fucking
physically. Hold on. Let me explain. Hold on, because you changed. Hold on, you changed it to physically not being able to. So the answer changes because you presented something different. So I'm going to present you an answer for that. Now, if a man and a woman are in a union and they physically, for some reason, whether it's some ailment she was born with or he was born with, that doesn't allow them to have children, and they use other means, meaning by adoption, in vitro, whatever. That child that is provided unto that family still grows up in a natural unit. And there is nothing different when it comes to what they see and what they will learn about producing children and life.
All right, so single parents shouldn't have kids then.
Kyle, single parents had the ability to lay with another to make the child.
Yeah, bro, that's some bullshit.
Kyle,
dog.
at the end of the day, Kyle, I asked you 2 questions before this shit even started, and the answer was no to both of them. I'm gonna ask you again, Kyle. Can 2 men lay down and make a child? Yes or no?
So what?
Can 2 men lay down and create a baby?
No. What are they gonna do with the price?
Can 2 women lay down and create a child?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
I know Uncle Phil created a whole bunch of kids. He was the best dad in history, man.
What happened?
Uncle Phil was the best dad.
TV, yeah.
Hey,
come on, Daddy, don't look at me.
I feel like we're about to go Deep Space Nine on that issue. So
I love y'all, man. I love Kyle. I feel him. You feel what I'm saying? But I'm just saying, like, there are roads to destruction. You know what I'm saying? And our society has tried to make these roads comfortable for you to travel on your way to hell. You feel what I'm saying? And look, to each his own. You know what I'm saying? What I believe obviously ain't what the next person believes. It scares me sometimes that I know that other motherfuckers that I went to school with a motherfucker that super glued the tongue to the roof of his mouth. He super glued his tongue to the roof of his mouth, y'all. And right now that motherfucker got kids, guns, and the right to vote. You feel me?
And he's straight, huh?
He got a whole family, kids, and the right to vote.
You'd rather have that motherfucker.
Guess what? But guess what? Guess what? Now listen.
No, hell no. Fuck that.
I don't rather him have nothing. I don't rather him.
Got his
Listen, Kyle.
To his fucking mouth to take care of some kids. Get the fuck
out. I'm not happy about. I told you I'm afraid, but here's the one thing though. Here's the one thing, right?
Fuck that.
The Lord bestowed the power upon him that if he chose to lay with a woman, that he could procreate a child. So I ain't got nothing against that. That woman that he laid down with, she chose him and thought he was worthy enough, and the Lord bestowed them blessings unto them. So hopefully he can teach them something better than what the fuck he did.
I got a way better scenario for you. So what if a gay dude, a gay girl say, you know what, we're gonna have a baby together. Let's do it. And then on the weekends, you and your girl, you and your lady take care of the baby. Do the week, me and him take care of the baby. What's the difference?
Kyle.
I'm just asking you, what is the difference, brother? Just answer the question, god damn it.
Can 2 men lay down and create a child?
I just told you who laid down together, though. You ain't answer the question. All right. Anyway, let's get to these black dads in these movies and shit. Stick around, 817, because we don't always disagree, but shit, today we do. But let's get to these black dads and shit, man. Jesus.
Other than that, man, Clarissa Shields. Man, I can't stop watching that post-fight press conference enough, man. I'm telling you, I love the way she handled herself this weekend.
Man, dog, she put it down, man.
I'm so sick of motherfuckers ragging on Clarissa, man, and wanting her to be, wanting her to be the woman that they want her to be, and not celebrating the woman that she is. You know what I'm saying?
I love that gangster shit, man. I love how she comes with that gangster shit, dog.
Yeah, she you see, Amanda Serrano came out. What was it, today or yesterday? Talking about, I wanted 12 rounds, 3-minute rounds.
Katie Taylor, scary ass.
Man, Clarissa been trying to get 3-minute rounds, bro.
No, but did you see Katie Taylor, scary ass? Talking about some no, this match doesn't need all of that stuff. Scary motherfucker.
Hey man, I mean I get, you know what I'm saying? Like, don't change the rules for me. But at the same time, I mean, this is something Clarissa been advocating for, and I think at the end of the day, if women's boxing wants to be accepted and legitimized, you know what I'm saying, even more amongst the casuals, because I'm a real fight fan. I understand, you know, why they have the differences and the limitations, but I also understand the competitiveness of these women, and I respect it. And if it's something that they want as a consensus, I'm all for it.
Absolutely. I don't understand. To me, I really don't understand the limitations. I really don't. They don't do that in MMA. They fight just as long as the men. Everybody get 3 5-minute rounds or 5-minute rounds. There's no difference between the men and the women. I don't understand why women get 10 rounds, 2-minute rounds apiece. I don't understand. They still taking the same shots. So I don't understand it.
And I think, and actually, DJ, I think MMA is 2 times more of a brutal sport to give them an extra minute to be able to do the things that they do to each other in that sport. So yeah, I'm like you, but again, you know, Savannah Marshall riding on the fact that, you know, she got the knockouts or whatever, but who the fuck she been really fighting, bro? Real talk.
And if you really go back and look at, it's just like what Clarissa said, man. Your last 3 opponents been off late notice, been off 3 days notice, 7 days notice, 2 weeks notice. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm glad. She's like, I'm glad she said that.
How come she ain't never get Christina Hammer? You know, because Hammer was overseas or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
I would have thought that'd have been a big UK matchup more so than, you know what I'm saying? Like, that would have been something to legitimize either one of them before they came over here fucking with Clarissa. Because you seen what happened with Hammer, and Hammer was supposed to be exactly what Marshall is supposed to be to Clarissa. Remember?
Right.
Christina was gonna knock out Clarissa.
Knock out Clarissa too. Remember that?
Facts. So, I mean, you know, how come she ain't never get none of Hammer? I mean, you know, we need to, you know, is that something we need to drop the BF? Because, you know, he'll break it down like a motherfucking scientist, you know what I'm saying? But, I mean, how come she ain't never get none of Christina Hammer? And what happened to Christina Hammer after Clarissa busted up? What happened?
She won another belt. She won a belt again.
Yeah, she won another belt.
Oh, she did? She won another belt?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she.
But I mean,
she gave her. I think they gave her one of Clarissa's belts at 154.
Right, she fought somebody on an interim basis or some bullshit like that to get one of the belts back. She got smoked, basically.
Yeah. Let me see. I think she has. I can't remember, but I think she has one of Clarissa's belts that she won at 154. Because I know Clarissa had to give up that WBO belt that Savannah Marshall got right now just to go under when she went for undisputed at 160.
160, right?
No, 154. Well, she had to give up the belt at 160 to go down to 154 and fight for undisputed. So
she did 154 and 160, right?
Yeah, she was unified at 168 and undisputed at 160 and 154.
Right, I was going to say she had something at 168 too, if I wasn't mistaken. But she unified. She was unified at 168. Okay.
Yeah, she was 168.
Lord,
where she beat Franchon Cruz, where she beat Hannah Gabriels. You see what I'm saying? A lot of I think three or four of the girls that Clarissa Shields already beat are champions right now, active champions. Hannah Gabriels is a champion at 175?
Hey, every woman that every woman that Clarissa Shields beat for a belt is now a champion.
Right.
The white girl she beat to become undisputed is now a champion. Christina Hammer is now a champion. Fresh Cruz, champion.
Champion, yeah.
Anna Gabriel's champion.
I mean, what are we talking about here, man? This Savannah Marshall shit, dude, she beat a fucking kid and didn't even finish the fucking job because she ain't got the medal to prove to show for
it. Yeah. When Clarissa was like, where your gold medals at? That shit hurt.
Right.
That shit hurt her. That hurt. Medals. Yeah, you want to talk about that win you got over me when I was 17 years old? Like, let's talk about it. If we're gonna talk about the amateurs, where your medals at?
Yeah, you mean I'm
like she want to talk about? She was like, everybody talks about the Olympics, or what about the World Championships, where it's actually harder? She was like, Savannah Marshall was there, and if it was so easy, if I ain't fought nobody, if it was so easy, why didn't Savannah Marshall do it? She turned pro a week after I turned pro.
All right, so listen,
Clarissa was holding it down, man.
So we got Julius. All right, so we're gonna let's rank these dads, man. 1 out of 5, man, as far as impact and just father ability.
Terry Crews get a 1. Fuck you mean? If that's low end, what's low end?
It's not Terry Crews, bro.
That's who that is in that picture, right?
It's Julius, man. We talking about the character. You talking about fucking the person. We talking about the character, bro.
Yeah,
what's up,
he get a 1, bro. I don't give a damn what he do. He get a 1.
What it do?
What's up, man?
I'm loading my truck right now, but I normally don't get on right now because of the noise. But I heard y'all talking about that fight over the weekend with Clarissa and that argument with her and Savannah.
Yeah.
When she said, "Where are your medals?" I said, "Check." That's what I texted y'all. I said, "Checkmate." You know what I'm saying? That's what was up. Hey, I'm gonna jump on mute again and listen to y'all. Yeah, I'm gonna jump on mute and listen to y'all, and I'll be finished loading in just a minute.
Be careful out there, Centos.
Word. What's up, A17?
Come on, Kyle. Come on with this, man. Come on, let's talk about it. Julius.
Yeah, nigga. Julius is a 5, man. The motherfucker worked 6 to 8 jobs, took care of his whole family. He was a great role model for his kids. You gotta give him a 5, man. That's my opinion. If you don't like it, fuck you.
DJ,
go ahead,
dick
DJ.
in the streets.
Go ahead, DJ. Who you got? What you got?
I mean, you can't. I mean, you can't. 6 jobs, man. And his wife didn't work at all in them days, man. Come on. So one of my favorite episodes is when he actually stopped the dude from bullying Chris. Now, back in the day, if it was really how it was, Chris would have had to fight that nigga. How you getting robbed every day? How you letting this man take my money every day? Nah. Chris would have had to fight it, man. So I don't know. I give him a 2.
You give him a 2? Okay.
I give him a 2.
And Straight Street Fighter, what's up, baby?
Hey, what's good, y'all, man? Yeah, I wanted to
Hey, Street Fighter, what's going on, man? Where you been hiding at?
Oh, nothing, man. You know how real world be going on. That's it, man. I still be trying to check in with y'all and everything. That's all. But yeah, that Clarissa thing, man, I'm a Clarissa advocate. So you say certain names, bro. That's one of the ones that make me go ahead and jump on. What I do like right quick, y'all, I don't mean to get off subject, is that the moment that Clarissa was saying that stuff, the lady went from facts to trying to insult her, telling her to put some chain on her neck. They always do that whenever they don't have no comeback. Because
right.
Bro, when Clarissa said what she said, man, the girl went straight to try to insult her. She didn't answer the question. You know what I'm saying? She went straight on that deflection. And, I was watching BF earlier when he said, you just hate so much, man, you make it personal. And that's what she did. She know that when it comes down to professional side of everything, you can't fade her. And that's your highest point is, like Kyle said, beating up a teenage girl. But I ain't never saw you again after that, And when they were talking about the 2 minute rounds, one of the things they were talking about was menstruation, man. They were bringing up all kind of different stuff. I think it's like in 2014, I was looking at it just now, that the WBC was a big part of that too. So I know y'all not too surprised about that. That they were the ones that wanted to reduce the rounds and the minutes. But I always say, and DJ probably can feel me too, like, man, we watch MMA, man. I just don't understand. The women do the same thing the men do. They fight 5 minute rounds and they get beat all over their bodies. You know what I'm saying? That was it. That was the only two things I wanted to talk about right quick, man, because Clarissa don't get enough shine.
Well, now that you're here, cuz you can't fucking leave now. You got to get on.
No, Kyle, I ain't gonna run off, man. Yeah,
I got you and 817. Y'all notorious for dropping mics on niggas and then getting the fuck out of here.
Hold on, if that ain't the pot calling the kettle black right there. I'm surprised Kyle done. Hey, look, I'm surprised Kyle done lasted this long.
We started earlier, man. You know that. I got an hour left with you niggas. You know what I mean?
Hey, check it. In MMA, they even getting kicked, man. They getting kicked in the face.
They even getting kicked,
wherever. So I mean, hey, that's some American stuff trying to suppress that women's sport, man. That's what I believe. I think that's where it started. The rules started over here in the States, and they trying to suppress women's sports. Don't want it to be at the height that it could be, and that's why the UK gonna take the lead. And Jake Paul gonna be the only American promoter on the front end supporting women's boxing, man.
Because men like Rick Glazer and others are the ones that's been in position to have a say or to have a word in what women do and how they should be viewed and looked at.
I hear what you're saying, 817, but he ain't really had no prominent position in boxing. He's been a guy that's fine fighters, and he turns them over to other promoters and get a fee or whatever. You know what I'm saying? He ain't really just had no prominent where he calls some shots in boxing.
Right,
so
but I'm saying the platform. I'm saying the platform. I'm saying being looked at as somebody that they can come to and talk to and get a quote unquote inside view of boxing or things of that nature. You feel what I'm saying? Those are the things that even made him a known name. I'm just saying it's a responsibility, just like the commentators, it's a responsibility unto those people that get in those positions of saying to do the right things. You know what I'm saying? And the way, just like the commentators tried to paint her in a horrible light. That shit is ridiculous, man. And again, a lot of it is some sexist shit, and then a lot of it is some hated shit.
But let me tell you something. Every one of us on this panel right now holds no value in what he tells us about boxing. Every last one of you, me, Cal, the DJ, and In Shape Street Fighter. And most people in this chat he doesn't hold any weight with us. I mean, he's entertaining, but see, he's of the old guard, and even under the old guard, he was just a hustler trying to get his money. You see what I'm saying? He doesn't hold any weight. Now, him and the older guys may have an ear for each other, but we're in a new age now. Those guys are gonna be dying out pretty soon. And it's not gonna matter at that point. Yeah, the old guard a lot of times, in any circumstance in this country, holds up progression. And they even changed some of our own people mind about how they feel about women participating in sports and all that. Ali didn't like the idea of women fighting. But shoot, women are strappers from the simple fact they'll survive when women become mothers. Who strap harder than a mother? So you get between a mother and her child, see what happens. A real mother. You got a problem on your hand. That's in nature. All female mothers in nature, the males don't even want to mess with, because they know a female fight to her death for her young. So, they what they talking about, man. I'm telling you, MMA is the front runner on women's combat boxing as far as MMA, karate, stuff like that. Combat sports. They ain't tripping about that, man. There's no legitimate reason that they can even persuade me, scientifically, morally, or any other way, that women should not be allowed to fight, 3-minute rounds. if the women are telling you that they're capable of doing it and they want to do it, it shouldn't be a problem because women are not competing against men; they're competing against women.
Fact.
So it shouldn't be a problem. So that they on that old guard bull crap. That's all it is. And all it's doing is suppressing that sport because guys don't like to see their women fight. You know, it sounds like some of these guys are afraid these women gonna be capable of whooping their butts a little, be able to challenge them a little bit more than they want them to. But the fact is, let the women do what they're gonna do. Because I say, if they fighting in the streets, I'm gonna tell you, you know how them cats be fighting each other. Kind of put me in mind of women fighting each other because they vicious, man. They trying to hurt each other, real bad. You know
and
what I'm
in
saying?
shape Street Fighter notice some of the best fights be the women's fights.
Be the women fight,
Yes,
exactly.
Yes, sir.
And the
Yes,
killer
sir.
part about it is that you get head
Every
kicked, like
time.
Santos is saying, and the
Hey,
head
look.
kick is gonna always be harder than a punch, man.
Hey, y'all.
Yeah.
Case in point, on Saturday, the best fight was Clarissa Shields versus
Cozen.
whoever the bitch name was. If y'all watch,
Man, that was Emma
DAZN
Cozen,
fight,
but that was a glorified mid session.
yeah. If y'all watch the DAZN fight, same thing. The women fight on that card was the best fight.
I missed that one.
I missed
that one,
it.
so I might have to go back and look
I
at
got
it.
to see Bam, but I missed the win.
I missed the DAZN fight, but I saw the Clarissa Shields joint. Shoot, that
Yeah,
fight
I
was
turned
very
over to
entertaining.
MMA. I missed the zone joint, man.
But the best entertainment was after the fight. Clarissa, a lot of people applauding her for how she responded, and you got people that's not applauding her for how she responded. She needed to soften it up a little bit, bump that bull crap. Let me tell you something. Clarissa was trying to be the bigger person. She was being professional. Before they brought the girl in, Clarissa initiated the fist bump, and then and that was before the Marshall's promoter or whatever, your manager or whatever, had already started down.
Douchebag. That's what we gonna call him today.
He was already trying to discount her fight. You know what I'm saying? That she had just finished. You know what I'm saying? And so that then but he didn't go real deep. You know what I'm saying? But then Marshall come in, and then she gonna try her little thing to my view. If you perform like that against me when we fight, I'm gonna wipe the floor with you. And Clarissa said, what she say? She said it so fluently in her own native tongue. Clarissa didn't understand what she said. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But then when she got clever,
She rose up, she put them belts down.
Yeah. You know what Clarissa really wanted to say? You can't wipe my ANZ. But
that's what she wanted to say.
Draw.
You right, Santos.
Yeah. So she was trying to keep it clean. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, she was trying to keep it clean because they was on the equivalent of ESPN over there, Sky Sports.
Yeah.
So she was trying to keep it clean, but she snapped. But that's why I said Clarissa meant every word she said Saturday. Savannah, they brought Savannah Marshall up there. First of all, Savannah Marshall already out of character because she don't talk. This is the most talking she's ever done on this level. She don't talk. That's why her nickname is what it is. It's like what was it, Silent Warrior or some shit like that. She don't talk. She's quiet. She lets everybody else handle the business for her. Let everybody else do the talking. Let her fight and do the talking, whatever. So she get up there, and you can tell how cringeworthy it was when she tried to. I'll absolutely wipe the floor with you. It's like she was unsure of what she wanted to say because she can't cut a promo.
Man,
and Clarissa's like, man, hold on. She looked dead at her. She's like, what that bitch say?
Man, Clarissa need to punch that bitch in the right titty and then hit her in her jaw, man. Where her body at? I think Clarissa gonna attack her body with Marshall being tall and long, and Clarissa having great footwork and being able to move. I see Clarissa attacking her body. I'm so glad that she's been focusing on it more, Santos. I'm telling you, Clarissa gonna get up under that girl and hit her with some shit to hurt her and bend her over, and then she gonna sleep her ass. All that stuff they been talking about the knockout, she gonna get it on Marshall.
Yeah,
I said that too.
I was saying the same thing to myself. She gonna knock Marshall out because Marshall gonna try to stand there with her.
Oh yeah,
and try to go blow. And see this thing, she don't have the speed and the combination, the skill set that Clarissa has. Now this is the other thing. Clarissa's been hit. She's been hit, so she can take a punch. Now I'm gonna tell you something. Marshall knows that if she don't knock her out, she's losing that fight automatically. But I'm gonna say this right here.
That's gonna make her sloppy and desperate.
Yes, sir.
What I noticed about because Clarissa could probably gonna outclass it round for round, you know. But I'm gonna say this: what I noticed in that fight Saturday with Clarissa, because the referee could have stopped that fight multiple times.
Should have.
And
He
what I
should have
noticed,
stopped that fight.
Man,
Clarissa
I was
is
hoping
sitting
somebody
down.
would speak up on that. Yeah, but
she-
they wanted to make
she's
sure she didn't get that stoppage. Yeah,
Thank
excuse
you.
me, I
Yeah.
didn't mean to talk over you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Clarissa is sitting down on her punches now. She's finally sitting down now. But one thing she's not doing, it don't appear she's bringing them all the way from her legs though. It's more or less from the waist up. She needs to bring that power from her legs to really, you know, get that the best of her power. Unless
You know
it just
why,
didn't look like
Cinto?
it.
You know why,
Why is that?
Cinto? Because she at the very end of completion as an elite complete fighter. And I'm gonna say this.
Yeah.
Clarissa gets excited when she knows
Yeah,
she
she do.
get her opponent hurt, and she goes into some like a frenzy attempting to finish because that it's in the
same thing
back
she
of
do
her
in
mind.
MMA 817.
Right. And it's in the back of her mind, all this she can't get the knockout. She can't get the knockout because you know when she got on the phone with Floyd, she was talking to him about everything that she was able
And
to
she was doing
do.
some Floyd. She was doing some Floyd moves Saturday too.
Right. But she was
Catching and punching. You know what I'm saying?
right.
On that
But she
counter.
was talking about what she was able to do, but she was like, I don't know what I got to do to get the knockout. Woo, woo, woo. And they was telling her you gotta be a little more patient. That's what I see. Clarissa has to, when
Yeah,
she get
she
her
rushed.
opponent hurt, she
rushed.
got to recognize it, step to her opponent with different punches and change levels. You feel what I'm saying? Because
Yeah, I feel.
she know that she hurt at the point. So if she just calmly step to her with more power punches and change levels, she'll be able to attack like she wants to and get the knockouts that she wants. And that'll come and the power will come from her legs because she's using them to punch. A lot of times when Clarissa get her hurt, her legs stop and her arms start going, and that's why she can't get the knockout.
See what she's dealing with. She's experiencing what Deontay Wilder was experiencing. Clarissa is a volume puncher. She's a boxer. Period. That's who she is, and that's what she is. That's what her muscles are used to. Okay. When she gets going in a fight, you see when she first started, she was being patient and she was sitting down on her punches and she was laying some lumber. All right. But then when she started really getting into the fight, she see the girl wasn't going anywhere. She said, "Let me go on and increase this."
She already said,
you know what I'm saying?
fuck my
So
topic, huh?
she switched back over to Clarissa, who was a great amateur, and it's hard for her to get all the way away from that. That there's times when she need to do the amateur style, and there's times when she need to do the pro style. But at the same time, if I was her trainer, or coach, I'd be like, "Look, yeah, we're gonna work on some strength and conditioning. But what I want you to do is go in there and fight to win. Forget all that. Don't worry about what the crowd said. Don't worry about what they said about no knockout. You go in there and get the W. You know what I'm saying? Because there's no woman in boxing right now that's going to outclass this girl. Period.
And that's the only chance that Marshall got.
The only way they'll outclass her or beat her if she beats herself by fooling herself about trying to be something she's not.
Right. That's
it. So listen, y'all just gonna say fuck my topic, huh?
My bad.
I was just saying that was it right there. Cinto said it in a nutshell. He said it in a nutshell. Right.
He just don't talk about her enough, man. Anytime somebody bring up Clarissa, man, because I mean, look at what she's done, man. You know, and I know what it is. It's always that I'm gonna use the R word. It's always that underlying racism and sexism with her. You know, she talented and she just happens to be a black woman. So all that she needs to, like they say with the brothers, we need to be humble and she needs to be more ladylike. And I'm not trying to sway the conversation that way, but it's funny, like somebody just, Mr. Jones, C. Jones said in the chat, why do you have to be nice with a person that just said they're going to wipe the floor with you? So now you come back and say something, but for some reason it seems like it hit different. You're going to have to explain to me why it hit different. Because they still fighters, they're going to get mad and hit each other.
Perfectly.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you're trying to say that she's not ladylike, and it's like, dude, our sisters,
those are people that don't really know.
They can be very classy,
stuff like that.
Yeah, but they still, but you're not finna sit here and make it like she's not a woman because she doesn't act like your woman or this other woman. Our women tend to be, because they consider second-class citizens to somebody, Like we at the bottom, you know, they for sure they at the bottom, you know, because hell, the men don't get no respect half of the time. So you know that our women not. But the thing is that like she come up hard, man. And now she knows when she's given an opportunity, she's very classy. Hey, everybody, I'm the GOAT, blah,
but we
blah,
might
blah.
be giving more energy to what people are saying negative about how she responded. Be real about it. And I'm going to tell you why I say that. I feel she responded appropriately, and most of us feel she responded appropriately to that situation. They asked for, they purposely dug into it to get a reaction. Now, this is the thing.
That same narrative going that she's not classy.
Over there in England, she was received way better than she's ever been received over here in the United States. Them people loved it. They came to see her. I saw that with my own eyes, and I was like, wow, this is what she's been looking for. And she getting to the bread now. And she over here, we're the only ones that's spitting and kicking dirt on how she responded. You know,
but
over there, I think they loved it. They loved it.
It's not just her, but they have a respect and love for the sport because in their country they don't have as much competition as far as sport. There's soccer.
But I understand what you're saying. But right now we just talking about Clarissa's portion of it, and I'm saying that the sister is being received greatly over there because there's they're being fans first, and they're let me tell you something. There was a young lady. Did y'all see the fight before hers with David Dubois' little sister?
Mm-hmm.
Her name was Caroline.
Caroline.
Okay? And she came out there, man. She got some titties on her too, man. But when she came out there, man, and athletic build, and she boxing, you know. Now I saw a couple of flaws in her, but she was good. She's athletic. You know what I'm saying? They cheered her on. Her idol is Clarissa Shields. The crowd, white, black, and indifferent, Clarissa Shields. White boys, white chicks, sisters. I mean, they go there for the sisters. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
so what I'm saying is, we got to stop all this old sexism over here. This is what she's the black backlash that she's getting from not only white America, male American, and some of our brothers and sisters. Is from the old guard of boxing, the old racism, stigmatism of the United States. That's what she ain't getting that over there.
Right.
They've been loving on that girl since she's been there, just like when Deontay Wilder went over there before him and Fury had anything. Even though him and Josh was trying to, you know, supposed to be trying to put something, they were loving that brother. You know what I'm saying?
You said
I think a lot of them
keep certain things out the news because, like you said, like Centos, I'm following what Centos saying. That's the one major reason why they try their best to keep them out of the limelight. Because they know that there really are people out there that love Clarissa, just like you said with Deontay. You know, the hardcore fans, like you say, Centos would know that, but a lot of casuals, they're just going to catch these little headlines and these little bitty quips that people are saying. And then they're going to go ahead, you know, like sway. They trying to sway you. But overall, you can see it in her eyes, man. I'm glad Centos said that too, man. She was smiling so much, man, and how her eyes looked. And when she was doing the open workout, and she just looked happy as hell, man.
But big homie Cinto said it in a mouthful, though, with one word that he put on the end of that: American. It's the American. It's the American racism. It's the American attempt in the mainstream media to control casual minds with their narratives. It's the Americans, bro. When I jump over here more than that. Hey. When me and my lady jumped on the boat and shot over to Honduras, I told everybody I'm in a interracial relationship right now. The people treated us lovely. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's the American influence. It's the American media, and it's the American view. It's the one that they built this bullshit on. My bad, DJ.
817.
We shot to Honduras, Belize, and ended up in
Tegucigalpa. Did you go to the capital, Tegucigalpa, or where did you go?
Nah, man, I jumped in the car with a local tour guide because, again, hey, and that's something else I want to say to y'all too. When y'all travel abroad, man, listen. Of course, you got to be careful anywhere you go and anything you do. But y'all show some love to the locals. Don't allow them people to get you the book with them through the cruise people or whatever, because again, they want to hoard all the money. And when this pandemic went down, man, them tourist spots that we all go to, they economy dependent on us, and them folks is hurting out there. And it's us out there, y'all. Believe it, it's us out there. It's us that was on them boats, got dropped off at different places. It's us. right?
Oh, I know. That's why I asked, because that's where a lot of my family from. So I was surprised when you said Honduras. I'm like, whoa, it kind of took
Yeah,
me off.
man. Man, it was nice. It was beautiful. They showed love. And again, man, spend some money and spend some time with them people. I ain't saying put yourself in harm's way, but if you can get your local tour guide, get your local tour guide. You know what I'm saying? Like really experience the place that you go to. Don't put yourself in no harm's way. That ain't what I'm telling you. But
No,
show
I
some love
understand.
to them local people. You
But it's
know
not
what I'm
always as
saying?
dangerous as they say either, 817. That's one reason why they try to make it like it's so dangerous. You need to stay with us because we can, if it's going to happen, it's going to happen. But the reason why I was going there too, I was going to segue to a lot of folks been going to Africa, moving, visiting. And the big thing they've been saying is that, man, they be lying to us, man. They be lying. It's not as dangerous. It's not what they say. It's beautiful. They got corporations. They got all kind of people out there with money that look like us. So they just make it like, if you spend 7 cents a day, you can feed a child. Everybody ain't out there like that. You know what I'm saying? And I'm switching the subject again. I'm going to get back off here, man. But I'm glad you did touch on that.
I apologize to DJ. My bad.
Yeah,
I mean,
Kyle.
my Kyle. Yeah, my bad, Kyle.
Yeah, Kyle. My bad, Kyle.
Yeah, man, I'm done too until you get finished. I ain't gonna talk about I ain't gonna tell nobody else, Cap, until you go to sleep. But anyway, let's talk about these fathers, man.
Yeah, because I just got love for Clarissa, boy. I just like, man, that irritates me, man.
Yeah. Cal said, "F it." All right, I got Larry Fishburne. Are we just doing are we just doing movies? Are we doing just acting period?
Nah, I think
Kyle, did you slip out the back door on us?
Yeah.
I think Kyle slipped out the back.
G5 Gabe. I see you in the chat, G5. What's up, man?
And who was Brent going off on? Why Brent, you mad at me? You mad at me because I'm vaccinated, bro? You mad because I'm vaccinated, bro?
Oh man, here we go.
Hey, 817, that fight down there in Dallas, that do you have to be vaccinated to get in that arena? I mean that stadium? Wherever it's gonna be.
No, I'm pretty sure. I'm not sure that they're gonna have that going on. I'm pretty sure they're gonna do temperature checks though before you go in. You feel what I'm saying?
That's okay. Yeah. But you think you gotta have a test like 72 hours prior?
No, I don't think it's gonna be like that. I don't think it's gonna be like that. Nah,
I was actually thinking about going to New York, man, and watch Serrano them fight, man. That's gonna be a hell of a fight, man. But shoot, I was looking at some tickets.
Shit, that's gonna be the same day as Valdez and Shakur, man.
Shakur, right? I'm gonna be on the cruise then.
Yeah, but I wanted to witness it though. But when I went to Ticketmaster, man, the little box came up, the little disclaimer: you got to be vaccinated.
And what's that? Which one was that?
New York. That's in New York. That's in New York.
Yeah, MSG.
Oh, in New York.
MSG. Yeah, the MSG.
Yeah, you got to be
vaccinated. Get in there
vaccinated.
without vaccination. I was mad. It broke my heart, man. Broke my heart. So anyway, yeah, look like I might be pushing more on that Spence fight for sure now. God, dog, this freaking traffic light.
Yeah, I'm gonna definitely make the fight, and then I'll be jumping on the cruise. I'm gonna miss the Valdez fight.
Your girl bad, man. Uga's woman, man, she bad as something, dog. I was looking at her a little bit over the weekend. I had to go Google. I had to Google her. Google it.
So Kyle really left y'all? He burnt out?
I think Kyle slipped out the back door, man. Or he busy doing something. But
I think Kyle taking a dump.
Yeah, he gonna say here comes street fighting here with this nonsense.
Nah, you know how light skins do. That's how light skins do. They get mad.
Taking a dump right now.
They get mad and kick everybody out the house. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Cal taking a dump and eating a bologna sandwich at the same time. What are he doing right now?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he got it on mute, so won't nobody hear him chewing.
He say he shouldn't have eaten a bologna sandwich.
Yeah.
I say Centos wild.
If you eat raw bologna, I can't trust you.
Y'all about that fried, huh?
If you eat raw bologna, I can't trust you, man. Simple as that.
Hey, when I was a kid, man, wasn't nothing like a fried bologna sandwich, man.
Boy, with some cheese.
You had to have a little bird, a little cheese. Got to have the cheese and a little burnt. I just love it, man. It was, salad dressing, not mayo, salad dressing.
Or some Miracle
like
Whip.
My daddy. Boy, my daddy love that salad dressing.
Yeah, that salad dressing, Miracle Whip. That's yeah, man.
And what else he like that? What's the other one with all the stuff in it? Y'all, that's the one with the
Yeah, boy. The look in shape. Don't you do that.
thought
Y'all
pickle
put
mayo.
Miracle Whip on fried bologna
Say,
sandwich.
man, you better stay out my granny refrigerator, Shay.
Yeah, I was gonna say
you
my daddy
don't
on
have
that
to,
boy.
you don't have to, but it always gave it a little kick, a little extra flavor, man, a little salad dressing.
They got
burn the edges,
what
slap
was
some mustard on it, put some bread on it, and we good.
Hellman's? The
Mustard
hell?
will work. I've done it with mustard, but when I got my cheese
What
and
we're not gonna
my
do is
bologna, my
disrespect
fried bologna.
Hey,
when I
Brett
use
Jones
pork,
said with them Lay's chips, huh?
Right, DJ. My girl said that's white folk shit.
Like hell.
Hey, my wife still do the fried bolognas every now and then, but I don't eat that. I don't eat that stuff, man. I try
My
not
father-in-law,
to
he
eat too
do
much
that thick.
processed
He
meat.
go get that thick from the deli, that thick bologna. That's how he do his. That's my
Yeah,
father-in-law.
you
He gangster.
mean? Yeah, man. Or put that big bolo on the grill, man. The big red boy with the red shit around it.
That's the one I'm talking about. A1. You already know I'm talking about. Oh yeah.
Man, come on, man. Summer sausage
The
and
butcher
crackers.
cut. I used to love them stores where you go there and they cut the meat in front of you, man.
Summer sausage and cheese and crackers, man. Say if you ain't never kicked it with your granny and them, you don't know nothing about that. You know what I'm
I'm
saying?
about
I
that
feel
something.
sorry
Yeah,
for you.
okay, yeah. I'm with I feel you on that one.
That was one of the highlights of when I got to prison. I hadn't had no summer sausage in a long time, and that was one of the I used to sell out at the commissary. Summer sausage.
Hey, Santos, at least for 5 minutes. Hey, at least for 5 minutes, you sit up in your bunk, or you sit up there with the summer sausage, cheese, and crackers, and kick back and be like, "Oh shit, man."
Take you in the streets, man. Take you in the streets. Tell you. Hey, because it's like the good old days, man. And summer sausage, ooh, Lord.
You say you
I
was in
remember,
the free world again, Cento?
Close
yeah,
your
man.
eyes and feel that wind blowing on your face. Shit.
Yeah, when I was a kid, summer sausage was a common food that we ate. But then when I got a little bit older, man, it was just like holidays. You catch that stuff at the store.
Yeah.
Buying around Christmas and
That's because other folks start eating it more, Cento, so now everything high, like
exactly.
oxtails and turkey necks and
Right.
everything costs more now.
And so now, when I went to the joint, man, I said they got summer sausage. Man, I thought I was riding in a Cadillac, man. Eating that summer sausage, man. That summer sausage was on, but I've renounced pork since '95.
Right.
And I have renounced.
But they got the beef summer sausage, Cento. That's what I get.
Well, see, I renounced beef in '08.
Oh, okay. I feel you. My bad.
So I don't do none of it now. And now that I got a little info on processed meats and stuff, I try not to do that too much at all either.
Oh yeah,
I'm trying to break off of it now, Santos, man.
They call it organic now. I just call it regular.
Yeah, I'm on this fish shit now. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to break. And my old lady, she'll go get this what is this plant-based bullshit, plant-based chicken. I was like, say, look, quit calling it plant-based. It ain't no damn chicken. It's plant chicken. It's plant. It ain't no chicken. It's a plant.
Well, you need to tell her, man, that stuff is still high in fat and salt. It's killer that they say it's plant-based, but when you look at everything how it is as far as the nutritional value, man, it's still like eating pork and all that, bro. It's not really all that healthy like they say it is. What you talking about, that almost or nearly, what they call it?
Man, that shit sit in the freezer, bro.
There you go, DJ. Beyond. That's the word they use. Beyond.
That shit sitting in the freezer right now. I got some Beyond burgers and shit, man. That shit in the freezer. I ask her if she hungry and shit. We gotta go get some, bro. She ain't eat none of that shit, but she'll run in the store and buy it.
Y'all seen that new KFC Beyond Chicken? I folded over laughing when I saw that one. I was like, man.
Yeah.
I'm beyond that shit too. I'm gonna keep going.
Yeah, me too. Hey, let me ask y'all something. Am I wrong for this?
Hell.
I was just thinking, DJ.
I like my salmon, right? I like my salmon. See, I get mad when I go to a restaurant because they give you such small portions. They be food you on the menu. Talking about 8 ounces, 9 ounces, 12 ounces, and they come out there be a little strip. And so I get mad. But anyway, I buy salmon. Every so often I buy like the two fillet slabs of it. And I take it home. I let my wife cut it up, freeze, and cook it for me every so often. And man, every time she cooked the salmon, man, she's cooking up some for my granddaughter to eat. Am I wrong for not wanting my granddaughter to have Look here, I used to say something to her, right? I said, why you eat my fish? You know what I'm saying? But I don't say nothing. Now she was eating on my salmon the other night, man. I said, hey, I guess I'm a provider. You know, since me saying that.
It's a baby girl you talking about?
Hold on. You said your granddaughter?
Yeah, that's my granddaughter, man. Me and my wife raising her.
Okay. I'm
Hey,
about to say. Okay.
she ain't no little bitty lovable toddler no more. You know what I'm saying? She's going on 13. She always thought she was grown, but she really thinks she's grown now. You know what I'm saying? And she eating big portions of that fish. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna tell
Nah,
you what you got to do.
I feel some kind of way, but I just said forget it. That's my job to provide. You know what I'm saying? I'm just gonna buy enough. I ain't gonna miss it.
Cinto, I'm gonna tell you why you're not wrong. But I'm gonna tell you why you're not wrong because I forgot what I had in the refrigerator, but I came home one day and it was gone. I was like, what? Where my such and such at? Then my daughter came down the stairs. I ate it. And then went back upstairs. I was like, what the fuck? I can't be mad about it because my daughter ate my food, but at the same time, my daughter ate my food, man.
Yeah,
stuff is just for you,
some
though,
things
man.
you buy for you. Some things you buy for you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And people should
you don't
respect
have any
that because
intentions on sharing it. You know what I'm saying? My wife don't eat salmon, so I know she ain't gonna eat it. She'll fix it, but she's not gonna eat it. But I just said forget it. I'm just gonna start buying enough for both of us. You know what I'm saying?
I was just finna say that, Santos. I got two suggestions. One, down here, right? Since I've been on the fish kick or whatever, I've been trying to attack it right because the shit high in the stores. You know what I'm saying? They don't want you to eat good. You try to go pescatarian or some shit like that, they know. You know what I'm saying? That shit is high, and to get fresh seafood the right place or whatever, it's a little expensive. But what I've been finding is I can buy one of those long slabs of salmon. You know what I mean? Like they'll cut the whole side of that whole strip. You did?
Right. That fillet. Yeah.
Yeah, you can take them and package it, bust it down and go on and package it, freeze dry it, or freeze it and package it and use it how you need to.
And you already know 817. If you buy it with the bone, it'd be cheaper. When they process it, they're gonna always cost more. You know how it is. When they do all the cleaning and
I thought about that, but I don't want to do all this. So I just go ahead and get mine already. I get mine already packaged up in fillets, strips of fillet, and then I can take it home and cut it myself. Cause see, I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna start doing. I don't like fish scales, and my wife don't descale it. So I'm gonna start cutting it myself. I'm gonna start descaling it, cutting it up myself, putting it in a little package, and then she can get in there. And, or either I can pull them out when I'm ready for it, and I might get to eat it more often. Pull it out and say, hey, hook this up for me. Or I might just start. I think I'll start hooking it up myself, man. That's what I think I'm gonna do, and that way I just enjoy it when I want to.
Hey, and peep game, Santos, I'm gonna tell you what I had to do too when I got in the house with some kids. Cause again, I didn't have my own, right? But I got with a woman. And I was raising 3, right?
Right.
So one thing I had to do because being a single motherfucker, you used to come to the house, sliding that food from wherever you took that bitty out to. Throw it in the refrigerator, being able to come back and warm it up the next day. You can't do that with kids in the house. They gonna find it and hunt it. So I ended up buying them. I ended up making my intentions known. I bought a little chalkboard, one of them little magnetic boards on the refrigerator or whatever.
Yeah.
So right before they went in there, they could see what the hell they wasn't supposed to eat. If I had something in there that I really, really wanted, it was on that motherfucker. So when you went in there, you was able to see it. You feel me?
Don't touch my pickles.
Say, man, don't touch mine. I buy extra for them. You dig? So once I made it a point to them, it got personal. You dig? If you did me like that, and I be looking out for you and sacrificing, that's how I did them.
Yeah.
Facts. So that's the only thing.
Yeah, I we
damn, Keyshawn Davis got. I'm sorry. While I was talking, I was sitting here looking at the schedule coming up. God damn, Keyshawn Davis and his brother got another fight.
Hey, what about Robert Easter, y'all?
I was just finna say that 817. Man, you a mind reader, bro. Hold on now. Man, that's spooky right there, man. I was just finna say, did y'all hear about Robert Easter? And 817 slid on in there, man. Boy.
I heard he in the hospital. Texas, what happened? I don't know. I ain't too sure what happened.
He was on the block chilling, and some motherfuckers ran up on him and tried to rob him, bruh.
On some Vernon Forest type.
Yeah, because I was going to ask y'all what exactly happened, because everybody already talking and speculating. So they was trying to take something from him. Okay.
Yeah, they were trying to take something. He was chilling. He was out there in his in his element. You feel what I'm saying? And everybody say, bro, you somebody to everybody, but nobody to anybody too. You know what I'm saying? You somebody to the people that love you. You feel what I'm saying? But you not anybody to everybody. And
I
these
know you
motherfuckers
always a meal ticket to somebody.
right?
They just
And,
see you as that
that's what
bread.
they
Yeah.
seen. And that's what they seen. He had his earrings on. He had, his chains on, his shit, and he chilling, not paying attention to his surroundings. And some motherfuckers ran up on him and told him, give me all that. And so he took off running, and the motherfuckers hit him 3 times. Thank God he survived. But he say he in a lot of pain. And I seen, what I'm saying, of course he shot a little picture or whatever. But man, my brothers, you feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know. And they feel like you high side. They convince themselves you high side, and so they'll go over there and take that off you too. Oh, he think he just finna be out here,
Yeah.
That's why I say all the time, dog. You can't go back, man.
You can go back, but you gotta pick your times when you go back. See,
just remember how you were. Remember.
Okay,
there's a way to go back though. You can't go back like DJ saying.
Yeah, you can't be out there like you used to. You got to go out there when it's your real homies. When it's your real homies, that's your age group that got that have a level of respect and ain't on that old thuggish robbery tip. You know what I'm saying? Go out there, holler at them for a minute when it's broad daylight, man, and then. All right, fellas, y'all stay up. I got to go, and you roll out. You know what I'm saying? I ain't never had no attempt on being robbed in the hood where I grew up at, man, because I don't give them an opportunity. You see what I'm saying? Before I went to the joint, they knew I was in the streets getting a little paper. I ain't never been no wealthy guy. I had no whole lot of money, but I had enough for me, and I probably had more than the next guy who wasn't getting that money. You know what I'm saying? So anytime you have a little bit more than somebody who feel like they just have nothing, you subject to be a mark for a robbery. So anyway, it's all about how you carry yourself and how you pick and choose. I knew back before I went to the joint, I had to get out the hood as far as my residency. I stayed in the hood day and night. I had a lot of cooch around I had to knock off. You see what I'm saying? So I had to get in there sometime at night. But at the same time, you don't let nobody know when you're coming and going. And if you're gonna be over there at nighttime, you see what I'm saying? You go straight to your spot, go straight to how in and out, But at the same time, that's in your ignorant stage because you're young. But when you start maturing, you get a little older, you got to be careful more. I don't. Man, let me tell you something. It ain't because I'm a punk or I'm scared, but the little kids that were little kids when you out there doing your thing, they growing as constantly as you are getting yourself in order and making your mark or doing whatever you're doing. Like Robert Easter, he been all this time he been boxing and getting money. Them little kids were growing up. They don't have the level of respect for you that your homies have. Them little kids, and it ain't necessarily the little kids that probably could have been his homies. You know what I'm saying? But the little kids, they on that thug, so they ain't got no love for you like that, man. So unless you out there giving back to the neighborhood, you always out there mixing and mingling with them. You've been showing them love since they were little bitty kids. That's different. Then they probably gonna have homage for you. But in the essence, you got to be in and out. You can't. If it's me, man, I'm gonna live outside the hood. I'm gonna go back to the hood occasionally, drive through. I see some folks I know, and I feel a little safe with them. I'm gonna get out and I'm gonna holler at them. Other than that, I'm tooting the horn, throwing the peace signs up, and I'm gone. You know what I'm saying?
You right, C. Jones. You right. We need to refocus our energy. I was reading the chat right quick, y'all. He said we need to refocus our energy on the real enemy. I'm gonna say it for us because I'm always seeming like I'm on the negative side. Since I've been on that Instagram listening to y'all, man, I see a lot of positive stuff here and there, man. I can only say that we talking to each other. We what they say, the mental health side of stuff, the trying to lift each other up and all that. It ain't all negative like just 20 years ago for me. People were still people hungry, man. Like you saying now, Cento cats be hungry. They don't care what you're doing. They just know when they see you on the TV, if they got a TV in the crib, bro. But when they open that refrigerator up, you know what I'm saying? So what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna sit here and be hungry and be pro-black, or I'm gonna come run up on you with this pistol. And a lot of folks come run up on you with their pistol.
And I don't even think them brothers knew him like that. You feel what I'm saying? I don't even think them brothers knew who the fuck he was or whatever.
They who you are.
Thank you. They saw opportunity. So what I say is this, Robert, you at a point in your life where things are different, things have changed, or you have to change along with the things that have changed in your life. You can't move like you used to move. You gotta move, you got to move different. When you in places like that, you gotta have your shooters with you. You got to have You got to have more people with you. You got to have entourage with you on the cool, unfortunately, and you got to have your head on the swivel when you in those places, man. Life is changing. You got to change with it, or you'll lose it. Period.
What's the expression? The change with change is the changeless state. That's what it is.
Leave that jury and whatever you consider and drip. Leave that stuff at the house, man. If you're going to the hood, put some regular Nikes on, some regular jeans, nigga, and regular pullover shirt, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Leave all that old expensive stuff at the house, man. You wear that, man. I ain't never been big about high side and flash. If I'm going amongst a crowd if I'm going to amongst a crowd that got a little paper and we dress in a certain way, I might, not nowadays, but back in the day, I probably would go in there and fit the, camouflage myself in, look like the rest of them almost. You know what I'm saying? As far as like, sure, I got some little jewels, got some Italian or some silk or something on. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, man, I ain't trying to look. I'm gonna tell you something, man. The wealthiest people, you won't even know that they're that wealthy.
Tell them Centos.
Because you won't see them coming, man. You ain't got to have nobody's name on the back of your pants and all that old bull crap, man.
I always thought TaylorMade was way better than name brand, baby. Since I was young, I always want mine TaylorMade.
That is right there, TaylorMade. Let me tell you something, man. I've seen this most all my adult life, but I will tell you, last time I was in Mexico, man, I was over there in a really nice resort area. I mean, I could tell who had paper and who didn't. And let me tell you, the ones that had the paper looked like they didn't have a dime. But I'm knowing what it cost me to get up in this resort. And I'm knowing that they were in a higher end of the resort than I was, so I know they had to have some paper. And they looked like crap. And I was like, that's what money looked like right there.
Centos, peep game, Centos. Me and my lady, right? We out. This was some months ago. And you know how you get on one of those, hey, let's just stop somewhere and eat right quick, right?
Yeah.
So we ducked into a buffet. It's in a nice area, and it was a nice little buffet, right? But we ducked in. It's about 2:00 in the afternoon, a different crowd. So anyway, as we're going in, we see a couple come out. It was an older white man and an Asian lady. This white dude was dressed horribly. He had like a button-up plaid shirt on and some shorts or some wind pants or some shit and some Birkenstocks, right? And the lady had on some shit that didn't match either. And a muumuu or some shit. So we were both looking, we people watch us too because we do a lot of traveling. So, and I'm going to keep it 100. Anybody that's in a relationship, y'all know y'all sit and talk amongst each other about other people y'all see. If y'all don't, y'all ain't no real relationship shit. Yeah. But anyway, we go into the door and we like, look at these motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Like laughing and shit. Bruh, they walked off that platform after I got out my little fusion, I mean, what is that? Well, I love fusion or whatever. Bruh, they walked over to some supercar that I can't name that the man looked like he ain't have no business driving. He let the Batman door up on that motherfucker and he put his little Asian lady in and he got his Birkenstock plaid shirt and wind pants wearing that's got in there and cranked that motherfucker up and zoomed out the parking lot. And I said, boy, judge a book by its cover if you want to. That man got all kind of cocksucking money. He had a midlife crisis. He said, before I go, I'm gonna get me something. You feel what I'm saying? But you say you never know. That motherfucker's probably a millionaire. And look what he did. He slid in the little buffet. You know what I'm saying? They ain't got nothing, no blingy jewelry on, nothing. Went out there and jumped in a supercar and burned off. So
and common sense will tell you, man, most people that have money, wealthy people that have money, they're not retaining that money by being stupid with the money. And so I'm gonna tell you, I had this old gal I used to date back in the day, right? And somebody got some background sound.
Willis came through it from the other team.
Who was that?
DJ, probably thick ass.
So
shut up.
Oh, DJ
on ESPN Ticker watching ass. Ain't nobody but his thick ass. I knew who it was.
Y'all crazy, man.
Multitasking
I'm so glad
ass.
I got on here with you clowns tonight, man.
And Shay, my guy, bro. It's been a minute too. Last time we was on, he was snoring like a bear on this motherfucker.
You ain't lying.
Hey, look here.
Hasn't been. Oh, first of all, I got a condition.
I got it too, but I damn sure know how to push the mute button.
You got a CPAP, DJ?
I was just about to you kill my joke, but all right.
hey, DJ, I'm like that too, man. Hey, bro, mouth open. Somebody like, damn, bro. Like, see, I told y'all I broke my nose. I think I told y'all the story about trying to beat the street light home and flipped around that wire and broke my nose as a kid. So I got it too, DJ. It's scary, bro. Like, real talk. I need to get something done. Real talk. You know what I'm saying? And the heavier we get, the worse it is, right? But, you know, that sleep apnea is motherfucker because you stop breathing and then, you know, you catch breath and start breathing again. You know? So on a serious tip, I know what you're dealing with. I deal with it too on the end, but from an injury. You know what I'm saying? So it's something that, you know, you do need to wear the CPAP or you do need to use steroids and all of that good stuff. So as fun as it is to hear a motherfucker snoring or whatever with that, that's the dangerous thing, bro. And that's something that we need to talk about more as well amongst ourselves and not be afraid to talk about them things too.
Yeah. For real, even though you sound like a Harley Davidson, yeah, I know.
Nah, damn, boat motor. He sound like a boat motor, boy. Damn.
Hey, man, look, when I was doing time, right? my bunkie woke me up. When I was bad as so good at. Woke me up out of my sleep, man. You snoring real loud. I said, nigga, I don't snore. You know what I'm saying? Man, I argued this dude down for about 8 months about snoring. And then I heard myself snoring one night. And I've been, look here. I was always a thin frame brother, though. You know, I ain't have no fat on or none of that. You know, it's always been thin, man. And I was, you know, everything, you know, I never had back then I had no medical issues, you know, whatsoever. Just thin. And I'm like, man, I don't snore, nigga. You know what I'm saying? And, man, they all laughing at me. They said, man, you were snoring. Nah. I said, man, I don't snore. Do it, man. Do it. You know, trying to get somebody co-sign. Yeah, I don't know about that, bro. Man, I argued about 8 months. And then I heard myself snoring one night. I said, oh, man, I heard myself that time. And ever since then, you know, every now and then I can hear myself snore, but not all the time. Now, I just snore, you know, I got from the waist up to my neck. You know, I'm much bigger than what I used to be, and it's fat, and it ain't cut or nothing like that. Shoot, man, I got up to about like 246 one time from the waist up. That's where everything was. And
Centos. It's all steel in there, Centos. It's all steel in there. So when you snoring, that shit get the vibrating, bro. Say, man, I know it's some people I kept up the little time I gave them hoes. I know it is, but I learned that I had to stay off my back. You know what I'm saying? If I'm on my back, I'm
you can't
snoring.
sleep on your back. Yeah.
Right.
I snore when I'm on my back, man. When I'm on my side, I don't snore as much. Me and my wife, we try to be the first one to go to sleep when we do sleep together because somebody gonna snore before the night's out. You know what I'm saying? Either her or me. And
see, my old lady got to where I put her to sleep with my snoring, so she'll let me go to sleep first. If I start snoring, she gonna go right to sleep because she say I look so peaceful. You know what I'm saying? She'll get right next to me and go to sleep.
My wife be racing trying to beat me to sleep. She know if I go first, she ain't gonna get to sleep.
So how y'all sleep? Y'all side sleepers, or you know, some people. I don't know how folks sleep when they
usually the nights that I'm at home, I let her go. I was like, you better go upstairs and go sleep.
See, that's love.
If I go sleep before her.
But y'all side sleepers, right?
Yeah, you sleep on your side. Some people sleep on their back.
Man, I can go to sleep sitting straight up. All I need is something to prop my neck up.
Yeah, that's
I'm that way too. Yeah. I put my arm on my neck, DJ, and hold my head. Shit, I'm gone, bro. Yeah.
I watched my daddy fall asleep in bed reading the paper, like with his hand on his head, like leaning. You lean on your side so you can have one arm under your head, and he's turning the page with your other. And my daddy slept like that for almost 2 hours, bro. Tripped me out.
I'm like that in shape. I get out just like that, brother.
Yeah, I can fall asleep similar to that, but it's gonna be painful later on You know, at the end of probably before the 2 hours or right at the 2 hours, there's a lot of aching and paining. Or if I just wake up out of my sleep in that position, I'm gonna feel it. You know, not because of the pain. The pain may not wake me up, but every time. But if I do wake up and break that sleep in that position, I'm gonna be feeling that, man, because you know you got the muscles in a position that they ain't accustomed to for a long time. You know, but man, look, my best friend, right? A lot of times, me, him, and some other homies of ours, we do a fellas trip, right? And if we do an all fellas trip, then usually he and I are bunking. You know, we're in the same room.
Fellow strip.
Fellows, all fellas trip, like a girls trip but a dudes trip.
Oh, fellas trip. Oh, okay. You were saying that it was running
He thought he
together,
said
and I was
fellowship.
Okay.
you're right. I was
It
like
almost sound like
fellowship or
fellowship.
strip because I don't want to do
My
no
bad.
fella strip now.
No, I know that's right. All right, but check this out, man. He gained a lot of weight several years back, right? You know, he went from his little pimp size to, overweight, and he's not a very tall brother, you know what I'm saying? But
hey y'all,
man,
Mex in the chat. He said where the link at. Can you do a link, DJ?
Yeah, DJ can take care of it.
Yeah, my bad. Not to cut you off, Santos. I'm kind of checking. I'm
I'll
looking at the chat.
I'll straighten him out. Hold on.
Yeah, he loves to sleep on his back, man. That's why I'm gonna put his hands on his belly. He'll put his hands on his belly, man, and lock his fingers, and be on his back, man, and mouth be wide open, snoring like a sun gun. I'll be like, hey, man, I don't throw pillars at him and everything. You know, I try to go to sleep before him because if I don't sleep before him, I'm not gonna get any rest.
I'm gonna tell you what to do for him,
I keep
Santos.
on sharing rooms with him.
Santos, what you do is when you go out of town with Kinfolk, you make sure that you get a room with him because you already know what's gonna go on, right? Let him. Make sure you go to the grocery store and buy some grapes. Let him get good and comfortable, and take one of them grapes and drop it in his mouth when his ass go to snore.
Come on,
hey, I promise you.
I've been tempted to do that already. You know.
I
Now, I'm
promise
tell
you.
you what I have done to the nigga. I don't pinch his nose several times. You know how you pinch? That nigga. I was like, yeah, nigga, slow down.
Slow down, your big
His
ass.
nose. Yeah, sometimes I don't pinch his nose, and it be dark in the room, and I jump back in the bed real quick, act like I'm knocked out. I bring bring his sleep enough for me to get my sleep.
Yeah, DJ big time, and yeah, he taking up 2 slots, thick ass.
Damn, DJ.
Hey, y'all seen some other bullshit, right? I guess I'll be staying up too late.Maybe I seen the wrong advertisement, but McDonald's got some kind of shit that they trying to advertise. It looked like they put like a Big Mac and chicken sandwich and a fish sandwich or some shit together. Am I tripping, y'all? Ain't anybody seen it?
What the
Man, what the hell?
Bruh, my lady seen it too, so I got somebody to co-sign it. But we sitting up here, up late looking at TV, smoking and chilling. And bruh, they had a sandwich that had like 2 or 3 meats on it, but it had chicken on it and like I think fish on it or some shit. It was like all in one sandwich or some shit.
Oh yeah, that's a land, air, and sea secret menu shit right there.
See, that's that shit. That's that shit the motherfucker be coming up with that be high. Just like the people at Taco Bell. I believe the higher ups at Taco Bell were high. Some of the stuff they done came up with.
See, there you go. Don't you talk about the
B-Cherry said it's a hash brown. Yeah. B-Cherry in the chat said it's a hash brown on there too or something. Man,
okay, see, I was saying I was gonna go look it up for confirmation.
They must call that a cardiac arrest, bro.
Okay.
It look like the Jack in the Box menu. And see, we pissed off because hold on now. They used to serve breakfast all day, right? And if anything McDonald's could get right, it was breakfast. You feel what I'm saying? They done fucked off fries and everything else, but they stopped serving breakfast all day to serve this bullshit. Like, come on, bruh. They even took salads off the motherfucker to serve that type of shit. So, man, bruh. Kids even got fucked up McDonald's nowadays. We had the decent McDonald's. God damn.
You did you see any reduction in your appetite? Like normally when you start eating what we quote unquote say right, since y'all talking about that, you don't ever notice because you know a lot of this American food process that make you want to eat. I tell a lot of people that. That's why there's a lot of folks out here dealing with weight problems. But you ain't never noticed, like, well, I don't know how long you've been doing it. Have you seen any reduction in the amount that you want to eat?
Absolutely.
I can't
Absolutely.
eat
Great
as much as
point.
I used to.
Great
I
point.
can't eat as much
I've
as
been
I
fasting.
used to, but I thought it had a lot to do with me. You know, I matured and I stopped eating. See, when I was thinner, when I was always in good shape, right? I ate whatever I wanted, man, much as I wanted, and then my body started, my metabolism started processing slower than what it used to. So now I'm you know, I start picking some weight up, you know, when I do eat, you know, greatly, but I can't eat as big as a big proportion as I used to, but I still have a hearty appetite. But my mind starts messing with me more than I think my stomach do. Man, I get the feeling guilty and all that bull crap, you know, knowing I'm overdoing it. And I just years ago I just started cutting back, and I think now it's more of a mental thing for me.
Now, when I went on the cruise, I tried to make it, you know, because I knew I had this cruise coming up. So so I tried to make it like, okay, when I come back from this cruise, I'm really gonna lock it down. But still, while I was on the cruise, right, I found myself not being interested in any of those things. You know what I'm saying? And
That's what I
Street
wanted
Fighter
to
is
ask you.
right. You know, my doctor tells me all the time, you're never supposed to eat more protein than you can hold in your hand. You know what I'm saying? And
There
I
you go.
find many times with a piece of fish or salmon is generally about that size. And by the time I knock it off with a vegetable and some rice or something like that, I'm good. I found myself eating more just vegetable burritos and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? And I'm good as long as I drink plenty of water. I'm good. So he's right. Once you stop eating the processed foods and shit, the more of that shit you eat, the more that you want. I think it's the lack of nutrition and all other fillers, and your body still craving shit.
So how
you
your
end up
stomach
eating
be
more.
though? And especially like if you try to go back and eat that 817, it don't never tear you up. Like when you
What?
try to do that.
Oh,
your
bruh.
cheek,
See that, and that's the thing about being on the cruise too, right? Because you got the buffets, you got
Eat all
pig and
day.
anchor, right? You
Yeah.
got Guy Fieri, he got pig and anchor on the ship. He got the burger spot on the ship, right? So you know once you first go through there, you know your eyes bigger than your stomach. You know what I'm saying? And you say you want to try it, man. I get that shit, take a bite, don't want the rest of it, and then you pay for it when you hit the bathroom, man, because your stomach ain't used to it because you done changed
Yeah,
and you done
I
start eating it.
was about to say that, man. When you go on vacation, if they got food that you're not accustomed to eating on, man, it messes your insides up, man. Man, when I went to the DR a few years ago, in 2018, me and my wife went to the DR. The resort we were in was lousy. We had fun outside of the resort, but inside the resort, it was all inclusive, right? And it was lousy, man. The food was terrible. You know, I mean, it wasn't what we were accustomed to, man. And everything we ate outside the resort was cool. But man, I had to survive. I'm a survivor, man. You know, I'm gonna eat if I know I ain't got opportunity to go out when I need to go out, want to go out. I'm gonna eat something. You know what I'm saying? So, man, we spend more money on food than we should have. You know, we could have been eating most of that inclusive, but the stuff that we
Hey,
did
y'all,
eat
we got
messed
a
my
legend
insides
in the
up.
chat, y'all.
Hey, look at the look. Yeah, I was finna say DB. God damn, boy, y'all
We got a
mind
legend
reading
in the
today.
chat, y'all.
I was finna say DB in the chat, and then 817 they asking you a question.
We got a legend in the chat, goddammit. DB, what's up, baby?
I was finna say, yeah, I was finna speak to DB, but hey,
As long as we
817
ain't
right
listening to
side want to
Frank
ask you
I
Johnson.
know
something.
that ain't who I think it is.
What's up,
I know that
DB?
ain't who I think it is.
My brother DB,
Bring your ass
man.
here on Thursday,
What's going
DB.
on, man?
The great philosopher, man. DB.
Hey, I think Cal, you finished your bologna sandwich, man.
You said what?
You finished your bologna sandwich.
DB.
I had to take a shower, man. Y'all got to talk about some shit that
I
y'all
was
said
close.
fuck my whole entire
Man,
topic.
we apologize,
Y'all
Kyle.
said
Man.
fuck
We
me.
all
Man,
I
We
left.
apologize.
were
we
calling you, trying to
apologize,
get back
Kyle.
to the
No, y'all ain't
format.
apologize because y'all kept going. You know, apologies supposed to change behavior, man. The
We
best
tried to get
apology
you.
By
is
that
change
time,
behavior.
you then
We
decided
kept
you wanted to go
calling you,
wash your
man, but
hands. We tried to
we thought
apologize
you were.
and get back on
Yeah,
topic.
we thought you
You
were
better
on the
wash your
toilet
hands
eating
by then.
eat a bologna sandwich while you were taking a dump. That's what we thought was going
See.
on.
Now listen, I'm gonna bid y'all boys a good night, man. I'm gonna see y'all boys in a minute.
Good night, man. Good night, Kyle.
We love you, light skin.
817. They said who you cruising with?
I seen DB on here, cuz, and I had to rush my ass on here because I've been watching the whole show. But when I seen DB name, I had to run my ass on here real quick, man. Let him know that we still shout him out every night, you know.
Yeah, bro, we miss you, bro. We miss you, bro. Stay up.
For real. I came looking for DB a couple of times.
Hey, DB, you owe me a hookup at the strip club, bro.
Hey, we need you on Thursday, DB. Straight up, man. We need you on Thursday. Y'all keep cooking on this.
What kind of hookup you talking about?
Say this though. I gotta say this real quick. I ate some pork and some beef, and I ain't been able to shit in 2 days. So if you change your lifestyle, do not go back.
You're right.
Fuck you up for a couple of days.
Yeah, your body gonna punish you, bro. It's gonna punish you.
It stays in your system longer than any other meat, bro.
You're right.
It stays in your system long.
Yes, I'm all fucked up. You know what I mean? I ain't had a hot dog in about a year. I ate a hot dog with some bacon on it, with some pastrami, and boy, I ain't been right since.
See, okay, Kyle, you got fucked up by a hot dog. I'm sorry, Santos, but I got fucked up by a hot dog too. But it was turkey chili on the hot dog, right? So I was like, okay, I guess I'm gonna win this turkey chili on the hot dog, man, bro.
No, that's that hot dog, man. Damn the chili.
I'm gonna tell y'all something, man. I was a hot dog connoisseur. You know what I'm saying? And you know that's straight up process. And I had to keep some hot dogs in my house. The turkey, when I was on the pork, I ate the pork. When I denounced the pork, it was all about the turkey, you know. And now I can't remember the last time I bought a pack, but every now and then my wife will buy some. Them joints are sitting there until them kids eat them. But every blue moon, I go ahead and indulge in some hot dogs. But I might eat about in a one weekend, probably once a year, I might eat anywhere between 4 to 8 hot dogs, turkey hot dogs.
Damn.
Other than that, I don't mess around. I don't mess around outside of that, man. I can't do it, man, because my mind knows that this processed meat ain't good for me. You see what I'm saying? Second of all, I think it's okay to indulge in something that you know you shouldn't be indulging in every now and then, but don't do it. You know, you do it in very small moderation. You know what I'm saying? That way you don't hurt yourself too much. But as far as
taking stuff like you said, Santos, that's really supposed to be a treat, like they say, or sometime, and then that's your food. That's what you eat all the time. That's the base of your diet.
Yes, I can't
fuck around and fail.
The way beef used to make me feel when I was eating it used to knock me up, be in my system about 3-4 days, man, before it passed. I can't do it no more. When I stopped eating beef, I didn't stop because I wanted to denounce beef. I stopped to do it because I was doing a cleansing. Yeah. And my wife wanted to do the cleanse for 2 weeks, but I did it for a whole entire month.
I bet you notice you smell different too, though, huh? You ain't got
big time. Yep. And you know what? I was afraid to eat beef again, and then it got to the point I didn't miss it anymore. When I see raw meat, man, it's disgusting to me, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. You know,
hey, you know what's crazy? You know what's crazy, Santos? I listen. It's crazy, man. The it won't leave me. The desire, the taste of it, I can't get rid of it, man. My wife, they still eat bacon and shit, man. I smell that bacon, boy. I just want to have me a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich. You know.
Yeah, that's what they say around my house.
I have some willpower, but this last weekend, boy, I had to touch up on some pork, man. I had some pork on my fork.
But I'm gonna tell you this though,
it's hard for me too, because I'm a steak and lobster type cat. You feel what I'm saying? So it's hard to take the steak out. But I'm gonna tell you, I went to culinary school, right here in Dallas. I was going to culinary school.
You're gonna be eating there. You like to cook, so you can't stay away from the food, bro.
See, coming up in the house with Granny, being up under my granny so much, you know what I'm saying? That's where I got the love for it. But I'm gonna tell y'all something. I was good in cooking school, right? good frying it and everything. But when it came down, when we got to the portion of the course where it came to where we had to start busting down cadavers, where I bust down the chicken, right? But I was finna have to bust down a hog the next day. Bro, I didn't go back to school, bro. Real talk. I started selling cars not too long after that. And I told the story to the dude that ran the car lot. You know what I'm saying? So he was an avid hunter. He was going out that weekend. He went and shot a hog. He brought it back and was going to break it down in the shop, hang it on one of the car lifts, after we closed. And he was going to have me break the pig down. Bruh, he was going to pay me an extra $1,000 bonus. And I still wouldn't break it down. It's something about it, bruh. I can't. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know if we in some survival shit or some situation, like, it's going to fuck me up. You did? Because it's something about it. I just can't do it. And it's slowly been going away from me in shape. You know what I'm saying? But I'm really on this kick now because you feel better. When you eat cleaner, there's something about that fish, man. You have to
your mind
understand.
and everything. It's just
Hey, man,
Brent Jones talking about hot links, man. I ate some hot links, damn near died, man.
Your breath won't even be stinking when you
Thank
wake
you,
up.
man. Say that, bro.
When you take a dump, half the time you don't smell nothing when you take a dump. Sometimes you do. Even good healthy food, too much of it can
Can
make
do
something
you
happen
bad.
on this side.
Yeah.
But the earth is covered by 75% water, man. That's one thing I think we all need to get back and focus on. You know what I'm saying? 75% of this, and I'm gonna tell y'all again, man. Getting on that boat, it refocus you, bro. It lets you know how insignificant your ass is in this world on the cool, bro. I just went across the Gulf, man. Do you hear me? Just the Gulf. And we talking about, 14, 15, 16,000 feet deep, bro. And that was just the Gulf. 75% of this motherfucker is water. Everything we should eat, if you're talking about some meat or something, come out that motherfucker. It should come out that motherfucker, man. Real talk. We need to get our people right, man, and get them eating right.
Just being broke.
I eat everything. Fuck that.
You just broke, man. You come up like that, then you realize you think you're eating good when you get the name brands and all that. My lady's cousin, he was watching me, like certain things that I would eat. And one of the things I eat is like real cheese. I don't have the plastic and all that on it. You know what I'm saying? Some people own cheese, some people not on cheese. But she got mad at him because she started noticing he was sliding over, taking my cheese, little stuff like that. But he's like, it tastes better. I was like, yeah, just look at what you eating. He's like, man, this crab. I say, bro, it says food cheese process. It's not real cheese, bro.
Right.
And he was just like, what? And because he was just tripping on that. I say, yeah, look at it. That's why your body telling you that even though you're not realizing and you in there sneaking your kinfolk cheese because you eating food product. I say they can't even call it real food. That when they started labeling everything and all that stuff like that, because hell, back in the day, they was giving people saw and all kind of stuff mixed into it to stretch stuff, bread and all that stuff. That's one reason why
that government cheese never melted.
Yeah, and it never like see Max know what I'm talking about. I was like, that ice cream that never melted. I'm like, dude, think about that.
DB said.
Yeah, you won't need that peel. That's the truth, bro.
Said,
like you
said,
won't.
Remove that beef and you won't need that little blue pill. Hey,
yep,
I agree.
And
you know what? I had a conversation similar to that yesterday with someone, and they were talking about how like this chick, she was telling me about her sister's husband. He don't slip out and went off and to some bowling tournament. Hadn't told his wife anything. They be having problems. And he keeps some pills on
in the
hand.
words of the great philosopher Lil E, I want y'all to breathe air and live life, man. I'm gonna get with y'all in the morning. I see y'all at like 3:30.
Hey, be safe, bro.
Be careful,
real talk.
Don't hurt nobody.
Light skin for the win all the time.
Is DJ still in the house?
No, DJ out.
Nah, it's thick ass eating somewhere.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
hey, Brent Jones, me and my friend was just talking about that, bro. He talking about Dr. Sebi. He said his medicine are questionable because he need mucus for good reasons. Yeah. We talked about it, and I also talked to a doctor because at one time I was worrying about my daughter. She had a bad habit of always swallowing her mucus. She's like, baby, mucus is part of your life. She kind of broke it down. Like everybody got an opinion, you know what I'm saying? But it's just funny that he brought up Dr. Sebi because people always said how he looked. Like, I respected the man. Like I said, it was a lot of the stuff that he did that was, it made sense. He was trying to get us to, but all that's totally taken away from meat and totally this, like, I'm not really in agreeing with that. But like I said, that's just my opinion. But yeah, like I'm just reading the chat, y'all, not to talk over y'all, man.
Nah, staying engaged with the chat. That's what's up. Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that. And on the cool, I'm just, it's something else. The Honduran people was telling me too. He was like, down here, man, we only got like iguana and rabbit. And he was like, he was calling the bush chicken and shit like that.
Yeah,
rabbit,
that bush chicken.
They call the iguana bush chicken too.
Yeah, man, and I told him, he was telling me about property and buying land down there, and I told him I was gonna move down there and open up a chicken spot, bro. I'm gonna bring some real chicken down there. Cause y'all tripping with that shit. But he said mostly, bro, he was like, think about it with the fish, man. He was like, most of the fish, he was like, fish are very strong, He was like, only the bottom feeders, like catfish, shit Americans eat, you know what I'm saying, have all that fat and extra shit on it. He was like, our fish here are strong, lean, whatever. So when you pull it out and you bust it down, he was like, you're getting the best of the best. You getting lean muscle, you getting shit that your body can use for fuel. He was like, why you think so many of us stay in good shape?
Right.
Yep,
right.
they got low body fat around the midsection and they live longer.
Yep.
That's one thing I pay attention to when I go to these other countries, you know what I'm saying, especially like these Caribbean countries. I notice the food is different. It's the food. Okay, eggs would at the resort had a different texture and taste to it than what I experienced here in the States. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
right. And then they use mango
the fruit
chilies and
stuff,
pineapple and stuff.
Yeah,
Right.
the fruit and all that has a different look to it. It may have a more color in it, or it may have or a little bit less color. It depends on they don't put a lot of preservatives. Their stuff is more fresh. That's what
America want everything
that's
fast,
what they
and
work with. They work with fresh food. And when you go into like a store, when you walk into a store like in Mexico, you walk into a store, the meat is open and out. You know what I'm saying? That's where it was before COVID. I don't know what it is now, but you just walk up and grab what you want. You know what I'm saying? And pay for it. You know what I'm saying? But it be fresh though. And
Bruh,
man,
we
fish.
was in the hood. We was in the hood in Honduras, because me. I'm just gonna keep it 100. I'm a smoker, so every place I hit, I'm gonna smoke. So when we hit Honduras, I had the tour guide take me somewhere to get me some, but I had to stop at a store. I was expecting for this store to be third world country, like you see on TV. Bro, the store was as clean as a whistle.
Yeah.
Do you hear me?
Yeah.
And they had a little, it was just like the hood store. They had the little cooking spot in there or whatever. But the
just like
food,
taco trucks, they be clean.
bruh,
People be hating on taco trucks, man. Them boys be spotless.
Say, man, the food, they was getting down on it in there. Do you hear me? They was getting down on it, but they just didn't have, they had change. They had Honduran change or whatever. I want to keep my American money. So I wasn't going to buy nothing and bust it down with them and get their shit back and, and have to take their change because I had bigger bills. I didn't have any ones or anything like that. But on the cool, man, I'm telling you, bro, those people are living out there and they live together as a community. He was talking about crime. What crime we gonna have? We all got the same shit going on. We want to take care of tourists and be able to feed our families or whatever, bro. It's a beautiful thing to travel, man.
They don't have dollars. They got the Honduran Limpira.
If you notice, when you're in these other countries, especially the Caribbean islands countries, if you notice, the average person is in great shape. The women have nice bodies. The guys are not all obese and out of proportion. You know what I'm saying? Because they are naturally eating better than we are here in the United States, man. And that's one thing I learned in some of the travels I did do. And I'm like, man, the food is more fresh. They're not having all these preservatives and additives in the foods and all that kind of stuff. They're literally killing us over here, man. And if you
it's kind of Texas' fault. Like, I love my Texas state, bro. But whenever they was doing a lot of research and we all came up, 70s, 80s, whenever they was sitting there saying fat make you fat, that's when that discussion came up. And they started removing fat from everything because of the sugar makers. I'm from down south, about Sugar Land and all that. What they were doing, the sugar producers was sitting there lying and saying, they even swayed Harvard doctors and everybody to say, now we catching up with it. We realize it's a lie because everybody got diabetes now. But they were saying that they made sure that once they took fat out, you got to add something for flavor, which is sugar. So almost everything we have, every processed food that you can think of has sugar in it, bro.
You know why? Because this country is based on capitalism, and sugar is addictive.
Yeah, it was the number one. Some of the richest people out there, because they rich in Texas on that sugar. Like I said, Sugar Land is the name of the city.
Yeah, it's more addictive than cocaine to the body, and so that's where they're gonna make their money, to get you coming back for that same taste. You got inside your body, it's waiting for you to. You got certain little parts inside your intestines and stuff in your stomach. It's waiting on sugarized stuff. That's because if you got your body on that to come into your body. Let me tell you, man. The fat, I don't know too many people that say I'm addicted to fat. You see what I'm saying? But that sugar, the drinks, the foods, that's where the addiction come in. Instead of eating for survival, you eating for cravings more than
for
survival.
Pleasure. That's how I say Santos. Yeah, instead of for survival, you do it for pleasure.
Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you, a few years ago, when 2019, man, I got on my food kick, was trying to eat better. You know what I'm saying? And I learned that about lectins and all that stuff, and the leaky gut syndrome and all that stuff. And I really paid attention to the video. They were selling me, but at the same time, they were making sense. You know what I'm saying? Because I know my body responds a little different when I was eating something kind of sweet versus something that wasn't so sweet. And I might like them both, but I like the sweet thing a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? Man, when I realized what I was doing to myself, man, I changed my whole diet that year, man, and it's got back in the gym, and I got back to I was able to see my abdominal muscles again. Now I'm a long ways from that right now, but I know I can do it again if I discipline myself and just make it happen. Now I eat mostly since 2019. I eat mostly like I'm supposed to. Every now and then I fall off, but mostly I eat like I'm supposed to. But my thing is, I don't hit that gym as consistently as I should, and I don't work as hard in the gym as I should. I always tell them I got this from one of my homies out of Memphis. When I first started doing my time, he said, "No," Slim, I'm just trying to stay pimp tight, man. I ain't trying to do too much. You know what I'm saying? And that's I'm on that kind of time now at the gym.
Yeah, you want maintenance.
Just trying to stay pimp
You're
tight.
not trying to build. You just want to maintain. Like they say, maintenance workout.
Yeah, when cats come in there talking about, man, I can help you get on the program. I don't need all that, bro.
Nah.
A few years ago, this cat, I was 52 at the time, right? This cat, hey, man, I can help you do that. I said, look, bro, I'm 52 years old, man. I ain't, I'm just trying to do enough to stay conditioned and tone. You know what I'm saying?
Santos, for me, right? I was always in shape because I was a hooper. So, I was hooping 3-4 times a week as a young man in my 20s. You know what I'm saying?
That was the last time I had abs when I was.
You right, Brent Jones. You right. Drink water. Yeah, and he said that's why when you drink anything. Terrell Gosberry said that when you drink anything but water, you stay thirsty. Yeah, I drink a lot of water, bro. Like for
that's
real.
all I ride around with is water. That's it. So I got water now and apples and some trail mix.
What I think what hit me, what has changed it for me, was going to cooking school and watching a few of the videos that they give you initially and really understanding the FDA and what's going on and the education, right? And then number 2, right? More than anything, losing my family members, right? And really getting an understanding as to why I've lost them, right? Many of you guys benefit, you know what I'm saying, from having larger families, you know what I'm saying, cousins, kinfolk, all that good stuff, right? My family unit is a lot smaller, and I've lost a lot of them to bad habits, smoking, drinking alcohol, and the food that they eat. And it's really become more prevalent to me the older that I've gotten, and then watching, those close to me, that I've lost, right? And so for me, really these last couple of years, my mom caught COVID, you know what I'm saying? And I almost lost her to that. And then, you know, I really started wanting to focus on her diet, right? Because she lost her mom and her sister here within a 2 or 3 year span. So depression and those things kick in, right? And then also the bad history of our history and the foods that we eat, right? So it's a mental game, you know. I got other close family members that's got diabetes, you know, and can't lose the weight in order to get on certain lists for certain transplants and things of that nature. And really what it is a choice. It's fear and it's a choice. You know what I'm saying? And it's accessibility to the right foods, and it's education, and it's making a decision, it's discipline, it's all of those things. You know what I'm saying? And like I say, I just turned 43. My mom just turned 65. You know, and I know the natural order of things. You know what I'm saying? Time. You know what I'm saying? I keep feeling like it ain't enough time in the world. You feel what I'm saying? So I'm trying to refocus and get right so that I don't end up, man, going on these cruises. I'm telling you, bro. I'm going on another one on the 30th too, y'all. I'll be going to Half Moon Cay, Nassau, Freeport, and I think we'll hit Key West too on this one on April 30th. So I'm gonna miss the Shakur fight. But one of the things I see on these cruises, brother, overweight people, man. Like they out here trying to have a good time, but they can't because they can't get around. They on scooters on the ship, on scooters.
Bro. People ask me why I do what I do, why I eat and drink, and I say, bro, do you know how depressing it is when you can't just move your own body, bro?
Damn.
When you just can't walk somewhere. And
when
they found out how
y'all.
old I am, they see me out here shadow boxing and doing stuff, and I was like, oh, you one of the more healthy brothers, huh? And I say, why is that a thing, my brother? Like, I say, think about it. If everything goes south, bro. I say, you know how you gonna die? You can't make it down the stairs. I don't mean to be insulting. I'm not, you worrying about this and worrying about that, but you literally are not gonna be able to stand up and just go downstairs, bro.
Shay, check this out. Okay, anybody that's been on a cruise or whatever, I was cruising with Carnival, by the way, W right side, if you're still out there.
Yeah, Carnival.
I'm cruising with Carnival, right? I ain't got a chance, really, I ain't gonna hear Royal Caribbean and all of them until this international thing get cleared up with COVID and all of that. Really, you know, it's tough enough to stick with Carnival, because you gotta have a positive, negative test within 48 hours of you getting on. You feel me?
Oh, okay.
So on the cool, man, on the Lido deck, right? You know, the Lido deck with the pool and everything where you watch the movie and all of that, right?
Yeah.
Generally, you have people laying down there on the deck, and then up on the next deck, you know what I'm saying? You can look down from there. One side is sunk and one side ain't. But anyway, I'm sitting up there and I'm looking down, and this is one black lady, y'all. Say, man, it broke my heart, bro. You could tell she had the big elephant ankles, you know what I'm saying, or whatever. And she with her family on this cruise, and her family out doing other things, you know what I'm saying? And she got a walker, and she trying to get to, you know, it started raining a little bit. You know, before we got out of port, you know, it was still kind of cold, Texas weather, you know, heading out. So at this instance, we caught a little rain. So she was trying to get out of the rain. And that's a wood deck, you know? And she trying to maneuver her way, bruh, and it's just sad to see. You know what I'm saying? Like, this lady out here on a cruise, probably seeing some stuff she ain't never seen and can't move around.
Yeah, and I don't be judging folks because I understand. You know, once you addicted to whatever it is, I tell people vices are vices, man. People try to make like cocaine worse than a cheeseburger and all. I'm like, nah, bro. Anything that holds control over you is the problem.
And you see them at the buffet, bro. You see them at the buffet. They ain't got no net. You hear me?
Yeah.
But every time that buffet open up, they there, bro, and they plate. Man, loading their plates up, and their wife right with them, or the wife, you know, she all built out of shape, and they right there with them, helping them, co-signing and shit, man.
And like I said, once again, I don't want to sound like I'm judging nobody because I know I got that in shape in my name, you know what I'm saying? But it's not like, it wasn't like I'm throwing it in people's faces because my life is my life and yours is yours. But that's what scares me. Because like you said, I'm black. I'm from the South. I got family members, like you said, 8179, that my grandmother, I loved her to death. But she loved her cigarettes and her chocolates and her, you know what I'm saying? She's no longer here. And and when I see it, That's when I feel like I'm already personally, because I used to smoke cigarettes. I used to drink like I tell everybody. I had all the bad habits coming out the hood. I was on the, you know what I'm saying, on the blade over here, hustling, doing whatever, messing. But it just, like you said, I just started watching around me. And I'm like, dude, most of the time ain't nobody doing nothing. We just killing ourselves. And then you get a headache, and then you wash it down with a 40. Then the next day you wake up and eat this. And then I got to take these pills because I got indigestion. And it's like, dude, I just started sitting there thinking about it like, man. And then I got family members in the medical field, and they some of the most unhealthy people. You know, it's like, so how you know better, like you really know better. So I just started getting on myself.
It's a fact. It's a
it
fact
ruined
that
the relationship I was in.
We love our pleasure more than we love our health.
Santos, that's what I was working my way toward. Me and this woman not together because of that. It broke up my house, bro.
I want to tell Cal before he got off, when you tell yourself you can't give up something, that's like a junkie telling himself he can't give up a drug. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's no different. You know what I'm saying? So we can't imprison ourselves to knowing that something is going to be addictive to us. We love it a lot. You know, and I understand because I'm a person too. We all
people. Yeah, Santos. So
we're addicted to eating because we have to survive, first of all. But second of all, a lot of the stuff we eat is not for survival. It's because we desire it. You know, and so you got if we start eating more of what we need instead of what we want, then we all live healthy lives. This is for me too, and I don't eat perfect, and I know that, but I eat a lot better than I used to a few years ago, and I'm trying to get even better. Now I'm gonna tell you, I may sound wrong for this, but I love my wife, but I'm the only one in the house that really try to focus on what I consume in my body. My wife them don't, and she encourages my granddaughter to eat like she eat. Now my granddaughter should do turkey bacon or pork bacon. You know, I'm only on the turkey. You know what I'm saying? That's my other processed meat. You know, but it ain't as processed as some meats, but it's processed because you know turkey is turkey. You know what I'm saying? You know they shaped a little different than hogs. But anyway, my thing is, my wife she's not a thin woman. And she's not a obese, like just wobbly woman. You know what I'm saying? But she ain't thin either. You know what I'm saying? And then, when it's time to get down certain movements she can't make. She won't stay in the gym. You know, I used to always make sure we had memberships together. But this last time I got a membership, I didn't even include her. I just got it for myself because she didn't waste my money no more. If she really wanted to go and get it herself. You know what I'm saying? And I know she's not going to hardly go to the gym. So I'm not gonna waste my money. And I'm like to say, if you love yourself enough, you'll make those changes yourself.
Yeah, do the preventative instead of corrective, man.
Yeah, because
you want to eat preventive instead of corrective. Don't wait till you're scared as hell.
Yeah, she want to eat what she want to eat, and then she want to know why. Let me tell you, my wife suffered from IBS, but she don't want to change her diet.
Yeah, that's serious.
What kind of stuff is that? You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, man, I tell her all the time, I said, I can't believe the doctors are not telling you need to change your diet. She won't admit that they're probably telling her that.
Right, that's something. And see, that's Santos, the scary part. I see it in my mom all the time. The scary part is
they telling me if she changed her diet.
Right. And the scary part is the same thing. I like I'm telling you, I even reached out to Blu-ray. I got to get back in touch with him. You know what I'm saying? To try to find some foods or whatever to get her to eat or things of that nature. Because the scary part is you'll see that person really. I'm gonna tell you, I'm a 100 person all the way around. You feel me? So anybody that I talk to on a one-on-one basis or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Especially my mom, because that's the way she raised me. We bring stuff to each other. You know what I'm saying? That we feel that we need to be better on, because we know we ain't perfect. You did?
Yeah,
but the scary part about it is you'll see them motherfucker make up in their mind that they won't do the best thing for themselves. You feel me? That's the thing that's been scaring me the most, because my mom, with her being 65 now, in their mind, they get locked in to, hey, well, I'm old anyway. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I'm going to die of something. All that old bullshit. But really what it is it's too hard to change. It's too much. It's for them. They can say in their mind that it's too hard to change or to do something different, when all it is a choice, a decision, and one step at a time. You feel what I'm saying?
You're
And the
right,
things
93
that they
Octane.
raise you on are the things that they go away from as they get older, man. That shit's scary. So I try to use all these things as tools to motivate me to try to eat different, live different, and do different, man.
Yeah. And they talking about fasting in the chat. You know what I'm saying? And how it's not that hard. Brent Jones was talking about an Instagram or YouTube page. Just follow the cooking.
I need help. I
broccoli.
need that help, bro. Somebody drop a link, drop the info. I need the help. You feel what I'm saying?
I've
Because
been
going to
fasting for
find
2
something to
months,
eat.
and that shit feel good.
Yeah, mix. I'm about to say we on the same
And start
page,
adding
bro.
the good oils to your diet, man, and just get a lot of vinegar, bro. Old folks is right about that. People
But
talk
see,
about
it's
apple
the
cider vinegar
meals,
and all
though,
that.
pimp. Nah,
Yeah.
see, look, for me, right? For me and my lady, it's the meals. Because my lady she don't like to eat meat. If she do, it's going to be fish. But she's not eating any meat. You feel what I'm saying? Because it fucks her stomach up. So for us, right, it's a daily struggle trying to go find something to eat and eat properly, whether it's grocery store or, out in the
So what
streets.
she like, though? Does she like the green stuff? Does she like the colorful veggies and fruits?
Oh,
And,
yeah,
you know what I'm
man.
saying?
Oh, yeah, man. She going to eat all that shit.
Yeah, she might
She
have
an
to start blending some of her
organogenesis
stuff up, make her
motherfucker.
little smoothies here and there. People think a smoothie just have to be green or it just have to be protein. No, you can get a lot of stuff. That'll be one of your meals for the day too. And what do you wake up with? Do you wake up drinking water? I ask people that. What's the first thing you do?
Yeah.
Normally you wake up
First thing
drinking
she gonna
water.
put in every time is water because she take medication as well, and I do too.
Okay.
For me, I pick up anything and drink it, tea, lemonade, or water. That's generally what I drink. I try to drink more water than anything else. Now I won't go pick it up. Like I won't go pick up tea, or I've made it a point not to go get sugar to make tea. You feel me?
So
I
do
just
you
get
make your
water.
own orange juice, your own lemonade, your own, like instead of just always buying something with instructions on it? That's the big thing. Like I say, if it's got a food profile on it or instructions, a lot of times, like you said, it ain't natural. It's just not.
Right.
So that's the
Now
big
that's
thing
one
that
thing
people
I
don't
hadn't
realize.
started doing, and I need to start doing. I ain't gonna sit up here and lie. I need to
no.
start busting them down. You're right. I appreciate
And
that.
the only reason I'm speaking on it as a man, like I said, I told y'all I'm a Muslim. Like the only reason I talk about it, and the belief is that if you ain't doing it, don't talk about it. So a lot of the stuff I'm sharing with y'all, I'm actually doing. And I've been off and on, but these last 10 years, like real strong, because what I was saying earlier is that it broke up a relationship. Like we had other issues, but the biggest thing was that I come from the country, got country people. Almost everything they do is raw and natural. And, just because they could, like my other grandma, she passed away. She, of course, was Native American also. She would grind her own meat. She was the type of person that if she had any like bones and trash and stuff like that, she didn't throw it in the trash because she put it in the freezer. And then whenever she get ready to throw the trash out, she disposed of stuff like that. She don't drink milk after a certain point. So all these little things that I thought was weird when I was growing up, I understood what she was about. She was about cleanliness of food, even after the food. She didn't like buy a lot of stuff that was already. She would, clean the chicken. She would, and like that's because I'm like you said, I'm in my 40s now, getting ready to push 50. I had that window of, far enough back to where they were some of the last generations doing it. So we did have to process stuff because that was considered like you got money. When you got the rice ronis and the stovetop stuffing instead of potato, all that was just like you say, it was quick, but it was also so people see it in your grocery bag. But the ones who are alive now, like I say, she's 90-something years old and she's recently just gotten sick, but that's how she eats. My grandmother meat smells different than anybody else. You know what I'm saying? When she's cooking, because
See, we come up on shelling peas and stuff in shape.
Yeah.
You feel me? We are at that age where we sex our granny and we shell peas. We wash. We pick rocks out of the
and used to
peas
hate it.
and wash.
817 felt like a hayseed bumpkin, and then you realize, no, they smarter than you. That's why they still alive. But you so caught up in this new world, and hey kids, try the new such and such, and it's like, man, you get the kids to want it, and then they push it on the parents, and then the parents feel bad, just like at Christmas time. Sometimes you ain't got it, but they still gonna make you do it. Now your light bill due, you looking crazy. It's hard, though. I understand it's hard, bro. It's really, really hard to just stop that because society says it's okay. But the killer part about it, every time people meet you, they be like, man, how old are you? And then you tell them how old you are. They like, man, you must this and that, and black don't crack and all that. And you don't want to say nothing because then they're going to start acting like you some health nut and you judging them. But the reason why you feel like that is because you feel guilty. I don't have nothing to do with your guilt that you feel. You came up to me because you want something. And you want something that's positive for once. Let me ask this dude. this young man, like they say, and then he'd be like, oh man, you know, I'm 39 years old, man. I can't be doing all that. You know, if I was young like you, I'd be like, bro, I'm 46, finna be. They'd be like, what?
Man, all the time, bro. Like somebody was surprised. I was telling them, I said I turned 43. Like I was on the ship, right? And I got off 2 days before my birthday. But I was telling them I turned 43 here in a couple of days, and they was like, "Damn, 43." And I was like, "Yeah, man, I know I'm getting up there." He was like, "I couldn't tell." He was like, "Bro, I would have thought you were 29, 30 at the most, you know." And I say, "Man, I'm slipping now. I feel like, you know what I'm saying? There's a lot that I need to do now." You know?
Yeah.
But
if you look that good and you're not doing right, imagine how good you're gonna look when you get on it.
Exactly. And like I've seen W. Wright say, I'm 33, I need to get on it now. It's the truth, bro. You need to go on and get on it because I'm telling you, in your early 20s, man, you're moving around, your metabolism's still high. And I was
athletic. In his prime.
Right, I was athletic, so it was part of my makeup. The cats I was around, we was all hoopers. So even in our life, you know, we were still making time to do that. But as life goes on, bills, kids, responsibilities, you start to succumb to the world, man. You start to succumb to the world. And I'm gonna tell you, I've been blessed enough to be able to step back away from the rat race and do something else to generate my income. That's one of the things. Like, I don't agree with a lot of stuff that Fred do and say on this show, but that's one thing I identify with Fred. See what I'm saying? When you get independent from the rat race and you start to make your own money independently, you know what I'm saying? And just making that trip in the morning to go get you something to eat or go get you some donuts is different from that motherfucker that's on that clock. Then you understand why he cutting people off and hitting the horn and shooting a finger at you or whatever. You did? Yep. Because he forced to do that in order to provide. It's different. It's different. So
you in there. Like I said, you can't make decisions. You just can't. You know, you more or less respond.
Start eating bad. Yeah, you start eating bad. You start right. So
you know what got me started. You know what got me started on my fasting shit was I went through like some weird ass depression for like 2 weeks where I wasn't really eating that much, right? And then after I got out of that, I got my tooth pulled. So for like another week, I really couldn't eat too much. So after 3 weeks of going through that, by the time I came back and I ordered my normal meal where I order it, I couldn't even finish half of it. And I was like, oh shit, like I'm not as hungry as I used to be.
Reset, Max. Yeah, you hit that reset.
Yeah. And then I just took it from there and I was like, all right, let me get on like chicken and salmon and veggies. I mean, I still dabble, like, you know, I went to the boardwalk yesterday with the fam, so I still had cheesecake and this and that, you know, whatever, like. But for the most part, my everyday, day in, day out, I eat 1 to 2 meals a day, if that, no snacks, and a lot of water. And I've been feeling better. Everybody's been telling me I slimmed down. I'm starting to fit clothes I wasn't fitting before. So I'm like, I'm feeling a little better. But now I just got to incorporate it with some exercise, hopefully.
No brain cloud. I used to have that brain cloud. Didn't even realize that was going on. You know, just hustling on the block all the time, like y'all was saying earlier, eating hot dogs and burritos and. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, what's even crazier is I smoke every day, all day, 24/7, morning, noon, and night.
Me too,
and
man.
The munchies don't even get me hungry, bro. Just from fasting, I'll be sitting here lit as fuck, not hungry at all.
Yeah.
Like when I get hungry now, I go grab a water bottle. You feel what I'm saying? And that's another thing too. I used to, you know, coming up, it was always a water jug. You feel what I'm saying? Always a water jug, but it always that'll turn people away. Right, or the water hose, right? But see, making a glass of water, you know, my sister said, quick, a glass of water, I'll make a glass of water, but if it ain't ice cold, I can't knock it down. But what I started figuring out, you got to get the right bottled water. You know what I'm saying? And it's good to have have a filter and have you some filter water.
We got the filter, yeah.
Right. But putting it in a container, it seems, you know what I'm saying? Even if you got one of the little bottles with the counter on it that tells you how much to drink or whatever, it seems to do me better. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's a real thing. They didn't tell you that though, 817, to keep one in your hand and it becomes a habit. And like you said, you visualize, you see it and you know you're doing it instead of, you know, so yeah, what you saying is A1, baby. Yeah, you're supposed to keep that bottle with you. I got a couple of cups besides, you know, like the little shaker cups you work out with, but I even got my wife on that because she loved water. When I started getting that for her, she kissed me so much, say, baby, thank you. She said, I can, you know, carry it with my little pinky and bring it to work. And she said, I can refill it. She said, I started really being conscious of what I drank throughout the day. Because sometimes, you know, you go to the bathroom, you piss in apple juice. You're like, man, what the hell, you know?
Right.
And then it stinks, it smell bad. You're like, damn, why my piss smell like that, you know?
Hey, but another big thing about that water shit right now, too, is like a lot of a lot of people are drinking the filtered distilled reverse osmosis. There's no minerals and nutrients in that though. You gotta get some artisan, some spring water, some alkaline water. You gotta get that in your body, man.
You got to get that. Just like you said, it doesn't have any minerals in it, and it don't have no, like I said, it's no electrolytes.
Yeah,
water.
it's clean. It tastes good though. It does taste good. It's soft. It tastes clean, but
very soft.
I'm gonna tell you another thing too.
You'll notice it though that it is different though. I'm glad he hit on that point. Yeah,
facts. I'm a nature show watcher, all that old shit. And the TV I bought, it's got Samsung Plus or something come with it. It's this nature show that I love. Every time my cats, I got 2 cats, they'll peep it like they outside and shit. You dig? So I leave it on for them. But I was watching these 2 cats that like to go out. One of them holistic and the other one military trained. 2 white dudes. I know y'all probably done seen it. But they like to go out and try to survive on the land and make it to a destination point, like any other one. But I seen them, one of the things I thought was interesting was water, and purifying water while you're out there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And dude was purifying it through what is it? Through
iodine or filter?
Running off the rocks.
Running off the rock. There you go.
And charcoal and all that. He have iodine pills.
Charcoal,
right. When it run off them rocks, you get your minerals and everything, man. That's
and he was saying that filter, and it was just fucked up to me. I'm thinking about charcoal, right? And I'm like, I'm not drinking no water that's running through charcoal. But they saying they taking water out of something that look clean, and the water ain't clean, running it through charcoal and actually cleaning it. But it's got the minerals in it that your body needs.
Yeah, it's carbon. Carbon cleans up. Hell, you carbon-based. Like they said, we all carbon-based organisms,
Facts.
Hey, Champion Heart. Look, Champion Heart in the chat. We'd say Champion Heart. And C. Jones, I'm just like that too. I drink room temperature, bro. My wife loves cold water, but I'll drink it like if it's hot or whatever, but I'm a room temperature type cat, man. I just she thought that was strange when we got married.
Alkaline water is supposed to be best at room temperature, but man, I am Champion Hard. He can attest to me talking to him about it, man. I get alkaline water, but man, I got to have some cold water, man. I
understand. That's how my wife is. She drink cold water.
But look, I came down to this analogy. I said, if I'm just majority putting as far as a liquid in my body, water, I'm doing something halfway good. I might not be doing it all the way good. I desire water, man. I wake up, I want water. Before I go to sleep, I want water. I want water all day. I will say
this, Santos. Now, everything that's cold is a luxury, man, because we didn't always have refrigeration.
Yeah, that's true. But
people didn't drink cold beer and cold juice and cold water.
But then when you in the mountains and stuff like that, it get cool at night. That water running off them rocks is gonna be cool. 9 to 10,
that's right.
Unless it's
and you don't want to drink nothing cold when it's cold and you're living outside either.
Yeah, but I gotta have my cold water, bro.
But no, I'm saying if you ever get into a situation to where you have to be outside, you'll start to understand that you shouldn't drink cold things, especially during the winter time.
You gotta drink that energy to keep you warm, man.
They boil.
That's a modern day luxury. That's why I said he don't even realize that he was just raised to where it could be refrigerated. We had water fountains in school. You got a refrigerator in your house, but that's an invention.
See, I remember drinking. I remember drinking water out of wells, man. It was always.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and well water is cold. I feel what you're saying. Yeah, well water do be cold. Well, depending where you live at.
And I've had water out of streams. I've had water out of streams, and it'd be cool. I can't. It's just the best taste. It's just best for me. I mean, mentally, that's my addiction. That's one of my flaws. Let's put it like that.
I will tell you this though: nasty ass water can be covered up if you make it cold with a squeeze of lemon.
Absolutely.
Definitely right.
That's why a lot of people drink it like that.
Office, my chiropractor's office, they got spring water, and I don't really like the taste of spring water. I really don't. But they have spring water, and they have it in a filtered machine, and it may not necessarily. I don't know if it's spring water or not. Let me say that, but I know it comes through a filtration system. And it's cool coming out, right? Man, when I drink it, when I ain't really just thirsty, and I don't really like the taste of it. But when I'm thirsty and it's got that frost on it when it come out of there, man, I'm killing it, man. I'm killing it.
But it is good to drink that to replace caffeine because I had a problem with that. That's one of my last vices, like they say, from pre-workouts and all this other stuff, is that When you wake up and drink ice cold water, it does shock you, make you wake up. It's good for your nervous system.
That's what I love about it in the morning.
Yeah, the
I
first
don't
thing
even
you
drink.
wake up and
I don't
drink is
even buy.
cold water. Yeah.
I don't
Man,
even buy
say,
the sport
Shay.
drinks anymore.
Yes, sir.
Hey, look, my old lady sitting right here, and she just looked up at me. Don't be doing all that shit, bro. Because on the cool,
She tell me get
every
off that
morning I
coffee.
get up, I get up, bro, and I, whatever I can drink first. You know what I'm saying? And she's like, no, get some water. You know what I mean? Get some
Because that
water
sparks your
first.
metabolism too. You're gonna burn more body fat. If you want to start losing weight like that, you hit that water in the morning. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's gonna help you with your metabolism, man. I had to slow my
she
wife
right
down because
again.
she's slim and trim like a bicycle rim. I said, you're gonna have to start drinking some juice.
See,
all this
man,
water.
she right again, man. See on the cruise too, bro. It's the one show you always make is the love and marriage show. You know what I'm saying? It's like the newlywed game show or whatever. And they always bring up 3 couples, right? One of them is just newly married, somebody that's been married about 10 to 15 years. And then you got the old school couple. You feel me? And the old school couple, bro, I'm going to tell you, I don't give a damn what man go up there. Generally, ain't shit he can say, ain't shit she say is wrong. And he won't say shit about her that's wrong. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's how they stick around.
That's what it is. People say, how y'all stay together so long? Being real. I'm gonna say stuff you don't like, but the thing is, what I had to learn too, like I said when I was saying that food ruined the relationship. If you just truly be honest with each other, man, even if it hurt, bro, this person cares about you because you can get past that instead of have to. Remember, I first always come on here with my speech. I ain't gotta win. I don't have to be the best. I don't, because that insecurity and that self-importance goes out the window, bro. Because you understand that you're still going to take care of yourself. You know what I'm saying? But you really care about this person enough to make them uncomfortable. Like you just have to, because I want you to be here with me. So this is going to make you mad at me now. But overall, I'm letting you know that I can sit here and just keep feeding you. And then you be in my 600-pound life. Now we on some reality TV show and this and that. But now I'm guilty. I'm an enabler. So we both just codependent. So who's going to watch out for who? That's because sometimes she going to be right. Sometimes you going to be right. Because as a man, where I come from, like you say, bro, it really is the real deal. We get beat down so much to where you have insecurities and that arrogance thing. So you don't want to be told anything because it makes you feel uncomfortable. But the big part about it is that everything I say is not to hurt your feelings. It's just that, you being honest with yourself inside your mind, you feel guilty. You don't need to be washing everything down with lemonade all the time, man. You know what I'm saying? Just saying straight up. Champion Heart, what you say? Avocado oil is really good to cook with. Yeah, I use grapeseed, olive oil, and avocado oil, stuff like that. And I use coconut. Coconut good to keep the yang up. That coconut oil, yeah, that's one of them natural bodybuilding type things I learned from my brother. When you be on that coconut oil, yeah. What they say, it make you feel, what is it, vitality? I forgot how my boy said it too. You feel vibrant. You feel, yeah. But they right. When I started getting away from them other oils too, because a lot of the oils they got over here in America, it's not always the best for us. And I don't even cook with a lot of oil that much. But the reason why I use grapeseed is because that's one of the ones you can cook at a high temperature with. I'm from the South, so I still fry stuff here and there, but it be so far and in between. Or I don't eat very many meals like that. I just don't. And it took years to get there to where everything changes to like Mex was saying, a few other people, like after you fast a few times, bro, it is what it is. You ain't gonna want it, man. You're just not gonna want it. And your body's like, I appreciate this. Please.
Man, let me tell you, Chief, right? I got a soon to be 13-year-old little girl, and I had her on Friday. It was probably about 10 o'clock at night, and she wanted a little snack. She thin as a pole, so I ain't really tripping. I was like, fuck it, let's go to 7-Eleven. We go. She grabbed her snack, and it's been a while. It's been about at least a month and a half since I've had any like candy, anything. So I'm looking like, damn, okay, I ain't had a Reese's in a minute. Let me try that. And let me get my favorite chips. I came home. I took one bite of each thing I had, and nothing hit me. Like I ate one bite of Reese's peanut butter, didn't taste good. I ate chips, didn't taste good. Like nothing tasted good to me no more. I had all that, like wasted probably $20 in snacks just sitting there. My daughter's like, Dad, you're not gonna eat that? I was like, nah.
That was one of my favorites too. You right, Mex, because and it was gritty and super sweet. I grew up. I like Rolos and I liked them Reese's when I was a kid. I can't even eat them no more like that. And 817, man, what you got to do is set a time for yourself. Don't 817. Everything is slow rolling, baby, because you're gonna feel guilty if you try to fast and then you keep crashing. You have to let yourself know, hey, this is new. I'm not going to be the best at it. I got to keep shooting free throws. I got to keep shooting this jab till it gets solid. You're not going to just be knocking people out like Deontay, bro. You got to start off real slow. So when you wake up in the morning, just pick a time throughout the day that you're going to not eat. I'm not going to eat until lunchtime. But you got to think about what you ate the night before, too, because you may wake up hungry. Then you start learning about yourself. That's the big thing. Whenever you start, and people don't realize fasting is just abstaining. You don't have to fast like a Muslim from till sundown. You don't have to fast like a lot of my Christian brothers and just eat fruit or eat fish. It's just whatever time you want to start doing it to give your body a break. Because the main thing you're doing is letting your stomach rest. Your stomach needs
insulin.
If you constantly keep your stomach full and working, that in itself starts to break you down because your stomach is never allowed to be empty. You got to let it get empty. That's why when the brother, and like I said, I'm not with the nation, but what the brother Elijah Muhammad was saying was true, that eating once a day, because think about it. How could you really travel, fight, survive in the wild, but you got to eat 3 or 4 meals a day? Like, for real, how could you do that? That's not a real thing. Humans didn't eat that way. Even the poorest person in America is still one of the richest persons on the planet just because we have so much access to food. That's why it's a shame that people are starving in America, because everybody knows about America. Everybody say America fat because we got the fattest food. You just need to let your stomach rest at first. Then you
817 is on it. He said he don't eat till about 4 or 5 and he wakes up around noon. Then I mean,
but you got to make sure you're still eating like your good stuff, like what they call it now, your micros, your macro. You just got to get your vitamins in you. You can't always be like an American, which is what, starch and protein.
Yeah,
French
you got to have
fries,
nutrients. You definitely
you
got
to have your nutrients. See, Mexico is shocking and rocking, and you can get it from different places, and you might have to supplement a little bit too. What you may have to do is just wake up and make you a smoothie. Mix your fruits and your vegetables in it. You know what I'm saying? Stay away from milk. Some people like milk. Some people don't like milk. Some people want the almond milk or whatever, but it's just that you say you eat mostly just twice a day. So what are you doing as far as activity too? And it's not going to be overnight, 817. That's the big thing about it, because I fasted when I first reverted for like about 3 to 4 years before it started really just catching on. But, you know, like I said, I was still recently coming out them streets too. The good thing is you got a woman on side of you that's in your face though. Yeah, he said he gave up milk, only oat milk. Well, yeah, you on the road then, baby. Now, some of the stuff you just gonna have to realize that stomach fat gonna be the last thing to go. That's just the way it is. You know, it's the first thing to come and the last thing to go, and it's gonna go from the top to the bottom. You
but the stomach bloat will be one of the first things to go. The bloated stomach will go almost immediately. You won't have that big old.
It'll reduce inside, but you know you got that little deposit next, like that little poochie.
You still got the love. I still got my love handles, all that shit. Yeah.
What they call the saddlebags. Yeah, you had them saddlebags. You like you had a WWE belt on, like I used to. I told them, But the that's gonna still firm you up under the muscle. But the big thing is trying to firm your metabolism. That sugar is what it is. You 8-1, you just came up with sugar, bro. You were sugar in your cereal, sugar in the potatoes. Everything has sugar on it. So now your body, what it does, it doesn't process that. You become insulin resistant is what they call it. So your body is not going to believe you until you keep doing it. Then eventually it's going to switch over and realize, okay, well, he's not giving me sugar all the time. I'm going to have to start using something else as another source of fuel. You know what I mean? And that's when your stomach starts to slowly come off. Like that's what it is, you know? But the thing is, it was thinking that right now, I can have all this sugar. So you know what fat is? Fat is just fuel, y'all. It's just fuel that you can't burn. That's all it is. That's why during the wintertime, when we were out there hunting and everything, your body was a little heavier during the wintertime because it wanted to hold on to a certain amount of fat just in case for hard times. During the summertime, you normally were more leaner because you're out and about, running around, you know, you're more active. So your body understood that too. So it's nothing really wrong with a little bit of body fat. Like I tell people, it's just America wants you to be chiseled and all this. You see bodybuilders and all this. It's not natural, bro. That's why they got to cut weight. And then you see them up there flexing and doing all that. They tired as hell because they so
dehydrated.
Yeah, they dehydrated. Hit them with it, Mex. So it's not a natural look. It's not real. That's why the moment they come off of it, if you see them after that, they look puffy, because the body sways back to where it's supposed to be at. That's why when guys are cutting weight for boxing too, they say it's the worst goddamn feeling in their life because it's not natural. You don't need to lower your body weight that much. Well, I should say your body fat, because the brain runs on fat. That's why it's so crazy when I started doing all that stuff. I said, man, so You telling me, so yes, why people have these problems and they crashing and burning and running on caffeine because they cut out so much fat that the brain is not operating correctly. You're not giving it what it needs. But most people love fat because fat is where flavor's at. That's another reason why
you need natural fats from like meat and
natural
shit
fat.
like that. Yeah.
It's one of those alls that you can like look, chap, you know, I'm talking about that avocado all again too. Yeah, you can cook it at a high level, you know what I mean, to get that feeling. I love that they got these air fryers now because a lot of people just
oh my God, that changed my life, yo.
Yeah, because you like that crunchiness. You know, you used to eating that. That's what it is. It's nothing wrong to be pleased with what you eating or having pleasure from it, but you just don't want that to override the main purpose. It's fuel. It's for you.
I never had chicken breast so good. Oh my God, air fryer. Bro, that should be juicy. I'll be cutting the chicken breast, there'll be juice popping out. I ain't never seen no shit like that.
Yeah, that's why I said we just started to get smarter. But you know how humans are. We since we the highest and the sentient beings and all that, we just think about stuff before and after and all that. Animals don't want that. That's why you blow cigarette smoke in the cat or dog face. They take off running from you. You know what I'm saying? It's little stuff like that we do. And alcohol is another one in America.
Alcohol's bad. Yeah, it's a lot of sugar in that shit too. One little hint or one little tip I could give for fasting, something that I learned too, was just slowly cut off a half an hour. So like slowly just eat a half an hour later than you usually do, and stop eating a half hour early, and that cuts off an hour every day until you get to a window. Because by me, I'll go 8 hours at the most with my window, but I'm pretty much down to a 6 hour window now, and sometimes a once a day meal. I've only done one time where I've gone like 24 hours with nothing in my, like a full day fast before I ate again. But I mean, I thought it was gonna be bad. I thought I was gonna be like lightheaded and have no energy and be like barely hanging on. But I've been the opposite. I've been like just cool. I almost feel like, I don't know, just
you don't realize the craving is unnatural. Because I mean, how did people survive? I keep always going back, how do they survive? And that's what helped me, is that these people would go, like you say, a full day without eating. You know, I'm not gonna always say they're the biggest power lifters or nothing like that, but how did they live these lives? Because your body wasn't equipped for that. You're not supposed to.
When you look at human history, a lot of like the hunter gatherers, like it could be 2 or 3 days before you got, you know, a kill and some
That's
food.
why they say you can live off water and not food. Yep.
Water and some berries and some greens real quick for a little while. Yeah, before you get that.
And it's slow digestion to satiate you. You don't have that grumbling, hurting in your stomach. You know what I mean? But yeah, the real hunger is when you know that you haven't eaten, like you say, Mex, and then all of a sudden you see a deer running across there. You be laser sighted because you know you got to kill it. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And that's a difference than you. What happens when you eat too much? Look at royalty back in the day. They all got gout. They had gout. Their feet was getting cut off and all that. This gout was what? Eating too much. You just it's this decadence. That's the word I'm looking for.
I'm actually like, that's the most surprising thing about fasting to me, is I thought the very first thing was I was going to be hungry all the time. And that's like the first thing I went was the urge for hunger. Like I said, even smoking every day, I don't be feeling like I need to eat. Sometimes I need to remind myself, like, dang, bro, it's already 7. You haven't eaten yet. Like, I
do that at times. You're right, Max. Yep, you're right about that one. I do forget, you know, and my wife, because we'll be sitting there talking and doing stuff, and I look over, I said, baby, did you eat? And she like, oh, I'm tripping. You know, we both get up and we eat and do whatever. And you know what else I noticed when I started cleaning up a lot? I didn't burp as much. You're not always burping and farting and burping. I mean, you're going to fart and burp when you eat a lot of greens and stuff like that, because that's different. But you know what I'm talking about. You just sitting there patting yourself like, because your stomach trying its best to digest that. You know what I'm saying? It's just trying to sit there and do something with what you've given it. And Centos was telling the truth, too, about that beef. It just stays inside of you. You got to, pause.
I still eat that, man. I still eat steaks. I still eat burgers. But I don't eat as much.
I eat it once a day. I would eat. This is how I do it. And I had a problem. My last vice is my buttermilk biscuits. That's one of the things as far as like the different carbs. But I'll eat a lean steak, something like I like New York strip. So I'll give me a New York strip.
Oh, and, my favorite.
Of course, baby, a grill it, boom, boom, minute on each side, stick it in the oven. You know what I'm saying? Get it brown, all nice. I like it with the salt, pepper, rosemary, and then I'll have a salad with that. The salad will normally have carrots, cucumbers, 2 different types of lettuce or whatever. And then I eat that with vinegar and oil. And then I throw my biscuit on the plate too. And when you start fasting and eating a certain way, that meal right there is going to hold me down, because it's going to take a little while for me to digest the meat. So I got my carbs. I got the good carbs, which is the veggie. I got the fast carbs, which is the biscuit. And then I got my protein and fat source, with the creatine, because as you get older, y'all guys need to get that creatine, bro, when you start getting older. If you're going to cut out on the meat and all this stuff like that, if DB is still here too, because they'll tell you a lot of vegetarians and vegans, they have to supplement to a certain amount because you still need to get that creatine in you. And like they say, vitamin E's and all. I'm getting all technical, y'all, but the thing is that you do need your protein for muscle maintenance, but it's the creatine that's in it that you really need.
Protein is a must, period. It's a must.
Yeah, it is. Yes, sir.
But there's other sources of protein. We got to remember, beef is, red meat is good for protein. You don't have to cut it all the way out, but
chicken and salmon.
You don't need to overconsume it though, and because it can be more harmful than helpful at that point. But at the same time, we got to think about when we look at nature, gorillas, one of the strongest animals on earth, cows, one of the strongest and biggest animals, domestically on earth that we know of here in the United States. They are normal. They are naturally carnivorous. They don't. I mean, not carnivorous, but they're what is when you eat nothing but vegetables? Anyway, they mostly eat plants. That's that's all cows do eat. Plant pretty much, unless somebody feed them some kind of feed or something that I don't know nothing about. They natural food is plants. Gorillas, they natural food are plants. They don't really get down with different meats and stuff like that. But I'm not gonna say that none of them eat meats, But
they do eat a small amount, like you say. But people don't realize, like you say, since there's a lot of plants with protein, they're not high in protein, but you don't need that because you're not trying. People don't realize in America now, you eat all that protein because you want to build muscle. Everybody wants to be big and strong, but the biggest thing is just maintenance. Now you won't be able to do certain things, but I mean, what are you really trying to do on a daily? You're not gonna run a marathon. You're not going to do a triathlon or nothing like that. I tell folks, so what you want is something that's going to keep you alive, basically. But they try to feed you this protein because we're Americans. So what do we do? I'm from Texas. They got all kind of cows in Texas, baby.
Yeah.
So they're going to push Texas on you. Remember this commercial? The other white meat, when they was pushing pork on people.
It's all about capitalism when it comes down to that.
It's capitalism. So a lot of it is not motivated by health. It's motivated by can I get paid? Yeah, plant-based, like you say, champion. But 817 boxing, I don't know what medicines you're taking, but that smoothie will help with that in the morning because it'll just curb it, and just, get up and drink your water and, you know what I'm saying, chill out for a second, make whatever smoothie you're going to make. And the thing is, you make your own smoothies, bro. Start experimenting. Like I learned that I didn't like the vegetables at first until I started adding green apple and pineapple to it. So I was banging up all kind of green smoothies, yellow smoothies, and some of them was good, some of them was garbage. But I realized the way to get past a lot of that stuff with the veggies was to add a little fruit to it, which you should be mixing it anyway, like they say. But green apple cut a lot of. No, my bad.
I'm gonna go ahead and treat myself and invest in a real juicer, man. That's something I need to do, man. I got a homie, man. He been juicing for a few years, and I'm gonna invest in a real juicer. I'm gonna get on my. I tried to get into juicing on a entry level with blenders a few years ago, but I didn't stick to it. But I'm gonna try to go further than that, and get me a real juicer. And I'll do the blender with the smoothie type thing, but I'm gonna do some real juicing where I have nothing but straight natural juice at the end when I'm finished. What does that sound? Anybody know?
Well, 817, whatever veggie you like. That's what I was saying, because sometimes people do the veggies and they be like, man, this thing garbage, bro. And I say, well, you might want to add something tart or sweet to it because veggies can be flat. They just taste like nothing sometimes. So when you add that to it, it actually brings the flavor out. That's why I said those two, which was pineapple and green apple, because they kind of tart. So when I added that to say, for instance, what I was doing for a while, of course you do the lettuce and, kale became all famous, all you got to do is look at the rich white women and see what they doing half of the time. But that's what I was doing, is that I would go with green, whatever was green, and then I would add different colors to it. And then I just throw the green apple in there or the pineapple in there with it to give it a good flavor. You're going to have to learn which consistency you like. Some people like it to be real smooth. Some people like the thick like mud. Some people like a little grainy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like I said, the pineapple and green apple. I'm trying to watch 817. You will see the difference just that quick. Because my good thing about it, I got a country woman. She a chickpea, field pea type, so she's always on greens. Her mom is 80 years old. She's the baby of the family. So her mom is still working right now. Her mama takes care of old people and works at a school, and she's 80 years old. So she drives every day and goes to the school, cook for the kids, and then she leaves there at the end of the day and goes sit with a lady that's probably 15 years younger than her. So when I say she come from that kind of background, yes, sir, go ahead.
She's staying busy. Plus,
Yeah,
she
she a
herself
tall woman
busy.
too. She
She's
about
not
like right
sitting
at
around.
6 foot. She got good posture, everything. Yeah, me and my brother be flirting with her. We like my mother-in-law sexy because she still is. You know, at 80 years old, I told my wife, baby, I know what you're gonna look like, and it motivates me to stay with you. She always laugh when I tell her that, but it's the truth because like they say, you want to look at her, look at her mom.
Ask. I'm glad you told me that because I was just thinking that. Hey, I was just thinking that I didn't want to ask. I'm glad you answered that because it was in the back of my mind. I don't want to be disrespectful, and I know your wife, she be on me sometime, man. You know, so I was thinking about
Yeah,
the
she's
girl.
sexy, man. She a beautiful woman. We always mess with her. She real. She real country. She like, okay, baby, got that little light. Well, baby, I'm just going. You know, that kind of, because she country. When I say country, beautiful though. And she, like I said, she a tall woman. And we always ask her, like, well, mama, she like, well, but her only vice, because she came up in the country, was Coca-Cola. Because, you know, they couldn't have Coke back then. So when she got older, you know, she was able to buy herself Coca-Cola. She don't drink. She don't smoke. You know what I'm saying? She's that type that she gonna make everything. You hear that knife going in there. It ain't nothing out the bag too much, you know. And it's just because of how she is. You know, one of them women that pushed the chopping block up to the wood stove and started cooking. You know, that type of throwback. 817, you stupid, bro. You gonna Yeah, I tell my mother-in-law all the time. I'm like, Mama, you jazzy. She say, boy, you need to slow down. I'm like, I'm just letting you know, man. You know, I was really messing with your daughter to get to you. And she always fall out laughing when I say all that because they motivate. I told my wife, I said, you know how blessed you are that your mama that age? She taking care of people younger than her. And she works at a school with children because she cooks and bakes. So she's that type too. Like what you said, 817, she does that culinary type stuff. So she knows exactly what's going in and out of her body, bro. And she don't do a lot of this new wave stuff. Like she say, well, what that is, baby? Oh, no, baby. I'll just cut that myself. You know, what that's okras in it? Nah, I get my own okras, baby. You know, that type of thing. And she's, what you say, shucking peas, like I said earlier. They just don't see no sense in it. You know, every now and then she'll buy something. Like if she baking, she'll tell the truth and say, well, baby, I added a little instant into my cake to kind of stretch it because I got to the end of it, you know. You know what I mean? And she'll say something about it because she felt like she's cheating. Because she doesn't, you know, you just didn't do that. You know, I'm just keeping it above. And like I told you, my grandmother's 94. And she was still driving up until like about 3 or 4 years ago. And it's because of how she cooks. She just doesn't eat a lot of stuff because she said, what that box say, baby? Oh no, I don't do the box stuff, baby. That's grandma good on that. You know how them old women be because they don't know what's in that. They be like, well, baby, it say it's the you know, and they be like turned off by it. So I'm like, okay, grandma, why you don't do? She say, baby, I'm just telling you straight up, baby. I don't know what's in there because I didn't do it. And I just sat there and thought about it one day. I'm like, damn, she's so right. Just because you say it's something and then everybody got diabetes, because my close friend, he's maybe a year older than me. I saw him, man, he looked so good. I said, man, you look good, man. What you got going? He said, man, I was pre-diabetic. I had to. And I tripped out because, you know, he's like a weightlifter and football player and all that. But he liked them ice honey buns. And he'll wash it down with a Monster. So I started thinking about it over them years. Yeah, he was just all because he had to work. So he'll get that ice honey bun in the morning, wash it down with that giant Monster, and he was able to run until lunchtime. He said it started catching up with him, though. So he went back to what we were doing in the country, listening to his mama, listen to this, listen to that. But that's the thing. I didn't want to get to that point because remember we was talking Sentosa, I started getting skinny fat with that woman. Mm-hmm. She want to eat boudin every day, you know, because we down on the coast. So boudin and this and that. But the thing is, you just can't eat that processed stuff all the time. And it's better for you just to prepare your own food. Yes, it's a headache. I tell people, but eventually you become used to it. I didn't like that meal planning stuff. I thought they was crazy sitting there making your food ahead of time. I used it for a while. Now I don't have to do it because I keep pretty much the same food in my house. So I can go in there and make a quick meal, like we said with the avocado oil, or I can make me a salad, or I can do this. And it don't just have to be salad. I steam most of my vegetables. You know, and you can make it with a broth. I had to do it for my grandson. My wife was the one that was doing that. The kids would never, ever eat anything that grows out the ground. So what she would do, she'll sit there and steam it, but she'll add like a beef broth or turkey broth or chicken broth to it. Man, them kids will bang that food up after a while because they just needed that little flavor. They so used to eating so much meat that she always was finding a workaround. And they would actually eat the vegetables, and it didn't destroy the vegetables. Because you ain't gotta. People trip me out. They think they gotta cook vegetables. No, bro, you don't have to cook them. You know what I'm saying? You just need to kind of steam them a little bit. And I'm gonna shut up, y'all. I'm starting to kind of dominate this.
I mean, if you can eat them raw, it's better. You get more nutrients out of it.
Yeah, you're right. And I do eat them raw. Like I even in my salads, like I say, we'll chop up certain things. And my wife turned me on it, and like she got me loving peppers in my salad. The orange ones, the red ones.
Oh, bell peppers.
Yeah, she put peppers in her stuff, the little sweet peppers and all that is raw. Like, the ones that you get in the bag, a bunch of little ones, they be different colors. Man, them things be slamming, man. She put them things in my salad, and I'm not like no big salad person, man. I hated salads coming up. I mean, with a passion. I was like, why I want to eat grass, bro? I don't want grass on my hamburger. That's how I used to say it.
Stuff. I love my vegetables.
Now I do. I love them, especially because it took a while. And then I have Asian friends. They started showing me how to mix the different nuts and stuff. Like you do your Centos, you say you do that the trail mix and all that. Oh yeah,
I'm eating it right now.
Pumpkin seeds, like one of my favorite salads is pumpkin seeds, regular sunflower seeds, cashews, almonds, and then I put the all the other stuff I told you. And then the biggest thing is I don't use no salad dressing anymore. I never thought I'd be that person. My baby makes my stuff now. She makes it with oil, vinegar, and she'll put her own seasonings in it. That's it. Like, it's hard for me to even eat ranch, which I love ranch. A ranch went on everything. Ranch on pizza, ranch, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, but I don't even fool with it no more. Like, I really don't. And
I'm about the oils on my salad.
Yeah, I gotta have it, man. It tastes weird to me now
to put lemon on my shit.
Yeah, because I'm talking about you couldn't take my ranch from me. I probably would have, man, held you hostage. You took ranch from me. And now I don't even, the bottle stay in there till the top get crusted now. She used ranch more than me now. And she didn't realize that she changed I call my wife my nutritionist. Because when I started these 10 years ago, I was really trying my best to isolate myself and just do what I'm supposed to be doing. Because my kids is another concern. My kids started getting heavy. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't want that to be a generational thing. But being with her, man, just going back to that country style lifestyle, man, that incurred everything. But yeah, 817, and that makes you feel full when you use the cashews and almonds. Centos will tell you, I know he be full. I know a lot of times he'll be eating them here and there, and they curb your hunger. Yeah, cheesecake. Oh, that's my J8, man. I kill me and you behind the cheesecake. That's one thing I had to slow down on too, because that was one of my vices. I'm talking about I with ice cream. I put it in the freezer and let it get real hard and be sitting there. I eat a whole cheesecake by myself. You know what I mean? Like for real. That was besides
yo. Like I just said, this past Sunday I went to the boardwalk. I had deep fried cheesecake rolled in cinnamon and sugar, and I did not feel bad about it at all. But today I'm back on my shit. You know what I mean? Today I'm back on my shit, and I had just some chicken breast and some rice. So.
Man, look, Brent Jones talking about cheddar biscuits, bruh. That's one of my cheat meals, like they say. I go to Red Lobster and get me a dozen of them boys and sit in the corner, walk over there and see what happens. I'm gonna sound like a pit bull, but I don't do it very often because I always pay for it. And that sauteed spinach, that's the other thing I put on my salads. I started eating a lot of raw stuff, like Mick said. I didn't even cook my spinach anymore. The baby leaves and all that. Man, I never thought I'd be in all this. My friends look at me now, be like, "Damn, bro, you one of them old California white girl acting." I'm like, "Nah."
Hey, that's what I'm saying. Like, I used to make fun of people like this.
Yeah,
like, oh, look at you,
all of them sweating mix and can't. Yeah. Man, I don't know, man. My heart bar. I'm like, yeah, bro. That's why I'm running around here doing stuff now. Now I feel. It used to make me feel embarrassed, but until I kept remembering, like, dog, don't let that peer pressure bother you.
You know what it is? You know what it is?
They're just jealous. They want to be able to do it. And I'm not taking pleasure in their jealousy. I'm just understanding it. They wish, but I said, dog, I just started one day, Mex. I just started. I say, man, I started, I failed, I started, I failed, and then eventually it started getting to where it was my lifestyle. People don't realize it has to be a lifestyle, not like I'm going on a diet, because Americans make that word bad. Diet just means what are you eating? It doesn't mean taken away. It doesn't mean I'm not gonna. It just means what type of diet. People who live down, they live Mediterranean. They eat this way. People over here, they eat more meat. And it's just what's in your diet. Don't make
you know what? One thing I think that kind of fucked me up, and I'm pretty sure a lot of dudes have this problem too, is when I was a teenager, when I was early 20s, and I was an athlete, and I was playing sports fucking 5 days a week, like my metabolism was so fucking fast that I got bad habits from it because I would just eat crazy knowing I would never get fat. And then once those 30s hit, that shit wasn't coming off my body as quick as it used to. But I had these habits of 30 years worth of just, I can eat anything I want. I can eat any time of the day. I can, people always look at me like, bro, where do you put the food at? I'm eating 6 plates. I'm eating, 24-ounce steaks and shit. And then I just realized, like, damn, my metabolism just gave up on me one day and said, nah, bro, we ain't doing this shit no more.
Yeah, that's what happened. That interest starts slowing down. Hey, Lance Meyer, that's one of the reasons why I said that I was trying to get away from that, because I didn't want to keep arguing with somebody else about what I want to eat, because they felt guilty. And I keep using that word guilty because that's what it is, because you sit there and you eat all that stuff and then you start getting heavier. You're not fine like you were in school. And a lot of women go through that, especially after that first child. They have that first child. And when they sitting there, they just eating. They got all these cravings and this and that. Some of them can lose that afterwards, but a lot of them can't. And me and my wife both had that skinny fat. That's why I'm addressing Lance Meyer. And it's just around your gut. That's all sugar. You're just eating a bunch of sugar, but you don't realize. You think, well, I'm eating these noodles, sugar. Noodles is one of the things for college students, people that's in jail, people that's trying to make it. And I just hate noodles now, bro. Unless they real noodles, like you go to the real spot and get the real
ramen
noodles.
with the broth, pork broth and shit. Yeah.
Yes, sir. And you eat the real deal. And I know it's hard, man, because your brain will sit there and scream at you if you stop certain things. To where I know people go through withdrawal symptoms. So I'm telling from experience, baby. Like I just sat there and then went out damn near in the blizzard to go get a cheesecake one day because it was just bothering me in the back of my mind. My wife, she went through a tiramisu thing. I got on that tiramisu cake, man. She turned into a monster, man. I had to slow her down on that. I'm like, baby, you're going to have diabetes. She's like, man, it's so good. It's so light, and you can just cut your fork through it. And I said, look at you. Now you cheating on me with tiramisu cake. You rather be with the cake than be with me half of the time. Then she was able to get herself together. But it was hard. And I keep telling everybody it's not going to be easy. And if you can just do a little something, you got to start off small, bro. Because most people try to go fast, Mex, and then they fail, and then they feel bad. And then they go back into the old habit. And it's just this cycle. You know what I'm saying? You just keep going through this cycle. Because I had to quit cigarettes. It took me off and on for a while. I never smoked a cigarette till I was damn near a grown man. Out in the streets hustling, see everybody else smoking. Now all of a sudden I'm on them Cool Filter Kings in the box. Yeah, let me get a box of them Cool Filter Kings.
Man, I smoked cigarettes for 1 month because everybody convinced me it got you higher. They're like, well, if you smoke a blunt, then you smoke a cigarette, you get higher. I was like, oh, okay, let me try
that. Yeah, that's the bad baby. She had to get off of those. She had to do the vaping and all this other stuff. But the thing is, like they say, you're trying to reduce it. That's it. You got to, what they say, a lesser evil, instead of, because she started realizing it was more than just the nicotine. It was the other stuff. And now when she goes around, she's like, man, that's what I smelled like. Everybody say that. And she smelled her mouth whenever she started chilling out. You know what I'm saying? Look, he said that chocolate chip pecan cookies. I can't, man. Come on, y'all finna make me start backsliding, Lord.
Hey, you and me both, Champion Heart, and that's why I just don't keep them shit to my house no more.
Don't keep them in the crib.
Man, I didn't even buy Girl Scout cookies this season, man. That's a big step.
I use them as workout stuff, Max. Like some days, like if I have to go to the gym real quick, I'll eat something sweet because that's the time you can get away with it. You can eat a donut in the morning because it got a lot of fat in it, a lot of sugar, but you got to go straight to the gym. Like you can't be sitting there playing. I even use it as a post-workout, but that's after you get to a certain point. You can't lie to yourself and be like, yeah, this half a dozen right here, because I worked out. No, because now you're starting to lie. It was just a meal replacement, so I wouldn't go in the gym and feel flat, like I'm tired and all this and that. So you can kind of, get away with certain things, but you just got to keep it a buck. Man, he got me thinking about them damn pecan, because, man, pecan is one of my
other. I eat a whole ball of that shit. I'll be good.
Man, look, he say La Madeline. Boy, you from Texas. Why you going to bring that up? Why you going to bring up La Madeline, man? Come on, bro. 817, you ain't about, man. Man. Me and my wife were just talking about that yesterday. La Madeline, old fancy, man. And it be slamming at that place, bro. That's a place that you don't want to go if you're trying to get your diet together. You better not even drive by that, boy. For real, for real. because I like old cornbread. He said, I promise I hate cornbread. I don't eat none of that old time stuff. Well, I feel you on that, man. It just depends on who cornbread too. Some people like sweet cornbread. Some people don't. They like the, like I like mine. I like that sweet cornbread, with the little butter on it. But they didn't make it.
Some good cornbread is.
Yeah, let me say it the right way. Cornbread, like we said. Yeah, look, don't be laughing at me, 817. Like, for real, when last time you went to La Madeline, bro? Man, gonna sit here and sabotage just trying to talk about healthy stuff, and he gonna bring that up, man. You out of line, man. And I didn't even make it go down that road, but I see a lot of brothers that's in it. Like when I be checking out these different shows, man, brothers be looking good. Oh, you went today? Boy, stop. You say J8 on that old time stuff nobody want. Yeah, well, hold on. Man, cornbread all right, man. You don't like that at all, Brent? You don't do no... Well, what kind of pastries you like, Kinfo? What kind of breads you like, Oh, lemon is my
you know favorite. What? The hardest thing for me is getting rid of the carbs because I love sandwiches and I love pasta, man. Those are my go-to.
Just got to get good bread, Max. Don't buy the cheap bread. I tell people that. Try to buy the good bread. I know it costs more. My wife is like that too because she was a sandwich head for a while. And when I started getting her on the different breads, she was like, damn, okay. What I was getting on at first because she liked her butter bread. So I started showing her another kind of butter bread. And I started showing, they say, go with the stone ground. Don't just get the regular because it's processed. You want stuff. The bread should be a little heavy to it, have a little weight to it, like they say a lot of time, because they put a lot of stuff in there to make the bread just feel soft. Oh, I'm about them cheddar biscuits, Brent. We said that earlier. I told you I go to Red Lobster, and yeah, for sure. And they're going to last a little while, though, because I try not to go too hard and just sit there and eat a half a dozen crumbs every damn well, looking like I ain't never ate before. Yeah, but so I still got my stuff that I do. People see me eating certain candies. Oh, I thought you was just, and you was I say, man, it was invented for you to have, for pleasure. But I'm not going to eat it every day acting like I'm going to live off of Twix. I like my Twix, but I'm not going to eat them all the time. And when you start fasting, the first thing you start noticing is that you're not really crazy about that sugar like you used to be. Because that's one of the biggest things.
That's the first thing. That's the first thing, for sure.
You know what?
Your body,
the only chocolate,
it taps into your fat stores.
The only chocolate, you know what? I don't got so hooked on dark chocolate. I've acquired a taste for that. When I eat milk chocolate, it don't even taste right to me anymore.
Yeah.
I don't like
you get the real deal. You're right, J8. People gave bread a bad name, but it's not like that. It's just the bread that we make. Let's just say American food. I'm gonna keep saying American food. Most people
I go to farmers market every week, so I'm getting fresh made bread, rolls, all that ciabatta, everything every week.
Oh yeah, but that's why I go messing with the man. Them panaderillas, yeah. When you go get real stuff, like they say, hecha la mano, baby. Yeah, that's the real deal. When you getting stuff that's like she made it, you smell it when you're pulling up. Because they got their way of doing it. He said, I don't want no neck bones. What's wrong with you, Brent? You don't like no soul food at all? He going hard on the soul food, man. A1 say my baby loves sweets. That's her thing. When she fasts, she try to make up for it. Oh, Lord. So she just doing the pendulum. She sway all the way one way, and then she sway all the way the other way. That's what's going on, A17. She rewarding herself. She'll say, okay, well, I did good today. So let me, doing that type of stuff. I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, Brent Jones hating on the soul food, man. I mean, you can't eat it all the time because, you're going to sit there and sweat in the AC. You don't want that. I don't do no hog mogs and all that no more, and chitlins. And, I don't do our old slave food no more.
Hey, you give me them oxtails and them
that's one of my favorite foods. I eat oxtails, Max. Bruh, and now that's why we was talking about it the other day. Who I was speaking with. That's why they so high now. They didn't used to be that. They ain't used to be like that. Now they like what, about $13 a pound or something? I think the last time I saw them.
I've never seen them in the store ever. I can only get them from soul food spots or Caribbean spots.
Or the meat market. You can go to meat markets too if you can find a good meat market.
Nah, we don't got them out here. You got to find
a lot of parts of the.
What happened, Cinto? Cinto left?
A lot of parts of the pig. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir. Okay, there you go.
Can y'all hear me? Hold on. Yeah, I'm having some phone frequency troubles tonight, man. It ain't doing what it's supposed to be doing. But the pig was always a poor man's meat delicacy. You know, they gave us the scraps, you know, back in the day, and we made do with it. And now it's become like some great entrees, hood wise, and they're in these and then a lot of these three meat and three type of restaurants are cooking that stuff. And then you got Paula Dean, you know, restaurants like that that's on the upper end commercial level with meat and threes that's serving that kind of stuff. And so many people get exposed to, so the value increased because of because of the demand for it, you know. And a lot of people were saying ugh back in the day, and now they're saying
because they go to soul
you
food
know,
restaurants right
they
now,
eating that
Santos, you know.
stuff.
Yeah, it's trendy to
Right.
go to This Is It,
Yeah.
you know,
They
places
still,
like
you know,
that.
people, yeah, from the rooter to the tutor. They still eating from the rooter to the tutor. You know what I'm saying? So I can't get down with it. You know, I don't eat most parts of the pig throughout my life. Ears. I've even had a pig snout on my plate, but the last time I had one on my plate, I couldn't do it. You know, brains. I'm gonna tell you, I've eaten just about every part. I've eaten just about every part of the pig, or at least tasted it, except for the balls. You know, hog nuts. I ain't never
Yeah, so
done
what
that.
kind of fish y'all like? What about you, Santos? You don't do fish like that? You said that you cut out a lot of meat because they talk about fish in the chat.
I love salmon is my favorite meat. I mean, my favorite fish.
That's
I like
a steak
cod.
right there.
Yeah, I like salmon, cod. I like trout. I hadn't had any trout in a while, and I think I'm gonna get ready to buy me some trout pretty soon. And
I ain't had no snapper in a while. I want some red
what other
snapper.
fish? Yeah,
like they talking about steak, lobster,
eat that.
some ballers.
I'm gonna eat that. I'm gonna eat the fish that bears like to eat. You dig?
Yeah, and Champion Heart, they said that in the church service one time that I heard, and I was just driving, listening to this woman speak about that. She asked the people in there, she was naming our food, and she like, oh, they like, she's like, why y'all, you can't eat like that no more. She said, that's why y'all dying. She said, when we ate like that in the field, you got to realize most of our people worked 18 hours a day. So their body was able to burn off stuff and deal with the stuff because it makes the most out of what you put inside of it. But you can't eat like that because he said we don't have to eat like slaves anymore. Yeah. Because that's the truth. It is. It's just passed down generation.
They didn't have a lot of preservatives in the food either. They didn't have a lot of
Yeah.
preservatives in the foods and stuff either, you know. So it made a
Yeah,
big
and
difference.
what you fed them animals, you know what you fed them because you fed them. You right, Santos. They didn't. Yeah. So you know what the animal got in it anyway. Some of these animals, like you say, they stack chicken cages on top of each other. I think that was you talking about. The consistency of eggs is different because I get fresh eggs from my boy Ignacio. Boy Nacho come through. That's my partner there. Boy Nacho is my egg man. And he be having them. I'm talking about all brown. Well, you got to try to crack that thing 3 times, baby.
Yeah, strong ass shells.
We don't have in my area. We don't have people running around selling fresh eggs anymore in my area because you know a lot of people in the city had actually chickens running around, you know, hens and all that running around their land, billy goats, all that kind of stuff in the city. And back in them days, you can find multiple people selling fresh eggs, and we don't have that anymore. And I miss that, man, because the eggs you're getting out of the store now, man, they've been so. Man, look at it. They got these chickens and hens in these oversized barns, basically, and they just feed them whatever they feed them how they want to feed them. Almost same thing they feeding the hogs. And because I remember first time when I was a little boy, I went to this farm, and my man was feeding them hogs some feed, right? Man, them chickens was all up in them stalls eating the same thing, man.
Yeah.
So I ready to whoop the hogs for the feed, you know. So, but they doing a mass production growth and process of these chickens now, man. So you got to be careful what you know how you they're not eating as natural like they were, and then they all in there together congested. Some of them might have disease or whatever. Then they walking around all that poop, you know. It's terrible, man.
Look, he said 817 said he said the chickens be too fat. My instructor got he said that he worked at Tyson for a while, and he said that he used to see chickens in there cross-eyed, running sideways, one wing bigger than the other one. Man, he used to have us laughing, but we understood what he was saying. He said, man, they was just pumped full of steroids. He said, man, that chicken to grow in like 2 months. He said, you see that boy in there? He said it was even going all backwards. I said, man, we was dying when he was explaining it to us. He said, he said, man, that thing cross-eyed, walking sideways, one wing bigger than the other one. He said, man, you don't realize what you eating. He said, you don't ever notice when you go to KFC and Popeyes and all that, how some of that chicken look?
Right.
Popeyes got the tiny legs, and what's called them got the ginormous legs, you know.
Hey, we should have learned from Pootie Tang anyway.
Show your age, Cinto.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy? I just started getting fresh eggs this year, like from the farmer's market. And the main two things I noticed, one, that the shells were real shells. And two, like, you can store them bitches at room temp. You don't even need to refrigerate them.
Max, know the game. Yes, you can. And like I just said, Max, you got to hit that thing on that counter about 2 or 3 times to crack that damn shell, man.
Yeah, that's a real shell, man.
J8, J8, like I said, we from Texas, bro. That slaughterhouse.
You talking about fresh eggs. You don't need to refrigerate them. They sell them at room temp. You keep a room temp, outdoor temp.
Yeah, J8 talking about a slaughterhouse. You will become a vegan after leaving that boy.
Yeah, man, it's all crazy now.
At the end of the day, though, man, I like everything. I don't give a fuck. Bring the meat, I'll eat it. If there's bear, I'll eat it. Horse, I'll eat it. Whatever you got, I'll eat it.
I eat. Hey, I try to lead by example around my house, man. But sometimes my wife will try to eat healthy, but when she do try to eat healthy, she want to lace it with some bad stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They get on my nerves. So I'm gonna have to. I try to do it out of respect. I hate for her to cook and I don't eat. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna have to get to the point where I'm gonna have to start cooking more for myself that's what I did in 2019. I said, the heck with whatever they eat, and I'm gonna eat the way I know I should eat. And I got healthy again, and got lean again, and I felt great, and I'm gonna get back to that, man, because even though I haven't been in the gym lately like I should have been, there's no way that if I had been eating correctly, which I try to watch what I eat, but see, she'll like this morning she cooked breakfast, and she got cheese all in my eggs and all that stuff. I didn't know what she was putting cheese in, but I wasn't gonna turn it away. I went on and ate it.
Yeah, you gotta eat it
when I cook my eggs, man, I cook it. I cook it with vegetable oil. I put no salt or pepper on it, man, and I just beat it or fry it. One or the other.
So what you do on the road, Santos?
When I'm on the road,
yeah,
I just eat my trail mix and my fruit and drink my water.
You don't have no spots that you stop to that's halfway legit?
No, I ain't got time for all that. I'm trying to get through. I'm trying to get back home, bro. So I go home every day. I'm not on the road like a week at a time or 3 days or nothing like that. So I just drive overnight and run my little route, and I'm back at the house.
Yeah, but that's one of the things that make me get skinny fat when I'm behind that wheel.
Now, if I was out here on the road like that, man, I would have to have me a refrigerator in my truck, and I will keep the necessities of what I want. Every blue moon, I might take a meal in, but I'm gonna still be. See, when I go to a restaurant, I still order in a way to make me not feel so guilty. I don't really. I like the idea of going to a restaurant, but I really don't like going to restaurants, if you get me. Now, I'm going to tell you what kick I've been on lately. For the past 3 weeks, I've been at least once or twice a week, I've been hitting Arby's. Arby's got that too for $6. You can get. They got the fish out now in my area. They have cod fish, and real talk. If it's in a patty and it's breaded, more than likely it ain't really good for you. You know what I'm saying? So, but I eat it because it's for junk food is probably the lesser of the of the bad stuff that I can eat. As far as a sandwich from a restaurant. But other than that, that's about as close as I'm coming to eating outside of my house. But I don't. Now I do dark chocolate candy bars. Sometimes it's just dark chocolate candy bars itself. Sometimes it might be dark chocolate and almonds. When it comes down to milk, I do almond milk. I don't do that. I don't do cheese that often. Now, if I go to Hardee's, I'm gonna do some cheese. I do egg and cheese biscuits, no meat. And that's when
Hey,
I'm
Santos, does that almond milk still fuck you up, man? Because I had switched to almond and cashew milk. It was still fucking me up. I had to go to lactate.
Well, when I first started drinking, man, I didn't have any stomach cramps. I didn't have to have any gas, and didn't have to run to the bathroom like I was doing with regular milk. But then after probably a year or so, it got to the point, and I was able to drink as much of it as I wanted. But after a year or so, my body started. I don't have the bloatness. I haven't been bloated in forever, man. But
you don't drink though, huh, Santos? You don't drink alcohol.
No, I don't. No.
See, a lot of times, like people in my family too, and a lot of folks that I know, when they have problems with milk, they drink a lot of alcohol. You know, they're gonna once they start reducing that alcohol, because you know, you think about it, there's not a lot of people that you know that probably drink real heavy that like eat a bowl of cereal. You know what I'm saying? Just not from my experience. I didn't mean to cut you off. My bad.
Yeah, but I don't eat cereal every day, but I do eat it a few times a week when I don't feel like cooking my own breakfast or my wife don't cook breakfast. But at the same time, and I eat the small mixing bowl. You know what I'm saying? That's the size I eat. You know what I'm saying? But the thing about it, I learned that with this, I don't start. I had to cut back on my proportions of almond milk per bowl. You know, because of the fact that I'm trying to avoid having, because now if I do a certain amount of it, it's going to give me gas. And that's about it. I don't have to worry about having a big poop session or nothing like that. But gas, it can give me gas. I don't have to worry about bloatness or none of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? But I still think I'm better drinking this almond milk than what my experience was with regular milk. Because I love milk, period, man, from a kid all the way up to adult, man. And you know, for a long time when I became an adult, I didn't know what was making me have stomach cramps and running me to the bathroom. I thought it was pancakes, because I was eating pancakes every morning just about. But I was having 2 big glasses of milk with them, you know, and whatever else other, look, man, this is when I was in the joint. I would have bowls of cereal with milk, and then I would have big glasses of milk on the side. That's how much I love milk. Man, that stuff had me cramped over so much, man. And then finally I realized what it was. And I cut the milk. I cut back on the milk. I had to drink it in smaller proportions. And, you know, then it got to the point where I had to cut it all the way out.
So, you ain't never tried that A2 milk?
Yeah, I've never heard of A2.
Yeah, it's milk, but it just has A2. They normally sell it around here they sell it at Brahms and stuff like that, because there is different types of cow milk. You see it, it's regular milk. You see it on the front, but it's gonna have the letter A and 2 on it. And
I might have seen it, have paid in mind to it, but
that's gonna reduce.
I just can't wrap my head around drinking any animal milk anymore, man. Because
I understand. I do. Like you said, besides what Mama posted was give us. Yeah, that's crazy. They say that it's better for us than what Mama had. You say oatmeal 817? Yeah, I fade that oatmeal, man. That's something we grew up on.
Yeah, oatmeal's good. I gotta get back on that for breakfast in the mornings.
Yeah, and I still make that kind of sweet at times. I throw my butter, my milk, and sugar in there type stuff. You know, I'm like that's one thing I do.
I gotta have butter and sugar. Well, I gotta get away from the instant packs. That's what I was talking about. But yeah, if I do regular oatmeal, yeah,
do the steel cut. Do the real deal where you got to cook it by 30 minutes, Santos. I do.
Yeah,
I still do that. Yeah.
Yeah, I get back in there, and I'll be back on that sugar then. I hadn't poured some sugar out into anything in so long, man. I don't even know if we have. I know we got some sugar in our house, but
with milk and tea,
I don't know
stuff like that.
Yeah. My wife asked me either yesterday morning or this morning if I wanted some hot chocolate. I was like, no, I'm good. I'll just drink some water.
Yeah, I don't really fool with that no more. I don't fool with no kind of packs of nothing.
That was Sunday morning.
Yeah, that's what I said.
I'm not opposed to drinking some hot chocolate. You know, maybe once a year or twice a year. But I hadn't had it in so long, man. I'm okay. I'm not denounced. I ain't gonna say I denounced it. I just don't indulge like I did.
Yeah, I eat like the real chocolate, like you say, but not that pack stuff. Nah.
Yeah, and so I just my thing is, man, it's cold or something going out there. My thing is, man, once I put in my mind I'm not gonna fool with something, man. I try to stick to being a creature of habit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I can tell you discipline, Cinto. You know, I can hear it when you be
Well,
talking to me and stuff.
I ain't the
I know
best
you probably don't
person.
think you're disciplined compared to other people, but I'm telling you, you can tell because it irritates you, and then you keep trying. That's what I mean by discipline with some people. If it don't, how they say it in the scripture, they say that, you know, some people sin is like a fly to them. They just swat at it. It's just a nuisance. It don't bother them. But sin for some people is overwhelming. You know, they feel like, oh my God. And that's how I get from you, Centos. Yeah, certain things be like, you be like,
real
man,
talk,
I can't do this.
You pegging me just right, real talk. And that's the way sin was for me, man. But I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I'm ready to do some sinning right now.
I know you love women.
You know?
There ain't nothing wrong. Women are the most beautiful things on this planet.
You know,
I tell my wife that all the time. I tell her that. I say, man, women are the most beautiful thing on the planet. She's like, what you think?
Yeah,
I say,
my mind be in the gutter all the time. I mean, you know what? I have
but
thoughts.
that mean your yang's still good. Your yang's still good. I get on here and listen to you, Centos. I done heard.
You know what I'm saying? But I ain't gonna. And more of that is more or less because of some issues at the house, man. To be honest with you.
Yeah, I know, because your sex drive is still high, but you're not getting no place to drive it to.
Right, you know what I'm saying? Exactly. I need to be nailing. So I tell you what, though, I nailed it Sunday morning. She didn't get away then. I had one of them. I had a piss hard for the first time, and this is my first piss hard of the year.
Shit, I'm trying to tell you, boy. Like,
man, look here, I missed the piss hard, man. I didn't have to pee. Oh, you know what, man? I still take them from time to time. I hadn't been taking them every day like I should because I really wasn't seeing no difference.
Because I see the ashwagandha was making you sleepy. Yeah. But if you just kept the maca, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, the maca one, I wasn't seeing no difference in it though. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna get back on it though. I started taking some tonight before I come to work. But man, about a week or so ago, my wife been trying to be a little bit more friendly lately. Let's put it this way.
That's a country thing, Brent Jones. That's just a country thing that we do. Because a lot of people from the South do that. He talking about when you be saying Central. I tell you what, yeah, that's a Southern thing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a Southern thing. So, but yeah, so she been trying to be a little bit more friendly with the coochie here lately. You know what I'm saying? And we had a little discussion a few weeks ago, and it got a little warm. But since then, she's been trying to be a little bit more friendly in the sexual department, but I don't have my trust in her, you know what I'm saying? Because I know how she do that when we run across when we have a situation, then she want to try to prove something, and I ain't believing nothing until you got to do it for a long period of time, not no short period of time. Huh? So so anyway, we had
Best
a little
pugilist.
session.
What's up, Best? Look, Best in the chat,
brother? We had a session last week, and sometime last week, and she was, she was we were doing a little something, and after got finished with that part, I wanted to go do something else, and I couldn't really get that joint strong again. You know what I'm saying? So she was messing with. She said, "Hey, what's wrong? What's wrong?" But the truth of the matter is, certain. That's another story.
So
but
it
anyway,
ain't your drive. You might just need to mess with something.
No, it ain't.
Yeah, it's not your. Those ain't what you need.
It's what's in front of me, man. I know exactly what it is. But she was telling. She said, "What happened? You used to have them. You used to wake up in the morning with a real hard." I said, "Yeah, those are piss hards mostly." I said, "Yeah, they don't come around as often when you get a little bit older. You know what I'm saying? You get a little out of shape, And I wanted to. I said when I was embarrassed about it when I was young, I said, shoot, now I wish I had them."
Brent Jones,
man,
he said the gift bag.
About 4 or 5 days went by. Yeah, 4 or 5 days went by, which came Sunday morning. My wife called out, and then she took off work. I didn't even know she was taking off. She took off.
We losing you, Centos.
Work morning.
Okay, there you go.
How about now?
Yeah, okay, yeah, there you go.
Yeah. All right. Well, yeah. So about 7 a.m. in the morning, in the 7 o'clock hour, man, I'm rolling around over there on the other side of the bed, man. I'm like, God, dog, man, that thing was hard as rock, man. Hey, that was one of them good, strong hearts. You know what I'm saying? One of them young man hearts. I said, usually I try not to ask my wife for sex, right? Nah, forget that. I got to get this to somebody, and she was right there. So
Hey, look,
I went
Champion
over
Heart
there
said
and
you need to get your grub on. He said you ain't eating that thing yet. Champion Heart said that in the chat to you.
nah, bump that. I'll bump that. She don't deserve none of
That's
that,
what
right?
I
She don't
wanted to
deserve none of that.
say. Because
But
Champion Heart had to say
but
something. I had to say what he wrote. Yeah, I had to. He said you need to get your grub on.
Hey, you got. As a delicacy, I ain't trying to do, but at the same time,
You
I
ain't
got
with
to
that
be,
delicacy, huh? Look, you
I got to be
say.
mad. I got to be. Hey, man, we got to be. I mean, you know, I ain't. No, I'm good.
Look,
But
he
anyway,
got my boy
so
stammering and stuttering. Look.
yeah, I'm good. But yeah, man, I put that wood on him, man. I felt Sunday morning, man. I felt like I was in my 30s, man. Man, I put that wood on that. That thing didn't want to get soft, man. I was proud of
I
myself
told you
too,
follow
man.
that stuff you taking. If you give it a break in
No, I ain't been.
between, that's
That's
what I
what I'm
said.
saying. I ain't took none in probably about 3 weeks, man.
Yeah, that's why I said you give it a break because you could build a tolerance to stuff too, though. You know what I
Oh,
mean? That's why I said you got to
okay.
find what worked for you. That's all. Because you was talking about
Yeah,
like trying to increase a volume thing, but that's the other stuff. You don't
yeah. I
even
want.
really need that.
Yeah.
So it ain't about your
Yeah. I was.
drive. Yeah. Now they talking
No,
about
it ain't
eating
just
it in
drive.
it. And look, oh Lord,
My urge is
817, you
still.
tripping.
My urge is still there. It's just that I want to make sure I have stand proper. But I'm gonna tell you, man, I got
Yeah.
a feeling, man, if I want to go get something new and different than the same old baloney, I think it's not only is he gonna be a strong soldier, I think he's
This
gonna be a durable soldier.
Man,
There are
these
two
dudes
police
tripping in
back
the
there.
chat now. They all talking about grubbing and having plates and they
No, they
finna
ain't
go
coming
eat
out there.
some now. Look, man.
Man, what's up, man? Why everybody so hungry to eat on the cat, man?
Because they
Man,
started lighting up with
look,
boy. Champion
eating
Heart
cat,
said
man, to
that,
me,
man.
yeah, they got the smiling face emojis and everything, laughing face. But look, eating the cat, man, it don't take no stamina to eat cat.
And Brent Jones
It
talking
takes
about the gift
stamina.
bag. He said you got that gift bag, young grasshopper. He keeps talking about that gift bag.
Shit.
He talking about Brent Jones.
Got to. Hey, having some stand power with that lumber. That's what time it is, man. Being an artist with the lumber. That's what time it is. Shoot, you can get your E game on later on. I mean, shoot, if you can breathe long enough, I mean, stay down there, eat all cat you want. You know what I'm saying? But I ain't. Nah, man, I like being an artist, man. You know, like Erica Badu said. What she said something about being an artist.
Oh yeah, she said I'm an artist, so I'm sensitive about my
Yeah, I'm an artist, so I'm sensitive about my skill level. You understand me? So that's what I'm about, man. Shoot, fuck that bullshit. Hey, if I got a strong lumber game, shoot, you can't tell me nothing, man. And them females, they gonna talk. The females will talk more. They gonna talk more about that lumber game than they are the eating, cause they, just like we figure. To me, it's easier to find a chick with some decent head, not so much superb head, but decent head to make me feel all right than it is to find a chick with the best major game in the coochie area. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
to me, it's more common to make a person feel good with the mouth versus the sex organ. So I figure if my skill level is tight, I'm winning. That other area, if I decide I want to do something like that, then you know, you can't be that bad where you mess it up too much, as far as the fellas. 'Cause I don't know. I ain't never been no artist in the area, so I probably shouldn't be speaking on it. I don't have any expertise in the area, so I can't speak on. I've seen videos with cats act like they eating a lion out of a chick. God, dog. I'm like, man, it ain't that good. I know. It don't taste like no candy bar, no steak, no. I don't know. I just don't think it's. I don't know. I don't think it can have no major taste to it to make you want to just get on down there and just try to act like you just eating all the inside or guts out and stuff, man. I don't get that. That's putting a show on to me, you know.
Oh man, this dude have my head hurt.
But,
Like, he said eating all the insides.
yeah, man, they be all up there just like I'm like, what the crap is he doing, man? And she like,
you got the chat, dog. They starting to die in the chat, bro. Like, yeah, boy, y'all done started Centos, man.
Yeah,
with all that.
Yeah, man. I don't get it, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. But hey, I know when I'm down there driving that, when I'm trying to hook up them pipelines from shore to shore.
You ever tried that beats, them little natural beats and all that, like the little powder?
You know what? I'm getting ready to study more on it, but I'm getting ready to order some of that soon, man. For real.
Yeah, that's the truth,
yeah.
baby. I'm letting you know
ready
it's
to get
the
on
truth.
that.
Because that all increase your blood flow. When I say increase that blood flow,
that's why. Hey, I thought. See, I'm on it. That's one of the main things I like about it. Outside of the other benefits that drew me to it.
Hey, look here. What you call it said, it ain't about taste. Best usually said it ain't about taste, brother. And Centos said, Champion Heart said you can tell Centos they never got on it because he talking about if you can breathe.
No, I tried it with my wife many years ago when I was trying to be freaky. You know what I'm saying? I was trying to get my freak on with her, you know, but she made me stop. You know what I'm saying? So I know I don't think I'm good at it, but I just don't think it could be that bad. But I don't know. But at the same time, I just don't desire to be an artist at that part of the process. You know what I'm saying? You know, because I look at myself as an artist with the pipe, and I'm sensitive about my performance.
A17 says you got to get her to eat a bunch of fruit. It's gonna taste better. This dude was on one today, bro. Oh wow. Oh wow! Y'all just gonna mess with Centos. Y'all trying to get Centos to go over to the dark side?
Come on, bring it on. No, I like it. I like all this. Bring it on. Shoot, it's entertaining. I talk about this stuff all night long.
Out. You say, have you ever slept with two women, Centos? They say, have you been with two women?
I haven't. And you know what? That's what I was telling somebody a few days. I said, I ain't never been with two women at the same time. And somebody was saying, what you trying to do? Have two women at the same time? I said, I ain't never had two women at the same time. I don't think I ever will. They said, why? I said, because I don't eat coochie. I said, you got to eat coochie if you're gonna have two women in bed with at the same time. I just, back in my day, I had enough pipe for 3 or 4 women at one time. But
and the reason why I do that with my salad, Centos, I'm gonna tell you why. They say it's some of the most friendly food for your T levels and your sperm count. Of course, is spinach is number one. Drinking coffee is good, and I just got finished drinking some coffee. I'm gonna keep it a buck. Apples, when I told them about them green apples, because I'm looking at them now. Avocados is another one. Chili peppers. What's the other one? Carrots. I said that one. Oats. Yeah, eating oats. These are the natural stuff. Tomatoes. And I'm not really crazy about tomatoes, but I do add them to my salad and certain things I eat. But yeah, these are just some of the stuff that really help you with that, getting that enhanced circulation, like they say. For real. And I noticed it too, because every now and then I might have to put on a little pot of coffee and I'm gonna make it do what it do. Just right quick. I ain't gonna go too much into it, but yeah. I noticed that when I started doing these salads and eating certain things.
But it's a lot of work. Yeah. But yeah,
good to keep the yang up, like they say. One on my face and one on the saddle. Man, hold up. Man, 817, you on one. He said, have your water and fruit prepared a couple of weeks out. I'm telling you. He said, you're going to eat some coochie if you sleep with one. They just going through the class now. What it's called, cunnilingus. Yeah, cunnulus. Yeah, that's what it is. Cunnulus. Yeah, cunnilingus. That's what it is. The scientific name. What for men is fellatio, and for women is cunnulus. So they're giving classes on it right now. So I'm just letting you know.
Mm-hmm.
You say, yeah. Oh, hey, 817, I'm telling you, baby, you'd be surprised. Like, because certain things help increase your circulation, boy. And I mean that. Yeah, that's why I tell you about that, like, the pre-workouts and all that. You can get the ones without the caffeine in it. Do your little scoop of that before you go in the room, and then holler back at your boy and shape Street Fight. I'm telling you what, I got kids, bro. I found out about that by mistake, working out and then coming home looking like I ain't never had none before. Yeah, and my last 2 kids is because of all that. My last 2 little girls is because of that. Talk about vasodilators. Yeah, that mean that make everything swell up because it opens up your blood, your vessels and everything. So you get that pump in the gym. You know, like when you sitting there lifting weights and all that stuff like that. Yeah, it increases that vascular, and that's everywhere. Because you know your piece ain't nothing but a vascular piece of muscle that fills up with fluid, which happens to be blood. So, boy, you take that pre-workout and go in the room, she gonna tell you leave her alone after a while. Promise you. You're like, you need to go about your business. For real, for real. What my baby said one day, I gotta go to work in the morning, like on that movie. Like, man, hold up. She for real, for real. That's why I taught it. My little brother was talking about, man, I started taking a little pre-workout before. I said, yeah. Now, if you got to go to work or something, don't take the caffeine. You get the caffeine-free one. And they got that at GNC Cento. Just try to get the caffeine-free one. And then, like I say, holler back. And that works quick.
Caffeine-free what?
The pre-workouts, like the stuff you take before you go lift weights. Because it's a vasodilator. You know, vaso would have to do with the with anything in your body as far as your veins and all that. Dilation, of course, means to make it open up. So that's one reason why a lot of bodybuilders and all that use that to be able to get it pushes stuff into your muscles and to help you be able to continue working out. It increases oxygen and increases the different stuff. Yeah. Look, I just told him that Best Pugilist. I just told him about them super beats. Look, Best Pugilist just said it because that's a natural. And he said that nitric oxide, that's what's in the pre-workouts. Yeah, you take that nitric oxide, baby boy. I'm talking about now. If you take, you might start hurting yourself.
Yeah, I'm going. Which ones y'all getting?
Like the best, the super beats is good and slow natural. But I'm telling you, GNC pre-workout, yeah, like I told you, that's the place they sell it. You can get it from Walmart too. Anywhere that they sell pre-workout stuff, you use that stuff. I try to tell people you don't always have to use the caffeine unless you're really trying to put it down. That caffeine gonna kick in and you get that laser focus, your eyes gonna dilate and all that. You're gonna start feeling it through your body. You might get a tingling because it got that beta alanine in it, which is amino acids. So you got your caffeine, amino acids, nitric oxide, what's the other stuff that be in it? The creatine. And you know, if you want it, creatine is gonna have you feeling fuller because it's water. It's gonna suck water into your muscles, and that's your man muscle too. Because from time to time, you throw a little bit in that in the shaker cup. Shake it on up, Cento, drink it, wait about 15, 20 minutes. You're going to see what I'm talking about. And that's guaranteed. I tell people, guaranteed, like we say in the South.
And what's this?
You're going to be all right.
What you talking about now?
The pre-workout stuff.
What?
Or the super beats, because what it is nitric oxide that's in it. Nitric oxide helps open up all your capillaries and everything in your body. So it's going to give you a harder erection that lasts longer too. That's one of the side effects of the first few years I started really training heavy and using the super beats, like he say sometimes, or using nitric oxide and all that type of stuff. I started noticing them erections was different, baby. And sometimes they can be a little painful, like I say. So it is what it is. I'm just letting y'all know, bro, it really does work. It does. And if you are sensitive to caffeine, you can find it without caffeine. I just tell people that because some people don't want the caffeine. You know, but I like the caffeine because you can feel it coming on. And when, you know, you start, you get that little tingling going on and stuff like that. Yeah. And they sell it all.
Which one you recommend more, the beats or the creatine?
Well, the pre-workout is like a blue pill for you. You can use it right before you go in there. The beats is for maintenance, for you to always have. And overall, once you keep using the super beats, you won't have to use the pre-workout that much. You know, the pre-workout is that right now. I'm going to take it right now, and I'm going to go on in here, and I'm going to let her know what it is, you know. And it's going to give you more stamina because it's got the creatine in it. Like I told you, the amino acids in it, and it also has that little kick of caffeine in it. Yeah, that one has caffeine. So if you mess with it now, 817, you might not be able to go to sleep, but you're going to be able to handle your business. Yeah, but them super beats is the truth. Yeah, they really are, because your body going to feel warmer. It increases your circulation. Like they say, peripheral circulation, that means your hands and your feet. When you take super beats, you're going to start noticing your hands and feet are not as They not. I say feet, boy. You know I'm from the South. Hand and feet are not as cold as they normally are because it enhances your circulation. As you get older, as you stop eating right, your circulation goes down first. That's why people who smoke cigarettes start having erectile dysfunction. People eat too much sugar have erectile dysfunction because it's starting to shut your body down. Your blood's not pumping like it normally does. Because that's all it is. All your joint is just a muscle that gets flooded with blood. So working out, walking, even just walking up and down the stairs a few times throughout the day, all that helps increase it. If you can get more blood flowing in your legs, that means your lower body. Yes, sir. That's why when you sitting all the time driving or you sit at the desk all the time, men start noticing that old Johnson not getting strong like it used to. That's because you're not pumping blood throughout your lower body like you used to. That's why weightlifting, even if it's just a little bit, you can just go get on a treadmill and put it on an incline and keep it real, real low and just do that. You're going to start feeling your calves burning, your thighs burning and all that. Yeah, it's going to start increasing your blood flow. And you're going to see a difference. If you go to the gym without burning yourself out and then go holler at your wife after that, I'm telling you, she could be like, well, Dad, what's wrong with you? Why are you all up in here? Yeah, for real, for real. But that pre-workout is one of my little secret weapons I would use here and there. If I'm finna go mess with a lady or something like that, I throw a little bit of that pre-workout in there and shake it up and drink it, and then I head on over there. But yeah, Champion Heart, you're right. Super Beats is better because it's natural, and it's something you can just keep taking, Yeah, look, 817. I don't want me to get on here. I'll be listening to y'all talking. I'll be like, boy, I'm trying to tell them, man, have you in there looking like Baby Hulk? For real, for real. And the guys behind the counter at PNC, they'll tell you. They'll let you know. Because, the young guys do that, too. Everybody can't afford that blue pill, Santos. Yeah, so that's what you need.
It don't work the blue pill won't work for me anyways.
That ain't, you don't need that. Oh Lord, he said I'm finna break something. Boy, you stupid.
See, this is my thing. I haven't what I haven't been.
I thought it was your drive, Santos, but it's not your drive. You just need nitric oxide.
Yeah,
you need something to help you wake up with that wood.
Yeah. That's it right there. I want to wake up hard daily. But look,
yes, sir, and that's what it's gonna do. Them super beats that had you looking like, bruh. Yeah.
I want to pop 10, as a white boy used to say back in the day. I want to pop 10 in the morning. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, the one thing I haven't been able to do in a long time to a female is punish her. Like she been a bad girl, right? And I've been kind of displeased with her. But then I don't calm down. She wants some of that pipe. I give it to her, but I give it to her, real aggressive. Make sure that she get punished. Like I'm spanking her or something.
Oh, I know what you mean. That's why I said that.
I ain't had that much strength to do that. In years.
See, that's another reason why I suggested the pre-workout in the beginning, because it's gonna help you with your confidence. Once you take it, you're gonna be able to recover even during the time you having, your session. You're gonna feel that your stamina is higher because of the creatine and the amino acids. The main thing is the amino acids. They really do help.
How much is that?
That's what nitric oxide and all those things like that. All those things are amino acids. So you see right here. Well, hold on. I don't want to mislead you. Is that? Hold on. Am I telling you right? Well, I know nitric oxide is a vasodilator. Look and say my knees be locking up. But yeah, hey, be careful, 817. That's why I say, since you have that blood pressure, you need to take it slow with that, because it's going to open up all your blood vessels and your blood pressure will drop a little bit. So you got to be careful with that. That's why some people take them blue pills, they get dizzy because they don't realize their body been constricted for so long. And then when you let it go, you know what I'm saying, your blood pressure drop, because when your vessels are tight, your heart is working harder to pump it through. So when you open them up and your heart is used to pumping harder, now it's still pumping hard, but the pipes are open. You'll mess around there and start getting loopy and lightheaded because your pressure is going to go up. And then you'll be like, man, what the hell is this? You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about. So just be careful about that right there, because I don't want to be bragging, but I'm good. Like I tell people, and I used to have all the bad habits. And when I started doing this workout stuff on the regular, because like now I hadn't really worked out. Sometimes I got to take a break. You can't bang on yourself. You got to do your stretching, take a couple of weeks off. And that's what I'm doing, or do the deload workouts. Because if you work out too much, you start lowering your testosterone too. You just banging and banging and banging on your body. You got to take breaks. So I've been off for probably about 3 weeks now. I just kind of been at the crib stretching, working them old legs, because everything get tight on you when you get older. So I've been really stretching like my lower back, my hamstrings, the inside of my legs, stuff like that.
sitting down like an Asian man on your knees, but your feet are behind you, like you pray, all that type stuff. And since I pray that way a lot of times anyway, when them legs stay limber, you're gonna see a difference too. Because that when you say your knees locking up, that's what's going on, because you got poor circulation in your lower body. You might want to start trying to do a little light stretching before you go in there and handle your business, and get your body warm. You might have to do a little deep knee bends, walk around, jog in place a little bit, and you ain't got to do a lot. Just kind of start do a little something to where you feel your heart rate getting up just a little bit, because when your heart rate gets up like that, you start increasing the blood flow through your whole body. Hit it with that pre-workout. Gee, boy.
Hey, what's that character, Mark? That character that Martin Lawrence played when he's like the Karate Man.
Oh, you talking about Dragonfly?
Karate.
Yeah, Dragonfly Jones.
Yeah. Hey, so we got to do some. we got to stretch out like he was stretching out like he's about to move up on dude.
Silence. You talking about Dragonfly? It's that little stuff. Oh, I shadow box for real. 817. That was one of the ones that I came back in the house one day, boy. I had to finish some shadow boxing with the baby. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. But yeah, that shadow boxing gets you right, boy. And just raising your knee up to your stomach over and over. I told people, like you marching, like you sitting there marching, and you just keep acting like you marching. That's another one that helps start getting that blood flow to that midsection. Because you don't realize how much you don't raise your knee up that high anymore. When you was a kid, you ran, jumped, through kicks and all that other stuff like that. How often do you take your knee and just raise it up above? And I'm talking about like when you standing and work on your balance on each side. All that stuff plays into your lower body. You know what I mean? And blood flow. Yeah, it's certain little movements you don't even realize that you do. And you can get a chair and sit in that chair and keep sitting, like sit down till your bottom touch it and then stand back up. Just keep doing little stuff like that. It's going to burn and be uncomfortable in the beginning, but all that stuff like that keeps you, keep your yang right. Because you can't just sit on I'm just going to get scientific. You can't sit on your scrotum all day, bro. You can't sit on that sphincter down there all day. You know what I'm saying? Because if you just keep sitting and sitting and sitting on it, it gets weak. You need to have that thing up. You know what I'm saying? You need
they like to hang.
That's what I'm saying. And then you just keep sitting and sitting and sitting. It weakens that down there from just sitting in that position. Your back and your legs are at 90 degrees, so the front of your thighs get tight. So now you're sitting in there trying to handle your business, and all of a sudden your thigh lock up on you at the top. You'd be like, oh my God, what the hell? You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. Yeah, and jump in that cold shower every now and then, in the morning and get you woke up right quick. Little stuff like that. You don't want to do too much of it. Too much hot and too much cold does reduce your little man's is down there. You got to find out. He said, I used to be jumping in place before he got the coochie when he was younger. Yeah, it's the truth though. You got to get your blood rate up. And semen retention helps my recover. Yeah. See, different people. Some people need to release and some people need to keep. You got to find that out on your own. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And when you lay down, like you say, lay down on your stomach and push up on your arms to where you start, stretching your stomach muscles in the front of your legs too. You got to be able to do that because you think about how your body's always bending in one direction. You got to start it bending the other direction. You got to start getting your hands up above your head like the police arresting you on the wall and try to push your chest towards the wall and start opening up your chest. You know what I'm saying? Like I hang from my bar. I'm a tall guy, so a lot of time when I go to the gym, one of the things I practice is making sure I hang to keep my grip strength strong. Men with strong grip strength, like you hammer all the time or you're a carpenter, that helps with the yang too. Little bitty things that we don't pay attention to. Yeah, that stuff helps out a lot. So trying to hold your body weight up, bending at the knees a lot, sitting there doing the back bends and stuff like that, all that helps out a whole lot. Yeah, he say, shoot to the bathroom and look in the mirror and power up. Tell yourself, 817 on one, boy. You were. I'm talking about some proven stuff, and you in there psyching yourself up like you finna go out and fight your wife. Yeah, but the psychological has a lot to do with it. But that nitric oxide, Santos, I know I've been talking a lot. Just when you go back up there, now that I know you ain't got no problem with your drive, you just need a turbo booster in your engine. Because the motor's still good, like you say. You just need a booster. And I'm telling you, you will wake up with that wood.
I need to be like a 747. I need to be able to fly from New York to L.A. without worried about fuel loss.
Yes, sir. That's what you
Make
need.
sure I got
Nitric oxide
plenty
is
in my
your
tank.
friend. Tongat Ali. You look that up. TONGKAT ALI. Tongat Ali. Yeah, hey, I'm telling you straight up, baby. Hey, for real, 817, you better ask my wife. I can crush a can good around this boy. I had to learn that, and I learned that doing some like working as a carpenter. And then I started looking at different, like they say, correlations between body strength, what happens with older men. I started really paying attention to that. And he said one of the main things we don't do anymore as a kid is that you don't squat all the way down and then stand back up.
Yeah.
You know, little stuff like that. And he said that you don't hang from the monkey bars anymore. You were stronger because your grip strength was stronger. So if your grip strength is good, that means your dipstick is going to be good. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Little stuff like that, because that's the furthest thing away from your heart is your feet and your hands. So if your circulation good in your feet and your hands, then like I said, your yang gonna be straight. Look, he said, Kayan, that was a big one, providing oxygen to the brain and muscles. Yeah, 817, that's what I'm talking about. Oxygen is your friend. When he said he kept waking up with that wood, that's what was going on. Early in the morning, it was when a man's testosterone is starting to peak. So like midnight to 3 or 4 in the morning, that's when your body was producing its highest levels of testosterone. So that's why you would wake up some mornings, and like I said, you got a flagpole, and you wondering you got to sit there and wait a minute to go use the bathroom. Yeah. So if you start taking that nitric oxide, that's something that happens quickly. Yeah, my bad, Cinto. What you say?
No, I was just adding to what you said. That's what I want. I want that flagpole every morning. I didn't
that's
realize
that
how
nitric
important
oxide.
it was.
Then that's why I'm gonna keep repeating it to you. And the natural, because a lot of my Asian friends told me about stuff like that too. They be talking about they be having a bunch of kids because everything in their diet got nitric oxide in it. You know what I'm saying? That's one reason why they can maintain like that. There's a lot of Asian and Mediterraneans, like people I know from Greece and all that. Them two are the people that I would listen. And of course, Africans and island people. Like, because the islanders eat a lot of stuff like coconut. When I found out coconut was one of them, man, I was eating so much coconut for a while, bro. And I wasn't even crazy about coconut, but I did see a difference. And it helped burn body fat too. That coconuts and avocados was the two things I started using that started helping my stomach fat go down. Like I put it on I was eating them salads all the time, and I would take a whole coconut or a whole avocado or half, and I would add that to every salad almost every night, at least 5 nights out the week. I would make sure I was eating avocado. And baby, when I say it made a difference, I started noticing a difference, man. I ain't telling you nothing I ain't selling you nothing. I don't have to be like, Cintos, this is going to be the greatest product that you've ever. No, I'm just telling you like, yeah. To where I was even getting tired and that man was still maintaining.
You sound like a professional salesman on television or on the radio, man. Do it again.
Yeah, it's the best because they selling it. Nah, I'm telling you some stuff like, because my baby, was she 10 years old? Yeah, she right at 10. So I had her like in my late 30s, early 40s. Yeah. And it was going down. Yeah. And that's because I was working out. That's one reason why I slowed down. I was damn near thinking about getting a vasectomy for a while because I didn't think that thing worked no more until them last 2. Oh, he said, yeah, but that's what I'm talking about. And that's good, 817. That's going to get you right, baby. Hey, I'm not mad about that at all. But I'm telling you, that pre-workout, you're going to be in there, boy, looking crazy. You're going to be sweating like a slave, but you're going to still be in there getting it. Because that's something I kept for a while, and I cycle it off and on. And I use sometimes with caffeine, sometimes with no caffeine. But as long as it got my I keep saying vasodilators, that's what it's in it, to get a pump. And if you can buy the ones that say pump on it, if it be like pre-workout for pump, when you see that pump on it, that means it's got a lot of aminos and a lot of nitric oxide and other stuff in it. So when Best Pugilist put it in there, he know what he's talking about, baby. You're going to feel a difference. And your muscles going to be tight. Like if you're having sex and you're having a good session going on, your whole body going to feel tight because your blood is just circulating, just rolling through you to where your legs might feel like pumped up and tight when you get finished. Your back and your lower back and your stomach going to feel kind of pumped up and tight. Your arms going to be pumped up and tight from sitting there on top of that woman and all that. You're going to be able to stand on the edge of that bed and do your thing. Oh, yeah, and you got to make sure you take care of that 817 because, if you keep banging it up and don't take a break or take the right stuff, then, you'll start noticing that you're more flaccid than erect, as they say. When you flaccid, that means it's soft. and it doesn't stand all the way up and all that other stuff like that. Yeah, you just got to make sure that you take that. And your vitamins. Older men got to take them vitamins, baby, because a lot of vitamins have the stuff that you need in it too. You know, you want that vitamin D and calcium. People don't realize that help you with your stamina. I learned that from my Mexicano partners. When we was out there working in the sun, 113 degrees, I kept watching them take them calcium and vitamin D pills. I'm like, man, why y'all taking that? He said, man, because you need this, man, for your leg. And I started taking it, and I was able to work longer. And when I went home, like I said, I can notice the difference. Like he said, hey, 17, what you talking about, man? You on one right now, man. Like, for real. He tripping, bro. He lighting the chat up, man. We sitting there, I went from food to getting booty now, huh? Like, yeah. But no, I for real, man, they said a correlation between your grip strength and everything else, man. We talking about them Kumite hands. I'm looking back at that. Yeah. Man, yeah, you got to. And I've had a few times here and there, either because when I was young, I drank too much or I partied too much. And as a young man, you be like, man, what the hell? Because you know, your mind is telling you this, but your body ain't doing it. That's when I start realizing I was abusing myself a little bit. And then smoking those cigarettes, man, over the years, you start realizing, man, that thing ain't getting like it used to. You know, I was still able to do my thing, and, you know, my kids came and all that stuff like that. But you know yourself. Yeah, you know. Oh, yeah, that Hennessy, that's what they call it. What the country call it? Whiskey dick? Yeah, they always say that. Yeah, that's what it was. And you got to think about that alcohol thin your blood. So you wasn't able to keep that pressure up because your blood was so thin. You know, like that's one of the things that happened too. Drinking too much of that alcohol. You know, it'll lower them inhibitions. Yeah, you're going to sweat like a mug, and now you're losing all your electrolytes. Your salt getting low, you lose the potassium and all that stuff like that. Yeah, especially that. And then stomach fat is the number one thing that kills testosterone too. You start having too much stomach fat, that's when you start having estrogen problems. Your estrogen, all men have estrogen, just like women do. We just don't have as much. But that estrogen keeps us in regulation, because if your test levels get too high, that throws you out of whack. That estrogen is supposed to help you keep that in the right place. But if your estrogen start get too high, that's when you start crying at commercials and you start feeling like you're irritated, you know, like we always blame women for. But that's what's going on. Yeah, that your estrogen is starting to get too high now. You're starting to like lose your confidence sometimes. You seem like you was in a slump. I mean, Mex said that before too. He felt like he was going through a depression. Yeah, you start feeling like you on that depression. Whenever your test levels go back up, you sleep better, you're more confident, you don't notice it, you know what I'm saying? You're able to deal with stressful situations more. That's why a lot of guys who start having that, you know, we be having that 6 months gut, you really be having a lot of emotional issues. And the moment you start working out, you start feeling vibrant, you know, you start looking at your wife like she looked delicious, you know. That's what it is. Like, because my gal tell, like, when I start going back now, and start amping up again, she already tell me that I gotta, you know, you gotta wait on off days, boy. I ain't got time for that. Because, you know, she started going back to work now. My baby was kind of a stay at home. It's just me and her. But yeah, now she be like, boy, you better go about your business. You know, and that's a good feeling when your woman running you off, you know. Yeah, you chasing her around. You always smelling her hair, walking up behind her, pinching her on various parts of her body. Yeah. Because and that's the thing about it, is that she feels even better because you making her feel attractive. So yeah, y'all both start going through it. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying now. I have family members that passed. Now that's one reason why I told y'all I've been kind of ducked off. What the kids call it, IRL, in real life. That's what it's saying for. Yeah, I hadn't been online because I wanted to make sure I was all right. You know, I never go back and listen to myself on these things. I said I'm going to start going back so I can do some reflecting. I do a lot of my personal reflecting, you know. Yeah, champion heart. Yeah, if you got good grip strength, a lot of times they say that correlates to, you know, your yang being straight. Yes, sir. And that's why they say lifting weights. And, you know, champion heart, you know what a farmer's carry is, just walking around holding the dumbbells or walking around holding the kettlebells. Yeah. Yeah, buddy. And that's what happened. You sit around, yeah, it's going to happen to creep up on you because you just be comfortable. I tell people being lazy and all that stuff is always going to win. Being dirty is going to always win because you ain't got to do nothing, period. So it's going to always win. Activity is what keep you alive, though. Like I say to my kids, man, life is movement. That's what life is. What happens when the body is passed on? It becomes stiff. There's no longer any life in it. So when you start feeling stiff, it's time for you to start doing something. So your other parts that you need to be stiff, stay stiff. You don't want to be able to, you know what I'm saying? Stuff that you ain't using to be stiff. Because now I'm sitting right now. Normally I sit in front of my computer. The whole time I've been talking to y'all, man, I sit Indian style. Or I sit on my knees, you know what I'm saying? Stuff like that to make sure that I don't lose flexibility in the front of my legs. You know, so like they sit like Japanese people sit, like I'm doing that now, you know. Eventually I'm gonna come out with the videos, man. I'm just not big on pictures and videos. I want to keep my word too, so I can show y'all, because I don't want you to think I'm no hype. But I don't want to make it like I'm bragging either, because I don't need to prove nothing to nobody. You know what I'm saying? I enjoy coming on here and really like chatting you brothers up, you know, because just being around folks outside of my folks too, though. So how tall are you, 817? You say 237. But then you say like what? You about 5'9", 5'11", you told me, or something like that? I think I did ask you that before, though. I know you say, yeah. Yeah, them farmers carries and all that stuff like that, Champion Heart. Yeah, that started being my friend. And then a lot of women started saying how they like that form. I knew you said you was around 6'8", 817. Yeah. That grip strength, and the women like that. You know, they like to look at your forearms and see that definition in it. Because I've asked women, you know, what's your favorite body part? Women say, you know, the chest is a big one with women. Now a lot of women talk about the buttocks. They like the buttocks. But I know a lot of women, especially older women, would always say, especially when I was a hydroblaster in the refineries, I was always blasting. My forearms was on point. And they would always say that, man, you got people, just women in the store. And I'm a tall, slim guy. They'd be like, baby, you got nice forearms. I started saying, damn, women like forearms? You know, and then I started Googling and looking at stuff and learning. And a lot of doctors said that too, that there's a correlation between grip strength and overall health. If men who tend to swing hammers a lot or climb ladders a lot. Yeah. Yep. And when I would get out of the truck, bro, the first thing I would do is like stretch forward, you know, alternating leg stretches, deep knee. People think I'm crazy when they see me walking around here and they're like, I got a tire change not too long ago. And I went all the way down like into ATG, you know, that ass to the grass squat. And then I take my elbows and press them on the east side of my knees on the inside. You know, like you see a little baby, when the baby got their diaper on and then they bending down to get something, they don't bend over at the waist. They drop their butt down. And then they sitting there the whole time with their upper body in between their legs. And they're just whatever, eating the candy or getting stuff and all that. They don't bend over like we do. You start getting up in age, you'll notice that you don't bend at the knee. You bend at your waist a lot of time. Yeah. It makes it harder to talk to them about what's really going on at 817. Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying, Terrell. My bad. I've been, damn, everybody that left me hanging, man. I guess I'm talking too much, man. I always feel uncomfortable, too, like I'm kind of running my mouth in here. But I don't talk to a lot of people, y'all, as y'all can tell. You know, I just pretty much my wife, talk to the children, certain family members, and, of course, folks you work with and stuff like that. But people so temporary now, man. It just, to come across as genuine, it makes people uncomfortable. I've learned that when you try your best to be genuine, people think you're going to tell on them. Like they think that since you try to be honest that, you know, you're going to judge them and go. And that was weird for me to find that out as I'm getting older, that just trying to be, you know, trying to be kind to people. And they think that you have ulterior motives, like you want something. I'm like, no. And then on top of that, they see that since you're a private person, they think you're hiding something. And that makes me uncomfortable with them because I'm like, damn, that's your thought process. So is that what you're doing? You're really trying to project on me that normally when you talk to me, you want something, you know, or you feel like since I'm not down with everything you're doing, that I'm going to tell on you. And I tell people, I mind my business, man. If you can't tell about that, like I put the camera on here and there for people to see that I'm a real person. But at the same time, I don't want to just do it to prove nothing to nobody. You know what I'm saying? And I know that once I start trying to do these little videos, you're gonna see. That's why I told Centos, like I'm a tall, leaner guy. I got all the way up to 250 before when I was like into the powerlifting and all that. I've been as low as 205. We're trying to see if I can make weight so I can kind of play with my weight, 25, 30 pounds. Like right now, the last time I talked to y'all, I was probably like 230. Right now, I'm about 215. You know, yeah. So I go in and out and stuff like that. But the biggest reason why I was doing that, hey, man, I appreciate that, Terrell Gospel. Yeah, because, man, sometimes it's hard the brothers just think you're a weirdo because you don't want to talk about nonsense all the time. You know, they don't want to talk about, they want to talk about silliness and stuff like that. And the big thing is that I just won't say nothing. I'm not going to judge anybody. I'm not going to tell them what they're doing is wrong. The biggest thing, like they say, is just you don't take part in it. That's it. I just don't say anything. Some stuff I'm not going to speak on because I'm also taught by my people that some people are not trying to have a dialogue. They need to argue. They need to have it's not a discussion. They want to have, that back and forth to see who's this and that and that. And I don't want to do that. That's one reason why I took a break too, because when I said before that, man, this thumbnail and avatar come up, man, I started attracting the wrong kind of attention. And it was never my intention to do that. It was never I never wanted to come on here and make it like I'm a scold anybody or try to show you how intellectually superior I am. So when people started joking about the words I use and stuff like that, I'm like, bruh, to be honest with y'all, I'm not a college educated person. I read books and all that, but the thing is that I genuinely I love my people. I went through the same thing. You hear me talk about racism. I don't want to just be the racism guy, but I'm not going to make people feel comfortable and pretend like something that's happening is not happening just because you're uncomfortable. So you're basically telling me and mine just suffer because I don't want to talk about that because you make me feel uncomfortable. So you're not even acknowledging me as a human. In the same time, you telling me to let you be comfortable, but I can't be comfortable. And then it becomes this whole discussion. And I'm like, dude, that's not what my intent, because you're going to live your life. I'm going to live mine. And then one day I'm going to take my dirt nap. I told my kids, as long as my kids tell me I did a good job and they love me, I'm good with everything else because there's nothing else I'm really responsible for in this world. So, all in all, trying to defeat another man and all that, them days is over. I was in my 20s thinking about all that. I know who I am now, so I don't have to prove anything. Of course, I have my insecurities, like I tell folks, you know what I mean? That's why I come on here when y'all talking about different stuff, and I listen to y'all quite often here now. I have been, in the chat for a while. I just didn't say anything. And then I started understanding that certain people, when they would see me, man, they would have it out. And I don't want to come across as weak, but I just didn't care. Like they cared to argue with me in the internet sphere to prove a point. But I know that you're just searching, you're looking for something. Some people, if you evil, you evil. It is what it is, but it's still not for me to do anything with you because I'm overall happy. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not rich. I'm not really suffering. Overall, my health is decent. My people are pretty good, so I don't really think about too much stuff outside of that. I don't live outside my means. And another thing that was tripping me out is that when people see me, they see you in a nice vehicle or see you with nice things, and then they never see you like that before. It's like, damn, I didn't even think that you was this and this and that. I say, man, let me explain something to you. I know this new world is different, but just because you don't see me do it doesn't mean that I can't do it. You see, you're so used to try to prove stuff to people that you think that you always have to do something. I'm like, no, bro. So all of a sudden when I pop out and I'm clean, got your nice little unit on, my gal looking good, I'd have cleaned up the car, whatever. They see you spend money at certain place. They be like, shit, man, y'all thought you squeak when you walk. I never seen you. I say, dude, because I don't have to. I like to spurge a little bit here and there, but I know that after a while, it's not really even me enjoying myself, showing off the fruits of my labor. I'm just constantly worrying about what somebody outside of my own personal space is thinking of me. And that's unhappiness to me because that means I still need to find something out about myself. I'm still trying to figure stuff out about myself, man, to where what exactly you telling me about what I got going that's going to make me feel good or bad. That's all. That's why when we first was going out there, and I was talking like on Fred's show, I understood later on because I don't really follow Fred like that no more. I'm not going to badmouth the man, you know what I'm saying? Because everybody has something good that they bring to the table. But I just started understanding that maybe that room wasn't for me. And I know this is being documented right now. And I would still talk to Fred. And like I said, I admire stuff with Fred, but I know people think that you got to be against. And it's not that, bro. Like, it's not. I admire this man. This man is well off. He loves his children. I remember all those things like that. Now, some people just be on some other stuff, bro. I don't be with that, Hey, I see you, 817, man. Yeah, same to you, man. And for real, yeah, man. Right when I started really getting into listening to Mr. Kurt Sugar, because that's what made me kind of want to jump on here lately because we've had some loss, like I said, in my personal. And when I heard that, I'm like, dude, man. And I knew he had been trying to get himself together. And that's another one, like I said, when we talking about, keeping ourselves, healthy and stuff like that. Hey, man, I don't know if Kyle want me to stay on here, y'all. Like, everybody done dipped off. I don't necessarily know what's supposed to happen right now. I don't know if you guys still want to rap a little bit, but I guess this is going to help me practice when I start doing a live or whatever. Yeah, A1, you see what I'm saying? Yeah. And I don't always want to come on here and act holier than thou and self-righteous. And what's the other kids say? Virtue signaling, But I realize it's a lot of unhappy people, and that's why they come to this internet. Because, hell, the internet been around for a while now, and I've never really done nothing like this, man. Hey, thank you, B. Cherry. Yeah, if you guys got anything y'all want to talk about, because Kyle wanted to talk about the movies and stuff like that. It's just that whenever he brought up Clarissa Shields, if I can't do anything else, like they say, if you can't really do anything with your hand, just try to say something. You can't say nothing about it. Just try to have your heart in it. And that's the thing that I was saying with Clarissa Shields, is just that I know why they don't like her. Let's just say it, not to be childish. Yeah, I know they don't like her. But whenever we start talking about why we don't like her, you're going to bring race into it. Most children know that they're black before they're 3 or 4 years old. We're not sitting there crying on your shoulder, asking to be accepted. It's just that we know what reality is because we know the history of where we're at. So don't pretend like that does not have some influence on it. That's all people saying. Just allow the honesty to come out. That's the only way you're going to be able to address it. And hopefully in the next 50, 60, 100 years, our grandkids and great-grandkids won't be sitting here discussing this stuff, because there's always going to be tribalism, like I tell people. But if I'm inferior, why are you oppressing me? I always say that to people. What exactly is going on to where you feel like you need to take time out of your life to address another culture? Yes, we want to be dominant. Yes, we want to be the best. You know what I'm saying? But can you truly be honest and say, my opinion is not influenced by the amount of melanin in your skin? And a lot of folks don't want to have that discussion. And do you think that my people doing better in some way, shape, or form is going to take away from you? If it's based in a certain kind of fear, that's something we can talk about too. You know what I'm saying? But to pretend like it's not real, it's not happening, that's the disrespectful part I talk about. Because I don't want to cry. I don't want to sit at your table. I'm like, man, I want my own table. It just is what it is. And overall, yeah, like, that on an even playing board, let's just use boxing, for example, that on average, these top fighters are going to be black fighters. And the reason why I can say that is because if you take from us, beat us, not allow us, shut us out with laws, shut us out with social acceptance, you still have these black men who were champions. So you placed all these blocks in front of them. And you know that if you didn't have the backing or the money or the family, you wouldn't be a champion. This man did all that with no backing, with no help. You put stuff in front of this man, and he was still able to not only win, but he excelled. And what's the NBF, like I tell people? I mean, you're going to say that we ain't this and we ain't that, but then you put in a doctrine saying don't put somebody that you're trying to build up. Like, these are real things that's happening. I just didn't want to, I don't want to always make stuff race. But if we're going to just be honest about it, then you know what it is, bro. You know that the black woman is the mother of the planet. She has the Eve gene. You can bring every race from her. You can't do that elsewhere. And now that people are more open, more intelligent, the information is rampant around the planet. You can just learn something in seconds. It's starting to be harder and harder to hide the truth. Like, if we are the original, some people feel like, you're being attacked because of that. Because, I mean, my family is a mixture. I don't want to be them, I got a lot of black friends type, but it's the truth, And every time that people get to know each other, a lot of that stuff goes out of the window. So I know most of the time it's just because you hadn't been exposed to people of my persuasion, as they say. So you don't even understand why you're afraid. Because I've asked people at times, why are you afraid of me? Is it my stature? Is it the skin color? And when you really force them to address that, they often just had that deer in the headlights. Like you always hear me use that expression. And then they realize that it's something that they were taught. And because it's always like, man, you know what? You all right. And, you know, you like, well, why would you think I'm not all right when you first meet me? And then they get quiet because it's that subtle, the little subtle racism. You know what I'm saying? Little stuff like that. And I don't want to make this a race thing, guys. I wanted y'all to just kind of say if you wanted to rap on some other stuff. Yeah, it's just the truth. And then overall, like I said, they make it like we're a sickly people. We're not sickly. You know, a lot of the stuff that they were doing and trying to figure out is because they know that your bloodline has been on the planet the longest. You know, so what do? You have to go back to the source. It is what it is. Even the land that we come from originally, like they said, is just rich. Diamonds and gold and oil and lithium and you know what I mean? Because they said that that's the cradle of civilization. They tried to make, you know, what Greek and Mediterranean, that area, talking about that's the cradle of civilization. That's ridiculous. It doesn't make sense. What are you talking about? You know, stuff like that, you know, just trying to whitewash everything. And I know that every time In Shape come on here, it seems like I'm going down that road, but no, that's just one of the things that's been affecting me in my personal life, especially when I moved. Like I told you, I'm from Texas, moved out to Oklahoma and other places. I started being reminded of stuff that I hadn't really thought about since I was like a 10 or 11-year-old kid. And it's because of how I carry myself. You know, they think that you're going to be disrespectful, or they think that, you know, you had to be taught by some white person or some type of white influence is the reason why you be able to articulate your thoughts. Like, no, it has nothing to do with that, you know, or you must be mixed or something like that. That's what I'm saying, Champion Heart. And it's not because I do take pride in that, but it's just the truth. And you guys are trying, you always want something to be the truth when you go into science and architecture and all this and that. But you are the one that has an issue with that. Normally, whenever there's a level playing field, even the children themselves excel. So you want me to downplay my existence to make you feel comfortable. And that's madness. It really is madness. So when you can't stop it, then you slander me. You know, Devin Haney is a perfect example. You say everything but fight, like they say. And it becomes accepted, and it's weird. It's weird to keep making these excuses on, oh, he's pillow-fisted, and, you know, he's not exciting. And the highest level, like with Deontay, like I say, of combat, is to make sure, and this is whether it's wartime or just for sport, to be able to stop my opponent and I don't incur very much damage. That's what boxing is. Hit and don't get hit. So now you even make it seem like me being able to stop a man is a bad thing. You know, you always want to try to control the truth of it. So now you sitting there saying that Devin, which is so pure of a boxer, he can go and fight you for over half an hour. And you know that movement and time, sooner or later, somebody's going to get hit. And he's so good at what he does, just like Shakur, that I can actually keep standing in front of you and you can't hit me. So now you're going to deem that bad. So you hear that argument about, oh, he's so boring, he just boxes. Oh, he doesn't do anything but knock people out. And both of those, when you sit and just think about it in the realm of reality, it's crazy. You know, that's like ridiculous for you to say that. You just more or less are saying, if somebody else that's not your people's doing it, then it's beautiful. You know, it's a great thing. They're this, they're that. But when you put them side by side and just be honest about it, not just saying that you're going to, you know, put down another race. That's what you're doing to me. You're putting me down. You're telling me that what I'm doing, since I'm doing it, it's not as beautiful, you know what I'm saying, as a person that's outside of my culture is doing it, my ethnicity. You understand? Like that's the thing about it that I find mind-boggling. And whenever you sit down and you have these discussions, whenever they start feeling like they're quote unquote losing, that's when the insults come in. That's why I jumped in about the Clarissa Shields thing, because the Savannah Marshall said what she said, and then Clarissa, she countered her with real information, and the woman just went straight to insulting her because you know more or less you have no comeback. You know that what I'm saying is fact. But since it's socially accepted that blacks are less than, then she can say all these things and hide behind that. Like, you know, you got some people that you think you're cool with, like they say, be careful with certain women. And you guys know what I'm talking about when I'm talking about, you know, Caucasian women. Then they turn on you when stuff goes down. So that means that the whole time you dealing with me, and I know that's not an end all be all, because like I said, there's Caucasian women in my family. I want to make sure you guys keep understanding that I'm not a racist person, bro. I don't have time for that. You know, I really don't. I didn't bring you here. I'm not God, you know, but that's because you know how society is. So you use society against us. Like, as long as it's cool and nobody know, but the moment anything goes down, then you black again, you know, but then at the same time, you acting like that ain't happening. Come on, man. I understand what you mean, Terrell Gosberry, because in order for that, then the race that I have to be will be superior. You know what I'm saying, though, but a lot of folks don't know the true definition of words. So I'm just still trying to lay this. There we go. I can be prejudiced. Yeah. I'm sitting there trying to relay it because I know how words are used right now. And people tend to pretend like they don't understand, or they, you know, and I know that's all game in the end, you know. But I just want to say that because just even having pride, like one time a guy came in the chat and said, you're not a fan of boxing, you're a fan of black people. And I'm like, I'm a fan of both. Like, how are those two things exclusive? And he never came back in the chat, which I did understand because he understood. He was like, oh, okay. You know, I tried to make something bad because it's socially accepted of being bad. But just with that brief statement that In Shape Street Fighter made, that nullified that. That killed it. You know what I'm saying? So I can't even come with that angle anymore. And that's a sign of intelligence for me. Just back off. Don't start saying crazy cockamamie stuff that where you kind of just talking in circles because you just don't want to lose. You know, if you have a personal opinion, man, you're entitled to that, especially in this country. You are entitled to that opinion, but don't try to pretend like it's fact, because if you can base it in something, then there's nothing I can do to refute it, regardless if it hurts my feelings or not. I just got to take it on the chin and understand that my personal belief, my personal preference is not the end all be all. And that's the thing that we're saying now. These children are more accepting of each other. I look through the neighborhoods, man, everybody plays with everybody. I said that with my kids. You know what I'm saying? I was like, man, I'm excited about stuff like that. I don't want to see anybody's race be watered down or taken away. Yeah, and you're right, Terrell. It is. It's that, and it's. I told him it's a rhythm thing too. I noticed that when I was young. Like I told the story before when I was on here. I was, what would you say, that big Reggie Owens? Reggie. Whenever I was boxing this man who was actually older than me, and I was a kid. I'm just some street guy. I don't really know. I just watched Sugar Ray Leonard's and you know, the Hagglers and Hearns and all that. You know, you mimicking their movements, but you're not realizing that's a talent. Some people have to really train to be able to do that. And I was able to mimic these people and defeat this man who was at least 10 years older than me. And he became frustrated and angry and just came after me. You know what I'm saying? I didn't realize that that was a natural talent. I didn't think anything about it. I was just looking at the television and mimicking what I saw. And also the fear of being hit, because being hit doesn't feel good, you know. And he trained, he was older than me, he was this and that, but I was able to defeat this man without even trying, you know. And that's when I started to see the differences. And like they say, some people don't have rhythm, some people do have rhythm. So I know a lot of it has to do with rhythm. You know, we just a people of rhythm. Every black person can't dance, and every white person, you know what I'm saying, it's not somebody that doesn't have rhythm. You know what I mean? But all in all, you can't say something that you keep seeing being repeated. Like I told you, the scientific method. If you keep putting these children in here, having them train, and then have them compete, and this keeps happening on a repeated, then it's just the truth. Your feelings have nothing to do with it. How you feel about something has nothing to do with it. It's the fact of the matter that there's something within this ethnicity that makes them do this and do that, and they do it well. So don't take that away from them, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I see you in there, Mr. Reggie Owens, man. I was hoping somebody will jump on here, man, because I don't want to stay on the soapbox or nothing like that. But the brother said to keep cooking and to speak my truth, but I don't want to lower, you know what I'm saying, the intellect in the room. Always being, you know, this guy that comes on and brings racing where people are enjoying talking about food and culture and traveling and bettering themselves and stuff like that. Because eventually I've been trying to build my courage up, like I say, coming on here with Kyle and these different platforms to be able to speak on that just on my own personal channel. I told him I would like to make money off of it, you know, but I'm not trying to behave as though what I feel personally, and I keep saying the same thing as the end all be all, or try to hide behind boxing and really talk about, you know, oh, the white man this, the white man that, because I remember, y'all remember when, like I said, I keep using Fred because Fred was one of the first places that I went to and was able to build up my courage just to do this. It was like, dude, you know, what do we do with the pain? We don't want to keep crying. We don't want to be seen as less than, but now we're intelligent enough to know that there are roadblocks that are being set. It's no more cracking the whip. It's no more keeping us, you know what I'm saying, locked up. Now we use legislation to do it. You know, we try to make it like our people are inherently violent, you know, that inherently we don't swim, we don't read. So you're trying to make it like we're just some subspecies. When in actuality, if we are the original people, how can you have these new races? How can you have culture on the planet right now if the original people didn't survive? If we didn't build, if we didn't have medical knowledge, if we weren't able to read the stars, navigate over the planet, you know, how could this bloodline, which is the Negro, Black, whatever you consider yourself, why did it not die out? And then they start acting like you're a subspecies or they came after, so they're the new version, they're better than you. You know what I'm saying? Like, so if that's the case, why when we meet in Mortal Kombat on an even ground, you're dominated? You see physically, like they say, people are more muscular on our side. Adipose fat, which is, you know, the fat on our bodies, the women are more curvy. You understand? And the thing is, like you said, y'all see you, Teray, you said that about being savage. They try to pretend like that's the case. It's like, well, if you look at history around the planet, we may have enslaved each other. We've done stuff within Africa, but we didn't do across the board like the Caucasians had, or the Europeans or Anglo-Saxon, whatever you want to categorize them at. We didn't go around the world and destroy natural resource. We didn't like lower the Native American down to almost nothing. We didn't destroy the buffalo. You know, we didn't do these things to where it affected the planet, like the overall of everything. So who was really the savage here? You know, a lot of times we had culture and laws and stuff that, of course, we kept in place because we wanted to be in tune with nature. We're not sitting here destroying the planet for finance. You understand? Like, that's the reason why you think that you're superior, but you actually are inferior. You're willing to destroy something to, quote unquote, stay in charge. But you're not the person that really needs to be in charge, because now we got global warming. You know, you got all these different diseases as a result of how we're eating and feeding everything. Now we're starting to come back and circle around and understand that maybe we should stop doing this. You know, and I know, Reggie, that's what I'm saying. They're not divided by race. They love the black man, the black woman. They think we're beautiful. They love the music. They love the way we dance. They love the way we think. They love our lingo, as they say. They love almost everything that comes with us. And when they actually meet you and see that you're actually just a regular person, and a lot of times the decisions that you make is a result of not having, out of desperation, out of not having education, not having food, clothing, shelter, the basic human necessities of life. Of course, you're going to become an animal. You are, because you don't have what you need. So all you feel is suffering. You always looking on the other side and seeing people having more than you. So then that starts to breed contempt in you. You start to feel like you are an animal. And you start to see that a lot of times when you try to go about it in the right way, there's roadblocks. So when you see these roadblocks, it infuriates you, because now you realize, oh, we're not stupid. We're not dumb. You really are just trying to stop us. And like boxing conversation, Reggie say facts. The ones that people call supreme are actually inferior. Yes, that's why I'm bugged out when I hear people call whites or their system supreme. And I've said that with people that I've worked with. Because as soon as I got on the job, I'm normally the only black person, I told y'all, and they come up to me and ask me about reparations. How you doing? I'm in shape, Street Fighter, and you know, how about we start with that? But even when you approach me like that, you don't even see me as a person. You see me as a black guy. So you felt like you could just walk up to me, and just start asking me random questions. But that's what I call it, right, fragility. I don't have to make you feel comfortable. I didn't do you anything in the first place. If you feel uncomfortable, that's something within you. When people say, well, he made me feel uncomfortable. Well, I want to make you give me $1 million. Oh, you're not going to give me the money. So how can I make you feel uncomfortable, but I can't make you do anything else? That's how I start a lot of conversations with people. That's not the case. You're seeing something and you're acting out on something that's preconceived, something that you've been through. It's not my place to make you feel comfortable. If I'm not attacking you, if I'm not coming towards you, then whatever you feel is your feelings. That's why I say they're your feeling. Whenever you came up and said something about some reparations, I'm like, bro, why would I discuss anything with you about my people? Are you going to help us? Are you an advocate? Do you feel as though you're going to lose anything? And he couldn't answer any of those questions. And what he's basically saying to me is that I don't agree with something that's going on outside of my community. How does it affect you, though? And that's when I tell him a lot of times, I say, I know you're afraid of me, but that has nothing to do with me because I haven't done anything. And he was like, well, we didn't know you when you first got here. And I said, I didn't know you either. And once again, they got quiet. See, you're not even seeing it. You only see it from your point of view. And you've been taught this, but it's not the truth. And now that you have to face something, which basically I always jokingly tell them, I apologize for ruining your idea of what a black man is. They don't know how to deal with that. You need to feel superior to me. Why? What's going on at home? What happened? I used to jokingly say, hey, I apologize for the black guy that beat you up. Or when you walked in on your wife and she was looking at the BBC, the British Broadcasting Corporation. But y'all know what I'm talking about. That maybe she stared at Terrell, Tyrone, Leroy, Latavius too long somewhere. But that has nothing to do with us. You need to address that with your woman. What is it? You have a shortcoming. Even with, like I said, with Dietary, I'm not going to go and pretend like it was not some weirdness going on around the whole boxing thing with Dietary. Yes, he probably needed to work on this and work on that. But that he was not treated fairly. That there was some kind of conspiracy. For me to try to waste my time, I tell him I'm not going to waste my time trying to convince you that you're racist. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to do that. Yeah, Terrell, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, it's little stuff like that. Because behind closed doors, like what my boy say, Toby Wigway, when the sister be rapping, you will bore me and admire me. And that's what I tell people. You love and hate me for the same reason. We helped you grow rice in the Carolinas. The Native Americans helped you feed yourself. You went across and saw a lot of these beautiful cultures, and then you deemed them nesting because they weren't trying to build towers up to the sky, but they lived in unison with nature. They knew how to survive on the planet. Why did you leave from the greatest place, which is Europe, and venture out? You ventured out because there was suffering where you were at. You saw these other places and it was beautiful, but they weren't destroying the natural environment. Star Trek, when I was a kid, they had this one episode I remember that the planet looked old. It looked like it was just trees and this and that. But then when they went underground, it was all kind of technology. Come to find out these people were some of the most advanced people. But they said they learned from destroying their civilization before to not mess with the natural resources. You can sit here and develop certain things, but don't let that overrun what was already here. If you let it overrun what's already here, then you destroy everything. The natural order of things are the natural order of things. You come from nature. So why would you want to alter anything and say what you create is better, artificially flavored? You know what I'm saying? When in reality, you don't need anything that's artificially flavored. But the big thing with men now is that everything is financially motivated. So we don't think about the long-term parts of it. And the reason why I started getting like that is because of me working in the refinery and just understanding that a lot of the chemicals and all this other stuff that's going on, man, it's horrible. children being born in weird ways and all this stuff like that in close proximity to these places, but I was making money. And it made me kind of question my own self. But, you got to live. You got to eat. I think about plastic all the time. Like, it's one of the greatest things, but the worst things, and we can change the way it's made and all this other stuff. But a lot of times you just don't do it because it costs too much money. And that's crazy that we can't have the foresight to do something for the next generation. And I know that I had that issue when I was young and black. I don't give a damn. I'm just trying to get what I can get right now. I don't give a damn about who's going to be here in 50 years. But if somebody before me thought the same way, then I wouldn't even be able to sit here and be talking to y'all on this computer complaining about something. Somebody had foresight. The reason why I'm comfortable right now is because a group of people that I never met, I probably won't meet till I get to the other side, they just took time out of their lives to make sure that the future had something. And that's maturity. That's what's understanding. So that's the big thing that I'll be sitting there talking about now, is that you just got to give a fuck. Excuse my French, And I do understand that those people who are normally outside of our culture are jealous and intimidated. But I don't have to apologize for that. Yes, and that's the thing. Like you say, champion, the system is called white supremacy because they benefit from it simply because they white. But then they try to pretend like that's not it. I've heard you say you happy you're not black. So why would you say you're happy you're not black? You always talk about they got the biggest Johnsons. They run the fastest. They got the best genetics, as they say. So why would you not want to be black if you like all the upside? Because society has taught you that black is bad. But you have this battle in your mind because every time you see Keisha, you like, man, she got a fat booty on her, man. To where they say, I like girls with black girl booties. As I started getting older and hearing that, I'm like, wow, so you even say our women are beautiful, but you can't quite give them all the credit. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I said that. You were born to be whatever you were going to be born to be. You want me to apologize for something I have no control over, but I know earlier they were talking about sexuality. Now, whether it's a decision or not, it's something that you can hide. People have hid it since the beginning of America. What they say is so many Rock Hudsons and all these other people who passed on who were like heartthrobs and women loved them and they like men. They never knew it. You know what I'm saying? They wrote songs about women. They played in movies and they would swoon in women. But when they got off that clock, they got off the camera, the radio and all that, they were going with men. Now, like I said, I'm not going to get into that because to each his own, but I can't hide what I am. The moment you see me, I'm 6 foot and black. You can call me dark skin, light skin, almond, caramel, yellow, red, or whatever you want to say. You still a person of color, melanated, black. You know what I'm saying? Like just so I can't hide that. But you try to equate those two things. But you also realize a lot of your rights came from us struggling, of us getting tired. Whenever they started doing the civil rights movement, then they started having the gay rights movement. A lot of people from other countries, you were able to be here because of what we did. And a lot of people know that. I got Muslim brothers that's from around the world. They love the black man because they do understand that if we would have never did anything and got hit with water hoses and hung and burned and all this other stuff, they wouldn't be in this country right now to make a better lives for themselves. So it's even disrespectful with that. The biggest thing that gets me is that I've heard them say, give the black man nothing, not even a receipt. Because if people really pay attention to what's going on, it's a lot of things that we've done. But if they give you any credit, because they say, that's not important. If it's not important, why are you always showing yourself on the television? Why are you on every billboard? You know what I'm saying? Why are you forever always wanting to make sure that you get credit for whatever you do? Oh, the little girl comes up missing. Hallie is not here. Hallie's on the news every day. But when LaQuisha comes up missing, man, you wouldn't even hear about it. And like I said, it's not a gripe session. I tell folks, I just want to talk about what's really happening. Stop pretending like it's not happening. And I know what it is. You don't want to address it. You don't want to address it because addressing means that I have to accept, I have to think, and then there's going to be change. And we don't want to change. I'm comfortable being at the quote unquote top. Now we're going to sneak off. We're going to go mess with black women. But I'm going to never tell you that I was in love with a black woman. Exactly. Why are they injecting their lips? Why are they tanning their skin? You know, even the bodybuilders, like you say, because they put on this tan so they can what? You can see the muscle better. So all in all, I already got it up just because my skin's darker than yours. So whenever I put my swole on, my muscles look a little more defined. They look more this and this and that. It's just, we understand now, you know, that all that hatred, it has nothing to do with us. It's a self-hatred. You know, it's something that you're dealing with inside yourself. But since, once again, I'm going to say, since it's socially accepted, you can lash out at another group of people and make it like it's their fault. Oh, look at them. They don't take care of their kids because you took the black man out of the home. You systematically broke down a race of people. That's what's happening. You want to tell us pull ourselves up by the bootstraps and all this other stuff like that. And I always say, you can sit here and tell me how many Coca-Colas were sold in the Philippines between noon and 3 o'clock on a Saturday 50 years ago. But you're going to tell me you don't understand rules and regulations, laws, certain things you do about schools, about areas with no grocery stores. You're going to tell me that. You can see a penny from space with this camera that you've invented, but you're going to say you don't understand why the black community is still going through what they're going through. Really. Intelligence, information, knowledge is such at a high point, but you're going to pretend like you don't know why a group of people are suffering. All right, then. I understand. You know, and whenever you realize that, you know, that's when you can get your weapons together and start to understand it is what it is on certain things. And I just don't take part in stuff. So whenever you sit here and you try to slander my people a little bit, either I say nothing or I correct you. You know, some people feel like you're being aggressive, but you just insulted what I am. So like I said, when they were talking about Clarissa, a lot of black women are like that as a result of where they are and where they're from, but not every black woman. But she's just speaking with her strength. She knows what the real world is. You have this sugar-coated idea of what stuff is supposed to be, that leave it to beaver, you know what I'm saying? Full house stuff. That's not real for us. They're all well-off black folks. There were black people who were free too. You understand? But at the same time, the majority of these individuals, they took from them. And even when they allowed you, you hear me say allowed you to have something, you know, they still manipulated that because there was always a fear of you excelling because we took everything from you and you're still here. We poisoned you. We experimented on you. We tried to cull your numbers. We tried to keep you in slavery and you're still here. So we allowed you to get into sports and you took it over. And we beat on you, spit on you, paid you less, and you're still here. So that's frightening to you because if you already feel fragile about what I am as a black person, then I know you're not as strong as me. That's just a fact. That's not my opinion because you put us through all this, and I'm going to say it again, still here. Not only just still here, but excel. We invented things, traveled around the world, open heart surgery. We all know the stories of things that are being hidden. Now it's starting to come out. Now they're starting to give credit because it's embarrassing. Critical race theory scares the hell out of people, man. So you want to talk about facts in everything, in science, and like I told you earlier, architecture, you want to be able to build this building so it doesn't fall down, but you don't want to talk about the facts when it comes to another race. Hell, you the one started this whole race conversation, what the word race mean, you know, all that stuff like that. You had to categorize everything. Like you had to consider yourself the creme de la creme. But every time we line up on the track, I smoke you. You know what I'm saying? Like you want to control reality, but you're not the most high. You're not the grand creator or whatever you want to believe in, the almighty. You're just not. It is what it is. If you have something that's good, you're going to have something that's bad. If you have something that's great, you know what I'm saying? You're going to have something that's garbage. And you're right. You can't eliminate the original man, the alpha and the omega. It just is what it is. Because why? Why are we here? You know, we have that discussion. You know, is it religion? Is it some aliens made us? Are we a science experiment for some civilization off somewhere else? You know, because even if that's the case, why did they give the black person his attributes? Why are we in tune with certain things? Why do you seem like rhythm is hard for you? You know what I mean? Why are you always mimicking us? I remember when they said on TikTok, the young girls were upset. They their dance routines kept being taken from them. And they realized that they weren't even showing the black women doing their dance routines. So they boycotted for a month. I always bring this same story up because it was beautiful when it happened. Nobody put anything out on TikTok for a while. Because all they were doing was they kept taking the Caucasian women and putting them out there. You know what I'm saying? Like I would be embarrassed, y'all, to sit here and pretend like I'm superior. But in actuality, I keep sneaking around the corner like Elvis Presley, watching the people in the hole-in-wall juke joints, mimicking their movements, how they sing, and stealing from them, and then run back over the way I'm from and say, I'm the best thing since sliced bread. That's why you have that hatred inside of yourself. Because you're doing and saying two different things. And you just don't understand how these people could just keep coming up with something. That's why some folks said, of course, you're blessed. Yeah, and they are Joe Hart. I mean, to where you sitting there for the right laws, states talk about seceding away from the union again because they don't want to feel guilty about what actually happened in the past. So once again, we just gonna use you just better than me. So I can't even work through my pain. We can't even, be able to put a lot of this stuff to rest where race won't be a big thing. So you don't want to actually talk about what happened unless it has to do with you. You do understand that's insecurity. But when you call them insecure, it's like it happened in the past. You guys love the past. All you do is talk about what you did in the past and how your uncle conquered this place and my great-grandfather was the third of the this and that. But when it comes to that, you don't want to talk about how you actually came about with a lot of this medical stuff. You don't want to talk about how other races of people actually help you from dying when you tried to go to their land, pretend like you like them, and then eventually try to murder everybody. Because you're going to have to address what you are. You're going to have to sit there and say, am I sick? What's going to keep happening if we keep going in this direction? Are we going to burn the whole blue marble again? Like they say, we all been here before. In religion, they say that the world has already been destroyed once. Various different religions have this agreement about if man keeps going down the way he's going, everything's going to go up in fire. And now the little blue marble we on is steadily heating up. The winters are getting a little warmer. You know what I'm saying? The summers are getting a little longer. Fish are dying every damn where there's so much plastic. I keep bringing these things up because that's what I'm saying. Like, are we going to be intelligent enough to just go, hey, man, we need to stop. We got about another hot 50 years before this thing blow up. But hell, we can't even agree on our skin color. You sitting there arguing with me because you find out Connor loves Keisha. And you are willing to take Keisha and damn that string her up from a tree because Connor likes her. You're not going to talk to Connor? To Sven? None of these people. You sat here and in various wars that you had, almost annihilated a race of people again. Like they said, if the Germans, Sprechens the Deutsch, if they would have won everything, bro, it'd have been a whole different world we in right now. And it's just because some guy got his feelings hurt. He didn't excel in life. And he actually said blonde hair and blue eyes is the highest level of anything. And he doesn't even have blonde hair and blue eyes. So like what? But it's just that, it's that craziness, bro. It's that idiotic craziness. And if you speak up, I'm going to kill you. And I also bring up like when you hang people and you castrate somebody, you cut their piece off, bro. What makes you want to kill a person but then go towards their genitalia? I always bring that up when I speak with a lot of my white friends here. And I say, dude, that's a different level of sickness. And What? Are you serious? You don't think that's just a little strange? Nobody in this room thinks that, okay, you done killed him. What does his Johnson have to do with anything? Hey, Mr. Pads, I'm still new to this Instagram, man. I didn't really know you like that, man. I didn't mean to, because I'm starting to see that people want to follow on Instagram. But I don't really have but one photograph up there. I said I've been practicing with the video side. Like my daughter laughs at me, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm trying to figure it out. So I don't really be on it like that. I got a few other people that said they want to follow me, man. But I also was like, man, if they follow me, I don't want them to think that I want to follow them to be in their business. Because I told you that's what scared me about social media at first. Everybody wants to know everything about you, but they don't want to talk to you though. They just want to know your business. So, because I've had people on the job asking my last name, and I started understanding why they was asking for my last name, because they want to be able to go and try to search out your social media. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Paz, because people misinterpret a lot of stuff that I be having going on. But yeah, salute to you, man. It's somebody else that was on there, and I've just been off. I've been on. I'm not on the internet because I started seeing that I was coming across the wrong way, and that's important to me. Like, I don't really care about anything, but I'm just trying to stay true to myself. Yeah. I'm just making sure of that, because people want gain. I didn't come on here for gain. I really came on here because, of course, I don't need to be a dinosaur. And technology, it just is what it is. No matter how much I fight against it, as long as I use it correctly, I'm good. So I'm not trying to attack nobody. I'm not trying to down nobody. Even now, what I'm talking about is what I talk to a lot of my friends who happen to be outside the race, like I say. I run something by them. The ones who can be loving and understanding, they tell the truth. But a lot of the other ones, they just don't want to talk about it. Because, like I said, your insecurity has nothing to do with me. And it's sad because all humans go through that. Everybody has something they don't feel comfortable about. But I don't really think that I want to hang you from a tree, to keep you in your place. Because my favorite thing is to keep repeating over and over how that's, if something is inferior, why are you trying to keep it in check? You trying to say like we like weeds or something? We're going to grow through the garden or some crap like that? Like, what? And then everybody like to talk about the Tulsa race riots and all this stuff like that, which is not a riot. It was a slaughter, like they said. Let me make sure I correct that. Why are you looking across the street over here what we got going on? If you don't want us around your beautiful white women, if you don't want us mixing and mingling, you need to stay over there. Yes, sir. Periwinkle blue for me, ma. You need to stay over there, boy. Look here. Those guys? Yes, sir. I saw a color guy over there near the tracks. I think we need to. So we're going to stay where we at. We're going to do our thing. Why are you coming over here now? Because I've seen it my own self from the dirty South, to where you tell us don't do this and don't do that. Cool. So we're going to stay on this side of the tracks. Now we got our own clubs. We got our own grocery stores. We got this. And then you just show up. Well, looky here, Melvin. These colored folks has a not, and now we discussing what we got going on. And you use social acceptance to be able to impress upon people something that's not fair, bro. Yes, Santos, jealousy and the want to be the supreme being. But that's why I'm saying, but why? What inside you besides just normal drive? Because we all know that sex, food, you know what I'm saying, fear, those are the things that drive us. You're an animal, no matter how high we think we are. So you can eat, you can have your women, you know what I'm saying? You can have whatever resources. So I'm not taking anything from you. What I'm thinking is that you want to do that to me. You know what I'm saying? So that's why you always feel like you're uncomfortable. You're thinking that one day we're going to take you over. No, you secretly want to take everything over so that you don't have to feel a certain way. Would say that, Big Texas. I see you in there, baby. Yeah, I'm in here running my mouth, man. I kind of lost everybody. But they told me to keep running my mouth, so I'm keeping running my mouth. I'm letting everybody be my psychiatrist today. I'd be broke as hell if y'all all charge me. Because, normally when I get on here, that's one of the things that I was talking about, because the community in itself, like LDBC and these various channels, with people on here talking about stuff like this, I was excited because I was like, I didn't know this existed. So there's actually somewhere I can go and be able to speak with people and actually talk about, you know, the nature of man and how Black people can do better with themselves and what exactly do we need to do, because I'm not with that. They let us have anything. Just like the old slaves that I grew up around, you know, greats and great grand and all this, they were like, no, you can take it, but you can't give me a damn thing. And I used to always love when they said that. Well, we allowed y'all. You didn't allow nothing. You just realized one day, okay, they normally are docile and they sitting over there in the corner, but they are big, fast, and strong. Eventually, if we keep poking the bear, they're gonna come out that corner on us. So we're gonna let them vote. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna let them go to school with us. We're gonna let them go to the shopping mall. Let them sit at the counter. Because if it keeps going this way, they're going to get tired like every other race, and they're not going to be afraid to die. And then everywhere you go in America is going to be a soul food restaurant because we're going to take over. You know what I mean? Like, and then they know it's going to be hard as hell to get back into a position of authority. Yes, you're right. Certain people say we shouldn't integrate it. You know, there's arguments pro and con on that. And that's another thing, Reggie, that I was going to say. They fear that Black revenge. What's going to happen? And I remember this movie I saw with John Travolta in it and James Earl Jones and all them. It was called Ghost or something. It's throwback. All the Black people were in the position of authority. It was turn the world on its head. It was Black supremacy. And I remember they were cracking jokes about white folks looking like ghosts and all this and that. But they were trying to show what it would. They were just saying, what do you call it? Oh man, I need to give me some more coffee. God dog it. But it's just basically a role reversal, is what it was. The Black man was in charge and the white man was a slave, basically. They couldn't make a good life for themselves. They were ostracized and all that stuff like that. And I always wonder why. It seemed like eventually that movie, nobody really talked about it, wasn't around, you didn't see it. And I know y'all probably don't even know what I'm talking about. Yeah. But yeah, that was one of them ones, like when I had certain friends come up to me and talk to me and be like, man, you because they saw themselves. They saw the white man being with a boot on his neck. And then they come talk to you like, man, I never really thought about this and this and that. What Mr. Pass got going on. He says there was a prisoner who was wrongfully sentenced to prison and the guards beat the hell out of him. And when he was released, the guards feared for their life because they thought he would seek revenge. Yeah, just don't do nothing. Just leave me alone. You won't have to be afraid if you don't do what's wrong. But the reason why you beat on me in the first place is because you're scared of me. I told you when I got arrested a couple of times and stuff like that. It was crazy that this man had a shotgun, a billy club, a handgun, and he was still afraid of me. Man, I'm slim, trim like a bicycle rim. Man, I'm about 13. No, the first time I was 11. I'm 11 years old. You a grown man. You got more weaponry on you than the American Army. What are you afraid of me for? You know, it was that, like I keep saying, it was mind-blowing to see the fear in his eyes. So now I'm afraid because you afraid. And then it happened at 13, then 16. And then they tell you, oh, that's not happening, this and that. No, it's happening. We just don't talk about it. Because there are a lot of good people in the world who happen to not be Black, that if they keep seeing this, they're going to start speaking up. Because like I said, abolitionists, I'm not going to act like white folks didn't help us. That's ridiculous. That would not be fair. And I try my best to be fair. I'm still a man. I have what I feel. You know what I'm saying? But I do believe in the fairness of. And there was a lot of them that sat there because you got to think about it. Especially back then, they didn't have to risk their life. You know, they could have lived a charmed life, been comfortable and everything. So I want to make sure I touch on that because I try to keep balance and stuff that I'm saying, because if not, then you're just going to hear the bitterness of me going through what I went through with the police and stuff in school and stuff like that. Yeah. Like you're saying, Trayvon Martin. Man, that's one of the times, y'all, that I really, really, really stood up. And I was on Facebook with the family taking pictures and everything. Man, when they came out of court on that one, I felt some type of way for a long time, man. Every time I see Trayvon, I hear a kid's name Trayvon. Now I don't know what to say on that one, y'all. I know it's been so many times, but it's just one of them times that I was living in Houston and I was doing my thing, man. And that man was just mad because that boy whipped him. And he understood how society is. And he made a conscious decision just to do away with a young boy's life, man. And like they said, we didn't do anything about that one. I really do think that if we, and I don't want to come on here and get my Black Panther on, but I know that's one of the reasons why they release the feed. They release a little bit of pressure from time to time when they start seeing things boiling up a little bit, just boiling up a little bit, because it's not, I mean, we don't have a high percentage of us out here. When you look at everything, yeah, we don't really even have enough folks out here like that. In a lot of places, we are still deemed a minority in certain centers, in certain cities, and everywhere. So how can we be creating so much, doing so much, and it's not that many of us? Like how can you answer that question? Because I said when that guy came with that reparations thing, man, I wasn't even on the job like 2 weeks. We were in the Connex and I was getting some safety stuff. I had to get barricade stuff and this and that. And you know how you can be around people and you can tell they want to talk to you about something, but they're trying their best to try to think about how they can come across, which I understand. I respected him for that, because he was trying to figure out a way to ask me that. And then later on, we talked again. I asked him a few other questions. And I remember one gentleman walking up on me talking about he was raised to think that Black people stink. They were always taught that Black people were dirty. And then later on, when he got older, he had a bunch of friends telling him that he smelled like a dog. We all crack jokes about stuff like that. And how it seemed like they were projecting. I'm like, yeah, they were trying to tell you something that they probably felt about themselves. And that's what I kind of felt like when the guy was coming over to me, asking me certain things about that. And a lot of times they don't have any access to a Black person. So the first Black person they see, they want you to represent every Black person on the planet. They want to ask you the wildest questions and anytime they do something along the lines that I deem kind of disrespectful or they stepping over, I just ask them the same question back. And you ought to see the look on their faces a lot of times. Because in that moment, they realize, wow, that was disrespectful. Or when they try to argue and act like it's different because, you know what I'm saying? Oh, I do think so, Mr. Paz, because, and he asked guys, Street Fighter, do you think it's going to get better within the next 150 years or do you think it's going to get worse? Because in my opinion, it's getting worse, especially with the media push. I think that the reason why it's going to get better is because of what the media is doing. They're trying their best. Last-ditch effort. You know what I'm saying? They're struggling to keep the status quo. That's the reason why everything's ramping up. And there's so much violence in the street. And they're starting to, shoot more Black people, as they say, because they're trying to use the same thing they've always used, which is fear. But when that internet took off, baby, and knowledge started rolling around this planet at light speed, I already knew it was going to start looking real different between 20 years. Because, like they say, normally it take 100 years for something to come about. Y'all guys see how different the world is. Hell, we just had beepers not too long ago. You know what I'm saying? Now they putting chips in people at their jobs. Hell, they was trying to make chips smaller just to fit in computers. Now we got nanobites, you know what I'm saying? Nanobots and stuff like that. Yeah, I feel you, Terrell. Like, it's a lot of my people that, and I forget that when I go home sometime, when they see me talking and I have to negotiate and do stuff with people, you know what I'm saying, of another race, how they still have that fear. When they see him in the store and the head go down, a little kowtow. And Black Fight Fan says it beautifully a lot of times when he says that. And when it's brought to their attention, the shame, because they don't realize they're doing it. That's another reason why I know that when people see me, they always ask me, where you from? They don't want to say, why you not falling in line? They just want to ask where you from, because you're not like the coloreds where I'm at. See, those are good coloreds. You know what I'm talking about? They know their place. See, fella, you're a bit uppity. Might have to get you right. You know, I'm used to all that when I was growing up. But it's just that standing with your back straight and dignity. I just carry myself with dignity. You know, I'm not laughing at your jokes. You know what I'm saying? We say that, Mr. Nash. I'm not trying to prove anything to you so that makes you uncomfortable. Mr. Pass asks, do you think it's willful ignorance or just ignorance? Do they know any better? Were they told to act that way from their parents? Will they grow up and change with time? Oh, they will. One of the people that I love very much, they realized they did it. And then they realized that it wasn't necessarily taught, but they saw their parents behave that way. So they did it for safety. Because it's funny that they condition their children to think that we're savages, when in actuality we just try to get along because we fear their wrath. We fear them taking a life because they got upset today. You understand? Like, so that's what it is a lot of times. It's not even so much as I'm actually that afraid of you. I just don't want you to damage certain things. Yeah, it's projecting. Exactly, champion. It's just projecting. And when you look at an 8, you're right. They don't like that one here lately. I don't hear it as much as I used to. They don't really talk about all that 8 stuff as much as they used to, because when some people were saying that, they started realizing that they look like apes more than we do. They just try to say something because of our fleshy nose. The Negro nose is fleshy and the dark skin. Oh, Reggie, that's one of the reasons why I was always on what you had going on. Reggie, I just had to back off on you because you was making my heart heavy. It ain't even about like lack of talent or anything you had going on. It was just like I had to take a break from the world because, you know, I can be very serious, as you guys probably know. But the thing is that, you know, I just had to take a break because it was just a constant reminder of something that I was already looking at. So, man, I do it in the most eloquent way, as I've been told, because I don't get worked up. You know, I want them to understand that I'm not trying to prove anything to you, but I am trying to show you that you don't know what the hell you're talking about. And what you believe is just not the truth. And I just try my best to be on truth, even if it, quote unquote, counts against me. You know what I'm saying? But it's just the right thing because I don't want my heart to be heavy like that, bro. Yeah. And I've been told that so many times. I told you they call me Malcolm Farrakhan and all this other stuff. I was like, all right, I found that as a compliment. Thank you very much. I'm glad you know who those people are, sir. They just look at you. I was like, you think I'm going to take it as an insult that you just compared me to some beautiful black men who helped me be prideful, help my people? You know what I'm saying? Like, why would I deem that an insult? Oh, that's right. You think that I'm less than. No, I'm not. You know what I mean? At all. And why are you taking so much time out of your life to concern yourself with people that you say you have nothing in common with? Like, for real. And like I said, it's always quiet after that. And then normally they lay me off a little early on the job. They normally go ahead and give me that pink slip, you know, because the one thing I do understand is that whenever they really see that you don't need them or they can't make you need them, the relationship begins to change. You know, talking about, you know, I don't mind black this and black that. I just walk up and be like, man, why are we even talking about my race? You know, we here to talk about, you know, fall protection. What exactly made you say anything about, you know, that my people came from Africa? You know, why is that? Because it's on your mind. There's something inside of you that makes you go, I need to put this guy in this place. I need to let him know what's what. And then I ask the same question. Well, what exactly is my place? You know, if my grandfather, then we get into all that. It's just the insult. And like I said with BF earlier, he said something that I always believe. Like, yeah, anytime you make it personal, that's because you got hate in your heart. If you happen to be correct about your boxer being better and this and that, then you're right. You know what I'm saying? I can't say anything about the truth. If we didn't have truth, then there's nothing that we can do. Like I said earlier, you can't build anything. You can't fix anything. There would be no nothing. It just would be nothing because you have to have facts. You have to have facts. And this world is duality. So I do understand it's going to be lies because there's facts. But to sit here and just refute the facts, you see, I'd be at a loss. And it can be embarrassing, you know, like when we say we try to stay on code. That's a slippery slope. I understand that. Some people wonder what I mean. I'm like, because you don't want your people to basically do what the enemy is doing. But at the same time, you have to understand that even you being honest, which our people are, we spiritual, we honest, it's going to be used against you. So I do understand that what they say, the paradigm and what do they say, the enigma and all that other stuff mixed all up in that. You know, you just have to be careful. So that's one reason why a lot of times I just sit and I'm quiet because I don't want to be a hypocrite. And man, character is just something that I don't even see very often no more, man. I don't even want to be one of these old men talking about the youngsters because there's a lot of good youngsters out here, man. But yeah, character is a word that people just don't even. And Reggie says, I used to take honor in racist white people calling me a racist. Yeah, saying I don't like white folks. They be fooling themselves and they know that's not the truth. That's not it. I just need for you to make me feel comfortable. That's it. I want you to make me feel comfortable because for some reason I'm uncomfortable with you. Instead of talking to me about your discomfort and say, you know what, man, I was raised in this type of background and I came to understand, you know, you don't want to do none of that. Status quo. It's just easier. It's just easier. Would you say, what book am I reading right now? To be honest with you, man, I kind of took a break from my books, man. Just to be, I've been trying to get more on the technology, Brandon, like looking at a lot of little documentaries and films and all that. That's one reason why I said I've been on YouTube for a good while, but like 10 or 11, but I didn't sign in to like 2014, I think. I think that's when I signed in and actually put my name on there and everything. So I've been trying to get away from being analog, old school, you know, and start getting back on that. And I had some books on my list now that I had, and I'd have to, let me see if they on here because I got a new, this a new little laptop. Yeah, I want to show off my new laptop. But where's my other, what you call it at? Because one of the other things, I was reading something about W.E.B. Du Bois, and I also was reading how the original Muslims, there was a lot of Muslims that were brought over here, and they try not to talk about that. You know, they say all the slaves were ignorant and we didn't know nothing. And now, you know, in certain museums and all that, they're starting to tell the truth about how it was royalty and learned men that were brought over here too. And one of the reasons why, and they spoke Arabic and various other languages and stuff like that. Yeah. Let me see if I can pull this up. Dang, what did I do with this thing? Yeah, I apologize, y'all. Give me a second. Yeah, because I had it on this other device. Yeah. Here we go. Yeah. Of course, the miseducation of the Negro. I was going to try to check that out again. What's the other one? This was what? Relentless? Somebody told me about that because of Kobe. Yeah. Negro orators. I'm trying to see my other books. Where my other books at, man? Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the last things I was looking at. Man, this thing erased some of my stuff off here. I'm glad you just asked that because I hadn't really been on this. I've been doing the digital books, y'all. Yeah, and I just realized some of this stuff is gone. But Carter G. Woodson was one of the ones that I was checking out a while back. And man, this thing don't have my books on here. Oh, I'm a dinosaur. Here we go. Yeah, leaving it. I was reading some of that Alexander Dumas too, because you know, the one that wrote the Three Musketeers and all that. Man, they don't have my other stuff on here. I don't know if it's because this thing updated or I'm on the wrong one. Let me see. Okay, yeah, here we go. Servants of Allah, which is that's the book that I'm telling you about. That they were talking about some of the original black people that were brought over here were very literate. Another one is called. Some of the stuff is religious, the Quran with the Bible. And that's not nothing like against anything. that just show the common thread between the two of them. Yeah. But that's one of the main ones that I was really reading was the Servants of Allah. And this was written by a person that's not even a Muslim. I forgot the woman's name. She rewrote it, man. There's some good stuff in there, bro. And it's not just about Muslims and Allah and all that. It's just about what was going on with the black man when he was brought over here and how they didn't even tell the truth during slavery. You know what I'm saying? They didn't want to admit that a lot of these men were brilliant. A lot of these women were brilliant. You know, they were delivering children. They were showing them how to plant certain things. They were showing them kind of, you know, medicines. They were talking about astrology and astronomy, you know, stuff like that. They were, you know, trying to give them a little credit. Yeah, but that one right there, yeah, that's one of the main ones. And that book right there, it's two different versions. This is one of her newest ones. Because everything with me is not just religion, guys. I don't have anything against nobody and what they believe. I'm gonna make sure I put that out there. Because I got friends who are agnostic, they're atheists, but you know, a kind heart is a kind heart, man. We don't need to sit here and argue about doctrine, you know, because it's just impossible. A lot of people don't know, and I'm finna start saying some stuff, y'all, that Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, that you have to understand that this man spoke with everybody. He had to. Whenever he went around different places, and not just him, all the prophets, peace be upon them all, radiyallahu anhu, they had to talk to gay people who were cannibals, murderers, you know what I'm saying? Folks who worship different parts of the world. And they were able to sit down and have dialogues with these people. You know what I'm saying? They didn't say, oh, I'm not going to talk to you because you're gay. Oh, I'm not going to talk to you because you worship the moon. You know, as humans, they had to come to an understanding. And they understood that when they were in the company of those who wanted to really speak, we would have a good dialogue. But those who would want to have angry, you know, arguments and all that, they just wouldn't speak with them. And as you get older, you start to realize and be able to discern who's actually wanting to speak about something to learn and who's actually just coming over here to either slander you, beat you, you know, put you down, raise what they believe, you know, and that's when you have to decide to just back away, because he always wants you to be the best of people, the best of character. And I told you, I studied Buddhism, Zoroastrianism, Baha'ism. I can go with the isms, Catholicism, and it was Tibetan Buddhism, Hinduism. What else? I just was grabbing everything, y'all, to be honest with you. A lot of African religions, you know, certain stuff that people be getting on, because I just wanted to know about us on this planet. Like you say, why are we here? Because when you poor and black in the South, you want to know why the hell you going through what you're going through, man. You know what I'm saying? And then they still had some white folks was telling us because we had looked upon Noah's nakedness, and then we're going to be servant to man for the rest of our time because we laughed when we gazed upon our father when he was naked and drunk. Yeah, I know
that's what they call a Hamitic curse.
There you go.
But I don't want to destroy the wisdom, brother. I just jumped on here to tell you.
No. I didn't want to keep doing that.
No. I'm at work. I'm at work. I just want to say this to you, brother. Anytime I hear you, I gravitate towards you. I wish you had a channel, but I want to see you more, and I learn from you, man. You inspiring. I just want you to know that, and I know you from Texas, because only Texas people get down like that. I know you from Texas.
I know what you start, man.
You ain't gonna do that. Ain't that right, DJ? But anyway, I just want to say salute to y'all, man. I ain't seen y'all in a while. I be working in and out. Santos, good to see you. DJ, good to see you.
Too, bro.
Kyle, thank you. But in shape, man, bro. I was usually this
What's
is my
going on, man?
Good to see y'all, man. I'm just inspired.
I start going on and on and on.
No, bro, don't apologize, because what you don't know, if you would have been looking in the chat, you would have seen different names. They're like, oh man, when you're on a certain vibration, people gonna come around and they gonna feel that vibration, man. Keep your vibration going, because I know you know that you have something to offer within this community, and I know that you know, because it happens to me. That's why I asked, what you reading, what you looking at? People gravitate towards you, and you a threat to them because of the way you carry yourself and what's in your mind and what comes out your mouth. That's what makes you a threat, and that's what make people gravitate toward you too. Because I know, and I'm gonna say this, I'm gonna leave it alone. I know that sometimes people like to treat you like Oh, you not like the rest of them. You the special. What makes you tick? And I know a lot of people try to climb inside your brain, brother. And I just want
Yeah.
to say, protect your mental. But man, come around more, man. I want to hear you. I do. And I know the other brothers
And I
do
just
too.
don't want to be a hypocrite, Brandon, because you know what it is. A lot of times I sit and I think about stuff in my personal life when I'm
We
trying
all
to
tend
fix
with
stuff.
hypocrisy. We all flirt with it, bro. Don't worry about
Yeah.
that. None of us are perfect, and we all tend with hypocrisy. The thing about it is, we want to be righteous men. So as long as you turning your face toward the God, then the God gonna turn his face towards you. And not only that, you know all of what I'm telling you. We all tend with hypocrisy, and we fight with it, and we struggle with it.
Yes, sir.
And that's Shaitan. The hypocrisy, that's Shaitan. So we fight that. You dig what I'm saying?
Yes,
So,
sir.
brother, don't worry about that, man. I want to see you and I want to hear from you wherever you are. I want to be.
I've been wanting to go live because I mean I got my channel and everything, but
Dude.
y'all, I'm gonna be totally honest with you, man. I'm like, dude, I want to make sure, like you say, whatever legacy I leave, I just don't want to be on here because I've been a fool for long enough in my life at times. You know, I've played, I've talked, I've been vindictive, I've been hateful, like I told you, even with the women. Even in my personal life, man, I really try to be respectful, man. After a while, Brandon, it took me a while as a young man to realize that that's why I was going through a lot of the stuff. I don't make excuses for everything because I would put myself in certain places that I didn't need to be in. I would mess with certain individuals that I didn't need to mess with. And after I really started bettering myself, that's when I told you, man, some of my people was attacking the hell out of me, but I've always been who I am. Because my best
The
friend
reason
told me,
why that
like,
happens is
you
because
always been this way, bro.
They
He
won't
said,
look when you grow like the way you are, man, and people around you see you growing. The reason they're attacking you is probably because they can't attain that level, and it's just a little jealousy. And you're gonna go through that because we all do. But I tell you, brother, start going live. Please start going live because you got a lot to offer, and your word and your life experiences are needed. But I'm not gonna hold you brothers up. I'm just proud to see y'all. I'm gonna jump off of here. Thanks, Cal, for letting me on. But outside of that, man, salute to y'all and salute to the platform and the message that y'all bring, especially
man,
around this
be
time.
moving Mondays too. I just realized that again with Kyle. Kyle gonna
Brandon.
cuss me out, man.
Yes, sir.
Get that credit to DJ. He's the one man that came in out of his rest and turned us back on.
Thank you, DJ, bro. I appreciate that because I wanted to jump in.
Oh
The
no big deal, man. No big deal. I try to keep this thing going at night because I know Kyle got to be up earlier than everybody else. So, and I'm usually
And
up
y'all
all
really,
night.
man, y'all know I don't be coming over here for this, man. I don't. I just enjoy y'all, man. Because no, I'm not listening to Cinto. Because Cinto be, man, that dude there, bro. Man, Cinto be having me cramping in here sometime. I'm like, man, this dude here need to just go ahead and do stand up and stop playing. Just go ahead and do some stand up, Cinto.
I've thought about it before, but it's not as easy as it seems. You know, that's stand up.
Oh, I know. I got friends that mess with a little bit, but you Cinto, man, bruh. And I know you're not always talking about the good stuff. You're talking about, our women and stuff like that. But it's just, the little quips you make.
I would change it up. Yeah,
I know they called you all that other stuff like that, but I told you I always did enjoy listening to Cinto.
Yeah,
like I ain't gonna lie.
The only thing about stand up, I would have to lie some, man, and it's hard for me to tell a story if it's complicated. If I'm just stacking one line on top of the other. That's for me, it is.
Because I get my knowledge. See, Cintos is and I'm not in a disrespectful way. See, you like my junk food. When I need to get on some junk food, brain junk food, I say, let me go listen to Cinto because I know he's gonna be talking crazy.
Yeah.
Help me get away from always being so serious and thinking about stuff because I really do mean all the stuff I'm saying, man. I really be wanting to understand.
Yeah.
And to sit there and make it like I hate people, it's not that. I tell them that. But what I keep saying is that you just keep trying to control reality, man. And I'm just done with that with people. Like, you know what you need to do to be successful, so you know what unsuccessful looks like. You know what I'm saying? And let me put this mute on because I see y'all jump
we're
on.
enjoying it. I'm gonna tell you what you've done tonight. I've been texting. I've called and DJ. I've called him. I texted him twice. I've been knocked off 3 times. And if it wasn't for you, there wouldn't be an audience tonight. You have kept this audience maintained in the high 20s, low 30s. I went to the other side of I went to the chat side of the page, and I've been keeping up that way, and I've been putting some comments in here and there. Done a great job. That's why I kept telling you, keep going, don't stop. We hear you speak that truth. Hey, you ain't doing nothing but what we need, man. You're feeding us right now, and that's what we need. So don't feel like you're doing too much or none of that, man. Feel if you're enjoying yourself, we're enjoying you as well. So you keep moving, keep feeding us, and we're gonna keep listening. And we may make a comment or two every now and then about what you're talking about. But other than that, you have the floor, my brother. I'm telling you.
And they
And
right.
that's proven fact in chat.
Man, I just because
Brandon came on to give you your flowers, man.
I appreciate that too. It's just because I listen to y'all, I'll be off in the ducked off. I said, but I don't always want to be the one to bring down everything, to be serious like that.
Sometimes we gotta have a little meat to go with that bread and that potato.
Yes,
you know what I'm saying? So we can't always just have bread and potatoes. We need a little meat to go with it sometimes. And that's what you're giving us. You're giving us meat, some substance, something that we need to hear. That's what I love about
Pause
my
on the
brother.
giving us meat. Pause on the giving us meat.
Yeah.
You know what he means. You see what I'm saying? That's why I come over here with y'all. DJ, you ain't got now lick of sense, man.
Yeah. And that's what I love about my brother Pugilist. When he's on this joint, he give us some meat to go with our meat and potatoes. I mean, our
make sure
bread
I
and
speak.
potatoes.
I speak to Best. That's why. Yep. Best be on fire, boy. That's why I try to tone myself down.
When he gets going, man, I just kind of when people get going, man, get to dropping their knowledge. I just gotta just say, okay, it's gonna be a good night for me. Just sit back and listen.
How many brothers?
They asking about color purple and everything in the chat. Now, to be honest, it goes both ways. That's one of those things when I said Mr. Pass about us staying on code, it does give the enemy fuel, like they were saying, because of the incest and the messing with the young girls and all that. You know what I mean? But that's also a woman was trying to get some stuff off her chest, talk about something. Because a lot of times writers, because I do like that, they talk about certain things, but it really is a person. It's going to have to be a person experience too. So I kind of understood what was going on behind that movie. I just I would have liked that they touched on it as far as why we were like we were. You understand? But I kind of hope I was hoping that she would have went more into that, but she wanted to make it really about us. Of course, she talked about slavery and her sister and all this other stuff, but it was just about that. Yeah, I wish they would have touched on that a little bit more. You know what I mean? And Mr. Fast, y'all stupid. And he said, Joe Hart, I say that all the time, Joe Hart. I say, I've never let a person tell me loving my people makes me racist. That's crazy, because that is projecting.
Yeah.
That is projecting at its highest level. I'll be like, wow, so you can love everything about being white, and that's cool. But me loving black makes me racist. So in reality, you kind of sounding like I'm really the one that's superior when you think about it. So loving black people makes me racist? And when they sit and they think about it and they come back, I'm talking about I say something to people, man, they come back like a week later. You know what? I was thinking about what you said. And it's perfect strangers. I'm like, and who are you again? You know what I'm saying? Because I don't always remember who the person is. But I've been on your brain for that long? That's flattering. But what it is that your good side, that God that's in you, white man, made you really think about what I had talked about. And even though you coming back at me and it might seem a little foul, or you a little off kilter, the fact that you were able to just come back and talk to me, you had to get past something. And that's just that little voice in your head, and then later on, I told you, I've heard all kinds of stories. That's why I tell the Keisha stories and this and that, because I've had white men say, man, I was in love with a black girl. But I'm like, yeah, I understand. You missed out on love, but they didn't want to deal with the other side. They didn't think that her love was worth all the hell they were going to go through. And then they get to be old men and realize they wish they would have stayed with her. Their life wasn't all that anyway. And they suffered in a different kind of way. And they say they would have rather have suffered with her. Because ain't nobody ever made them feel like this person, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? So I'll be saying that from experience. And I tell people I try my best just to speak from experience instead of my opinion all the time. Because all I ever hear on the internet, well, I feel, and you should talk about your feelings. But normally, if you see with me, I ask questions. That's what I do because I want to know. It's not about trying to sound a certain way or impressing anything upon you. I really be hoping that some of you guys will jump in and be like, well, I think of it this way. I see it this way. Because I'm going to take that, put it in the old brain, walk off and sit there and think about it. Because I'm telling you, y'all run stuff by me, man. Even DJ was talking about some MMA stuff, and I had realized, man, I need to go back and look at some of this other MMA stuff. Because for a while, I just got off of like TV and music, period. Like for a little while. Man, Joe Hart, when I was young, my former wife, her mother is a real religious woman, and she met me when I was working at a nursing home. And she brought that up. We were sitting there talking, and she brought up the Bible, and that's when I was doing my searching. I was trying to find, trying to find yourself and think about where your place at in the world. And she was one of the first people, besides some family members said that I should be a preacher. But when I really was around a lot of preachers, man, they made me feel uncomfortable because they were always concerned more with gain with the women, gain with power, gain with money. And that scared the hell out of me because I didn't want to play with God. I always thought that. Yes, sir.
That's when you know their hearts are not. That's when you know their hearts are not sincere, man. They're men. They're men just like we are. I love women. I love to look at them and all that. But if I'm being real about my religion and my study and things like that, I'm not gonna be worried about what this man is trying to. If I know a brother, I peep his game and I know it's what he's all about. If he mean enough to me, which he should, I may pull his coattail one-on-one and say, hey, bro, I know you're doing it. You got this, got that going, but, you might want to think about it before you make that move, on that. It might be some other man's woman. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, I'm not in nobody else's business. I go to church to get my own worship on with the Lord and strengthen my relationship with Him. And I got to make sure all that stuff is fortified before I get the word about, trying to police somebody else. And I'm not going to police anybody else. If anything, I'm going to try to lead by example, But I love women. I love looking at women and all that, So, me and the felt just like any other church, man. When we have a little intermission in between services or whatever, or at the end of the service, if we don't see something new come through there, we all give each other a look. Like,
so what church are you going to though?
I'm Church of Christ.
Oh.
And you know what's so crazy? I've been involved with two women.
They got
both of them are Muslims
older
now, but
women
both
there,
of them
right?
are Church of Christ. Both of them. And they were beautiful women. Like I've raised with a lot of Church of Christ people. So look, Cento, that's another thing. See, I'm already knowing now. That's another reason why you like that. So when you talk about God, I can hear it. I can hear it, bro. And I tell people
this out, though.
Yes, sir.
You know how Church of Christ folks are always talking against Baptists, right? And they be killing me with that, but I can't stand that bull. They get on my nerves. But look at it. Check this out. When I go to, my wife she's a member of a Baptist church, and it's one of the larger black Baptist churches in Nashville. When I go there, they got like 3,000 members. I got like 100 or something. They got like
the mega
3,000
churches,
members.
they scary. Yeah.
Look here. And them sisters be up in there strong, son. Strong. When I first started going to work, church with my wife, because we would go to both churches, right? Back in the day, before she was working on Sunday. When I first started going to church with my wife every Sunday, man, I was like a bobblehead dog around that joint, looking at all that booty. Look at God, dog, look at all that with, man. You know what I'm saying? Next thing you know, man, I could tell I was getting used to it because I wasn't bobbling my head all the time.
My wife can hear you. She can hear every word.
Man, I'm sorry, Miss DJ. I'm just keeping it real. I look at ladies.
It just makes me smile.
And look, you might know by now, looking at women is my hobby. I mean, I'm just keeping it 100. You might not see me looking, but I'm looking. You know what I'm saying? When I'm at church,
he asked me if I don't
lead no songs and none of that. I help out with the service, but I do prayers, and I ain't been to church in a while.
No, you good. I was just saying that because she's sitting here cracking up laughing, bro.
Yeah, I'm telling on myself right now. I'm gonna tell the truth. I lead prayers and I do a whole lot of stuff at church, except I don't preach and I don't sing. As far as lead songs, but I don't have the women in my church. Most of them are older women and some you know, most of my age are not there anymore. You know what I'm saying? They probably moved on or whatever, or we just too used to seeing each other. But when them new ones come up in there, what? Well, hey, sister. No, I don't do that. I, they actually, for some reason, everyone tell them to seek me out if they need help with something. Real talk. Because I'm always trying to be helpful around the church, for one thing. But I ain't gonna turn down no fresh pair of legs. You understand me? I got to help her. What you need, sister? You know, I'm that type of dude. I don't be doing no hugging and all that. Now they'll try to get them a little hug in. You know, I do the church hug. I don't do that old, you know, squeeze up to your body hug because that start problems. You know what
That's
I'm
kind
saying?
of like weird.
But yeah, I like church. I love church. But when I'm
So
on it,
who
when
is
I'm
your
really,
pastor at your
when I'm
church?
serious, I'm serious. Say
Who's
what?
your pastor?
And I was going, oh my bad, yeah, I was going to answer some of these people that were asking me questions. And
Well,
the thing about the preacher thing is that this is just how I was naturally. Like I don't want to sound like I'm bragging or nothing, but even as a kid, my mom, I'm her oldest son, so she put me in charge. And a lot of times, from the age of like 7 or 8, she trusted me with certain things because she said I had a level of comprehension. She said, "Baby, you've always been able to like how you think about stuff." So she knew I would be responsible, and she knows that I'm big on accountability. You know, it used to be too much for me. I was so like military as a kid because I didn't want to let my mom down because my mom was my world, you know?
Yeah.
So she
I
really,
feel you.
yeah, she wanted me to be responsible. And I had such a fear of failing my siblings to where I kind of hindered and crippled them a little bit. But because they were so used to me doing everything. But that's one of the things that she always said. She said, "Baby, you never really lied to me." And she said, "You always can explain something." And even when people would try to badmouth me like adults and all that, she would never believe it because she knew who I was. She even thought that I was going to be big into, you know, being a preacher and all that stuff like that. But like you said, Santo, I got a little turned off because
My
I knew
mom.
that if I started
That's the
doing
one
it,
thing. Yeah.
yes, sir, go ahead.
That's the one thing we have that in common. The difference, everything you said right now, that's, you know, similar to the relationship my mother and I have, and those are the things she wished for me as well. You know, she always wanted to see me preach. But I'm gonna tell you something. And see, I'm real strict on myself about religion. If I'm not doing it, I can't be asked you to do it. You know, it's just who I am. But at the same time, when the difference between you and I, when it came to my siblings, I try to lead by example as a kid and now. But when we were kids, and they were, you know, they had a little wild side, you know, to them then, and they buck wild now. You know what I'm saying? So I used to tell them when we were kids all the time because I don't know, man. I could tell then that they wasn't ready to strive for you know, they weren't gonna be providers, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? They were gonna be uh, out there, you know, really trying their hardest to make their own way because they were used to holding their hand out for mama, and I wasn't like that. So I used to tell them all the time, you know, when mom went around, because them two, my sister, she the oldest, my brother's the youngest, and they were cussing strong, you know, we were kids. I wouldn't cuss as much, but I would cuss every now and then, especially when I knew mom wasn't coming through that door. When I knew it was about any time she could be showing up or whatever, I'm watching my lyrics. You know what I'm saying? But I used to tell my sister and brother all the time. I said, you know what? When we get grown, I said y'all gonna be in the soup line, and I said I'm gonna be at the end of the line serving the soup. I used to tell them that all the time, man, because they wasn't trying to. They wasn't trying to. I know, man. But you know, kids, we can be harsh. You know what I'm saying? Just
Oh
so
yeah,
blunt.
I know. I wasn't acting like I was always no
they
angel
weren't
with
trying
them.
to. Yeah, they weren't trying to. They weren't trying to do their best for us. And they, like I said, they always had a hand out asking for something. I wasn't like that. I was used to get my own, and I always worked hard. You know, I always trying me a decent little hustle in the neighborhood to make me some money, so I can provide for myself with a few little things. You know what I'm saying? And not always ask my mom for anything. I was basically taught not to be asking my mom for anything because I recognized and realized my mom was a single parent early in my life. I realized she was working hard herself,
Yep.
struggling, trying to provide for us and make way for us, and we were still barely making it. You know what I'm saying? So why am I going to be asking for her to do some extra stuff for me? You know what I'm saying? When she got two other kids there, so I recognized that quick, fast, and in a hurry. My brother and sister didn't get that. See, she was my mother's first. So my mom always wanted to, provide for her, make sure she had this, that, and the third, and then make sure I don't hit dude truck. And then my brother, he was the baby. I always want to make sure the baby's all right. So I was the middle child, man. So I had the most to fend for myself, and I was cool with it because it taught me to be the man I am today, partly. So it's that type of thing, And when it came down to church and stuff like that, my mom and I were the more serious two out of the four of us about our religion. You know what I'm saying? But one thing I make sure everyone knows that I don't try to be hypocritical when it comes down to religion stuff like that, and I'm not your typical Church of Christ person. I don't believe that we are the end of all religion. You know what I'm saying? And I don't like when churches of Christ are going to talk negative about Baptist churches. You know what I'm saying? Because every Baptist church I've ever attended, I've never heard them talking negative about the Church of Christ. You see what I'm saying? So that lets me know that we're focused on the wrong thing. So what has happened at my church, which was one of the more prominent black churches of Christ in Nashville as I was growing up as a youth, we have gotten stagnant, and the growth is not there. We had a growth spurt, then we lost it again, and so it's one of those situations where we should have learned from our mistakes already. And if I always told everyone, if I ever preach, and I used to tell my mom this all the time, if I were to ever get in that pulpit and preach, my first sermon will be my last sermon at that church, because they're gonna run me out of there, because I'm gonna step on some toes in there. And I have to be so honest with myself. If I'm gonna stand there, I got to be honest and be real about it. I can't get up there playing, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not gonna sell a sermon just to appease brother and sister Jones or brother and sister Pete or whatever.
That's what I don't like.
No, it ain't entertainment.
It's
real for me. Yeah, it's real for me.
They're more concerned about numbers and money, and
right.
I don't want to talk about it, because, like I said, as far as a person that's on the dean, like they say in religion, the dean, it's just what I learned is that we all are going to be held accountable for what we understand.
Absolutely.
So it's not about who so much is right or wrong. You know what I mean? It's just about about what you do, your character. And the one thing I learned
I'm open-minded. I'm open-minded anyway, bro. I mean, there's so much that there is to learn about various religions, and so I don't shun on no religion. If their religion is telling me there's something to look of an all-powerful being, I ain't shunning on it. Now, if it's telling me that it isn't, I don't know how I feel about something like that. I'm used to my religion to be something that I'm looking forward to living accordingly, to treat people the right way, kindness and things of that nature, love, peace and harmony. That's what, basically religion is to me, is living within those confines and treating your fellow man with respect and things of that nature. But at the same time, don't be no fool and recognize what's real. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't got time for all the political bull crap that go on religion. Now, yeah, I was born into Church of Christ, and that's what I do. But at the same time, I'm not closed-minded to anything else. You see what I'm saying? But and one of my biggest fears is actually finding out too much about other religions, because it's gonna make me go back and correct some others. You see what I'm saying?
One of the things that happen with a lot of people when they first become Muslims is they kind of freak out and they go back to the Christian and they do stuff, and they don't realize that it even speaks about that in the religion, that you shouldn't do those things. You understand? Because like they say, God does everything in his time and the way he does things. Man has a problem with always trying to elevate itself and say somebody else is wrong, instead of just continuously trying to focus on yourself. Just like they said, focus on yourself. Don't concern yourself, because why exactly are you trying to tell them anything? Because you want to be right? That's one reason why I say, hey man,
brother, how you doing?
I don't want to do this. I don't want to do that.
No, that's it.
Yeah. But John DeJean, I mean, it just depends. A lot of times what I found is that it's just about how you think about things. That's why they say everybody's an individual. With some people, you've seen them go crazy, strap bombs on themselves and run into buildings because of religion, and then some people, it calms them all the way down.
All right, my man, you have a good one.
I think it's about wherever you at in your life, what are you looking for? And do you have any mental you know what I'm saying, shortcomings. You know, some people just don't have the capacity. They don't have the capacity to have a certain level of comprehension. That's why you have these zealots. Like they say, a person be a zealot. They just be over the top and Bible thumping. And, you know, so if you already got like psychological shortcomings, then you might not want to be on something along those lines. You may need counseling. Yeah.
You know what my mom's nickname was to my uncles and aunts? Esther.
Well, you ain't got now legacy.
Well, you said something about Bible stuff. That's what it made me think of.
Yeah.
And because see, my
and they
mom,
telling on themselves. Those be the ones
mom,
projecting Centos.
Yeah. My mom used to kick it and everything, you know, when she was young, and then, you know, she got into the church, and she was still, you know, for a number of years, she was still drinking up beer and smoking up weed and doing whatever, you know what I'm saying? But at the same time, when she be on one, man, she get, you know, she'd be around my uncles and aunts, and see, my mom was the oldest female in the family. One of my uncles was the oldest sibling out of all of them. But even she would get on. She was so used to being a mama to all of them because they lost their mom in a car accident when they were real young, and my mom had to take over help raise them, you know, until my granddad had remarried or whatever. But anyway, she so used to taking care of them, you know. She was still acting like she was their mother for years, even a mother to the oldest, bro. You know what I'm saying? And she go around there, man. When she on one, she preaching to everybody. And one day, I'm gonna tell you something. What she did to me. I had moved out of my mom's house, right? I'm raised in the church all my life. I had moved out of my mom's house. That, you know, me and my roommate had a little crib. We'll turn it into a trap house by now. You know what I'm saying? Man, I stopped going to church, man. My mama come up to my apartment, man, knocked on the door, and they was like, "Oh man, it's your mama," and we couldn't leave outside because no one was going to disrespect my mother. You know what I'm saying? And I wasn't gonna be the one to say, "No, don't let her in." But I said, "See what it is, what it is, let her in." Look, I'm sitting there, man, no shirt on, man, little bird chest out, had my little rope chain on, you know, and I had my pistols hidden under the pillars of the sofa. My little gal that I just started kicking with, she was all up under my arms, man. I don't know. I might have just finished having a real good night with her. You know what I'm saying? I can't remember. But man, mama come up, man. My mom had just been in an accident where she had been hit from behind, so she had a neck brace on. And but this day she was walking to church. She wasn't driving. I come up here to get you to go to church. What are you doing? You need to get your. I said, Mama, I ain't going to church. Now my chest out. I ain't. You know, if she came up there a few months before that, before I got my chest out, I probably said, okay, Ma, I'll be ready in a minute. Nah, I ain't going to church. Shoot, I had too much money. I don't made up. You know, I wasn't thinking about church. I said, no, nah, plus I didn't feel good going to church because I knew I was doing wrong. You know what I'm saying? And
you know, that's the trick of the devil there. I learned that too.
Yeah,
that, you know, he keeps you from going to church because you feel guilty. You know, yeah, I know about that one.
Yeah, I feel you. And check this out. Before I got busted, I had got back into church. I was still hustling and got back into church, but I stopped going to my church. I didn't want to go where I was known. I went to another Church of Christ, and it was a bigger Church of Christ. And I could hide a little bit, but still go in there and get my religion on. You know what I'm saying? My worship on. Man, when I got busted, my preacher that just retired, you know, before he knew me and I knew him, his family's always been Church of Christ, originally from Mississippi. Well, anyway, he had a brother that was on the police force, Metro Police. His brother was one of the police officers that they had in the mix of the police that had busted me, right? And so the police officer, he was standing next to him and make sure they weren't treating me bad, basically, the brother. But we didn't know each other, you know what I'm saying? And he saw on the back seat of my car, I had a program from church in there. He said, you go to such and such church? I said, yeah. He said, you Church of Christ? I said, yeah. He was shocked. But he didn't, you know, he left that they didn't, you know, mess over me at that point. We were outside.
Where you at? You got to clicking and then you go out.
Oh, for real? Man, I'm over here.
It's just clicking. I can hear you, but then just now you went out, but it's like it keep clicking or something.
I don't know what it is, man. You don't tell him. I mean, I've had phone frequency trouble all night, bro.
Santos,
But
you took
yeah,
your ass to church, huh?
oh man, I'm about that church thing, man. I just haven't been to church here lately because of COVID and stuff like that. Plus, I've been focused on working on the weekends. But I'm which I told my deacon called me last week. I told him, I said, man, it's gonna be a minute before I be in there on a regular basis. I
Yeah,
said,
I know.
I got some
That's
bills I'm
sad because
trying to
that's the
take care
same
of,
thing with us too.
and
We ain't really
so I'm
been,
getting back on that weekend.
yeah,
Yeah, I'm gonna
because
get
of
back
this
on that
everything that
weekend
went on with
thing,
COVID.
working. Yeah, COVID changed a lot for me. Church don't even feel like church anymore to me, man,
Yeah.
because of COVID. We had to be
Remember
all
that.
split up and couldn't shake hands and hug, and man, it just didn't feel like church. It didn't feel like worship to me, man. But I'm gonna get back in there probably middle or late middle or late spring, man. I'll get back in there. But right now, I'm on a mission to accumulate some dollars to pay down some bills, and I'm gonna start back this coming weekend working on the weekends again.
Yeah, and I'm not
So
always super religious, man. I don't want to come across like that on here. It's just that I get an opportunity to talk to y'all about it, But I do, like you say, I am a believer, man. I always tell people that, and it made me understand the world more, and to be even giving myself a title. You know what I'm saying? It's not even necessarily like that because I just wanted to understand. I just tried my best to understand because we're not always nice to each other, on this planet, and I want to know why we were here, as they say, and where you may be going, and how should I live my life, and why is evil so rampant, and why do people tend to want to do, and the biggest thing that I learned, like they said, and I've said this before on there too, it's a selfish idea of what's fair. Everybody has their selfish idea of what is fair. And normally, what I mean by selfish is that it's just what I think is good for me. But other people are going to suffer. Like we only got a little bit of food to share, but you only so caring about yourself so much to where you eat all the food. But then all of a sudden we got to go and do something or go to war, and everybody else tired because you ain't never sharing the food. Now you still want them to help you, but you're not going to share nothing with them. That's when I started understanding what people were saying, about how it doesn't make sense not to watch out for each other, not to share, and just because somebody else is getting something don't mean that you're going to get something taken from you. That's when I did my little soul searching, because the whole I don't need to win speech and all that stuff like that is because if you could just come from a pure place of trying to understand, you're not going to have those other things go on with you. You don't want to beat Santos. You don't want to be the center of attention, because anytime I have those things, like I have those feelings, it makes me feel like, there's an emptiness. Something's wrong, because I should want to reach out and care for people more than have them just tell me how great I am.
Hey, I'm about to go speak rest of y'all. I'm gonna give it to you in a second.
All right, Big Kyle. Yeah, stuff like that. And that makes you, I told you, most time people think that you're sideways judging them. I'm like, no, that's not you. Now you're trying to project, you're trying to impress upon me your philosophy. See, that's the philosophy, just searching out for truth, whatever the truth is, whatever you consider it. But you're trying to say, yeah, what motivation? That's not my motivation. That's your motivation. What he said, we are all spiritual. That's our natural state. Yeah. Flesh is an avatar. Yeah, I like that, Sir Adbo. That's true. I always tell people this is a space suit. This is a suit we have to exist in this realm, to be able to breathe oxygen, live in water, and just basically carry around like you say, your brain and your soul, because you're not what you look like. You may look like that because of your bloodline and everything, but you are that brain inside. That's that gray matter and that spirit that you have. That's exactly what you are. That's why you can't exist in space, because your body wasn't made for space. Your body made to be on this blue marble, like I say, this water-based place that we're at right now of existence. I started understanding, like they say, the different realms of existence, why we had these different religions, because the biggest thing about Islam, as far as, like they say, Al-Islam, and best pugilists can understand what I'm saying with that too, is that they're not saying anything new, they say. They're just saying that we all are pretty much the same and we all believe the same thing. Men came in and changed it to better suit themselves, because they wanted to keep certain things in the flesh. You know, that's why we associated this and this and that. And I don't mean no disrespect. That was one of the things when I would always say, well, I won't go into that. We'll just talk about that another time. Yeah. Because I don't want
what you said about men coming in making changes for themselves. That's that's one of the main things we have to recognize about religion, and that's what I'm saying. I know if I really put myself, if I really get true to myself and really study other religions, histories of it, and different things, and not necessarily other religions, but just the history of this world, I'm gonna find out some things that I don't agree with in what I've been taught all the years as a Christian, and that's it's not the fear of finding out what I'm gonna find out or what I may find out. It's the fear of having to have to stand there next to one of my brothers and tell them, brother, I'm gonna tell you that ain't what it really is. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's got to be for you, Centos, because that's the thing that if God putting that on your heart, man, you don't want to not do something because you're worried about men. That's what I had to understand. That one of the biggest things is that whenever we get caught up in that, well, because I don't want it to be, but God knows all, and He's telling you something.
It's probably more or less. It's probably. I hate to interrupt, but it's probably more or less. I really don't want to leave my church home.
Yeah, and that's why I said that could be
dangerous.
I
know. When I find out, if I find out what I think I'm going to find out, instead of me arguing, trying to change someone's mind, I'm just going to have to leave because of.
And that's what happens. That's why I was telling you a lot of people that leave Christianity and come to Islam when they realize it, some of them turn around and go back, and I'm like, no, don't do that, because now you're making it about yourself. You have something you found out. When people really understand, like I said, certain ways that I've understood Islam, it's not I can beat my wife and I don't eat pork and I don't drink and I can have 3 wives, and you know, it's always people want to bring up stuff like that. But I told them, as far as just my character, I was always raised right, even in the church with my family, but it really impressed your character is, man, you just don't understand that. It's going to be a lot. Just like when your parents kept you out of trouble. You wanted to really go over there and do something, and you hated them for not letting you do it. And then you get older and realize, oh, okay, that's why. Just because I don't like it doesn't mean that it's not right, is what I'm saying, basically. And Mr. Dejean, I do a lot of religions are, but one of the things that I understood in this is that when they started basing science on this, because, you know, man loves science, to be able to prove something, is certain things they just couldn't answer. They couldn't say where it was from. You know, they couldn't say, how did a man thousands of years ago know this? And this is even in what they consider Christianity now, or even in Judaism. It's certain things that the modern scientific man doesn't like to talk about because he can't refute it. Because this is before man's understanding. You know what I'm saying? This is before we had modern technology to look inside the body and all this and that. Like, how did these men and women who lived thousands of years ago able to figure certain things out? And some folks feel like it's just some playbook from some Martians or something. You know what I mean? That's why I tell you, I can't tell you yay or nay on nothing. I can just tell you the impression it made on me. And of course, you're going to lose some people, but all in all, most of those people now, and like I said, I don't take pleasure in people's misery or their failure. That's scary to me. You know what I'm saying? How they live now, they're unhappy. Their bodies are not in a good place. Their minds are not in a good place. So when they see me now, and I'm not like some great super in shape, like I'm a gold model, but it's just that I'm healthy. And then they start to look at you and understand what you had going on. Like, you're going to, and anytime you have to do anything, there's going to be a little bit of suffering and discipline in it. It's not going to always be comfortable. You're not going to always like it, you know? And that's what I understood, that I was a lot stronger than a lot of people because I can be alone. I can be disciplined. And when I wasn't disciplined, that's when I was my most unhappy. Like when I used to drink way back, like I started understanding that when I drank, I wasn't happy. I didn't even think about it at first because I didn't drink a lot. But a lot of times when I started looking back and thinking about me drinking and popping bottles and this and that, I was like, dude, I wasn't really happy, you know? But you have to stop and reflect on that. And you have to be honest. When you do your soul searching, You got to stop always looking for something that's going to make you comfortable. Comfort is the devil at times. There's nothing that really came about from being comfortable. Now, after hard work, comfortable is awesome. But comfort all the time, is it even comfort anymore? You know, it's just your state. You're not going to even appreciate being comfortable because you ain't doing nothing else. And then eventually when you comfortable all the time, it destroys you. Because you don't, like, you learn that doing jumping jacks and running and lifting weights keep your bone density straight. You know, you stay strong. Your body ages slower than when you are always comfortable. If you sit around all the time and do nothing, your body actually becomes weaker. I mean, think about that. Going through struggle, and we see it in our people. That's why we're some of the best athletes, like I say, because we struggle. You don't always want to struggle because then that starts to destroy your body. So you got to try to find this balance. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah, I see John talk about the book of Eli. Yeah, it was, you know. And I understood where they was going with all that stuff. And you see how the world is in that book, in the book of Eli, too. That's what I can say. A lot of us are heading that way, and everybody just praying on each other. You know what I'm saying? But when I started understanding, even and like I say, when you said you want to study, the first thing I did, I just looked at the history of my religion. My mom was raised Catholic, but she started doing the Baptist thing. My father was a Baptist, like you say, and I just started looking at it. So the first thing I look at the history, and I started to understand more than before I even got like to the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Middle East. And the thing I learned is that these religions have been changed so many times. And I'm not talking about like scripture. I'm talking about what the men were doing. Like in Church of Christ, I started understanding there was an offshoot of this and it was an offshoot of that. And it's actually documented. You can go all the way back 200 or 300 years. And I thought, God, so what did the original Church of Christ look like? Because this Church of Christ broke off from this Church of Christ. You understand? And then I learned this Baptist church broke off from this Baptist church. Then I learned that Catholics, anybody that's not Catholic is a Protestant. Protestant meaning they protested the church. So now I have friends who are Jehovah's Witnesses, you know, and I started thinking about all this, and the majority of the time that stuff was going on, it was some man or woman that changed something within the religion. They made their own church. You understand? Like they actually said, okay, we normally do this in a Baptist church, but we're not going to do that no more. So now you have hundreds of years after this person make one change to a church that wasn't that just 100 years ago. So you keep having people putting their hands in, and I'm going to be honest, one of the most stepped on ones now is Islam. And it says that Islam says about itself that there will be so many different sects of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. They say one of the last ones, because it was the last revealed, that it's going to have a lot of sects. So I even thought that was like, whoa. So it even tells on itself. So there's an honesty in that I was like, okay. So you're not going to try to pretend like it's the end all be all and it's perfect. And, you know, because people always say, oh, well, you know, ain't no religion perfect. And I ain't saying that. I just wanted to know, I'm willing to live and die by this. And most of the time I'm putting more thought into the kind of bread I want or what kind of damn car I'm gonna buy. But I don't think about where is this? And then I thought about how I don't know anything else because I was born into it. So I just did it because I was born into it. But I have the intellect to ask questions, but I don't ask those questions. Why is that? Why do I put more thought into a female or something of this world than thinking about something that's supposed to help my soul? And like I said, I'm not attacking nobody, but that's how my mind started working. And when I started looking at the history of the religions in themselves, I'm like, well, damn, y'all couldn't even agree on this. That's why you have Protestant churches now. They're not even, you know what I'm saying? They don't go to synagogues anymore, which is what you know in Judaism. And then you had the Catholic Church. Catholicism took over, which was really the Romans taking what Jesus, because you know, in his name in Arabic is Isa, taking what he was talking about as far as Judaism. They said that the gospels you have now, not even the original gospels. They just not. The gospels were even changed. He didn't come here, like they say, to create a new religion. When I started understanding that, I'm like, what you mean? He didn't come here to change. It's like, yeah, Jesus was Jewish. I'm like, okay, say it again. And I thought about it. I'm like, okay, so there's a new group of people, and I was those people that are worshiping a man who's actually Jewish, but I'm saying what he's saying is not right. And he had to come and change something. And that's when I started getting confused and I started thinking about it. And then you start, like I said, I started formulating my own idea. Once again, I'm not stepping on nobody's toes. I'm only telling y'all about my thought process so you don't think that I'm some hypocrite. You know what I'm saying? And you're right, Sir Rambo. He say most followers don't understand their own doctrine. Just there for selfish reason, victimizing themselves, looking for what's already available since the beginning. I do understand. Like I said,
it's programming. It's some of us have been programmed over a lifetime, like myself. Except for
it makes you afraid. Of course, you're gonna be afraid, Santos.
Yeah, the change. But I have the I have the wit all where to be open-minded to listen and not condemn or try to criticize another religion. Now, I may not agree.
Sir, and I don't want you to think I'm doing that, Santos. That's not what I meant.
No. I'm talking about me. No, I'm talking about me.
Okay.
And I may not agree 100%, and I was basically answering my man's question, but I may not agree 100% with some things in other religions, but there's a lot of things in my own beliefs and religions that I don't agree with. And so I know that Christianity in any denomination is not 100% in line with what it should, the way they try to tell us it is and it should be. It's not in line, what God wants us, how he wants us to do everything. And then I know that, certain other religions are not 100% in line because I know, like you telling us already, Street Fighter, you study and you've read that, like Islam said, there's going to be some changes as time progresses with different sets and stuff like that. Okay, that's very understandable, and that's the first time I've heard that tonight. This morning or whatever, what you just said, and it makes sense because as time progresses, people change and developments happen. So you kind of figure, it's going to change to a certain degree. Yeah, we should stick to what the core principles are. But some people make changes to fix things the way they want them to be as an individual. That's the Bible's so mixed up and changed and some stuff been subtracted and stuff like that. You're not getting the full Bible as it in its original state and form. As far as for Christians' sake. So you don't know what if you're getting 100%. Well, you're not getting 100% if you're really open-minded, but you don't know what percentage you are missing from the great book of the Bible. And then as far as and I'm not going to try to act like I don't study the Quran back and forth because I had not just read enough through the Quran to know that it's more in line with the Old Testament Bible than anything else that I've read. So, like I said, we got Bibles slated as the King James Version, as we all know, the most popular version in this country. And it has probably misled more of us men than it should have. Because King James had that Bible fixed up to suit his needs. And ever since I learned that when I was a younger person, I've never forgotten that. And I never will. So that let me know first off that something's not right about this. I've always heard about the 66 books of the Bible are not all the books of the Bible. Okay, so I've learned that at younger ages. You know what I'm saying? Now, for entertainment purposes, I like to say this. I've been to a couple of mosques in my life, and I've seen, I've sat there and witnessed how they have the men on one side and women on the other side. And at the time, I hadn't really learned how to look at those women. It was, you know why? I just remember it was a girl that invited me to the first sermon. I mean, the first worship service of at a mosque. I either sold her car or was trying to sell her car, and she invited me, and I went. But anyway, at the time, I didn't know how to look at those women the correct way, physically, that is. But as times progressed, and we had more Muslim women come to my area where I live, and I was able to see them, you know, in their everyday lives with their everyday attire. You know, I got used to that attire, you know, the long coverall garment that they wear.
Yeah, that's supposed to be a
And
protection.
yeah, and I
Because
learned
God
how to look.
says, one
But
of
I
the reasons
learned how
why I
to
know
look
people
at
get
them.
weirded out by that is because, and it made sense to
Oh,
me.
it's sexy to me, bro. It's
Yeah, I
sexy
know,
to
but
me.
that's the thing about it. And some people said, why is it like that? And I know when I first started thinking about like being in the
Cover
church
that
and
flesh.
everything, yeah, he
Lord, the
said that the
temptation.
one place that you don't want to be so into the flesh is when you're trying to come talk to God.
That's right. That's right.
You know what I'm saying? He's like, if you only know like on holy ground how dangerous that is. And I mean, when I was in church, I
Yeah.
was young. I done pinched some booties and all that when I was a little boy and all that stuff like that. As I got older, I understood. He's like, I will let you have this whole world to roam and do as you please. But the one time you remember me, just try your best to leave off the world. And that just made sense to me. He said, because you have every day of your life to do what you're going to do. So please, when you come in reverence to me, I mean, you're still a human, so you're going to see she's pretty and she smells good.
Yeah,
He said, but
when you
just
wake
try
up in
your
the morning,
best.
when you wake up every morning, not just on worship day, but any day you are blessed to wake up, that shouldn't be the first thing on your mind, women. Or for women, men shouldn't be the first thing on their mind. I mean, it's okay if you have a spouse, that's cool. But I'm just saying, uh, the freaky deaky shouldn't be on your mind when you wake up in the morning. You know what I'm saying? You should be thanking the Lord for allowing you another day to be here, because He didn't have to grant that. But at the same time, you know, when I go into the house of worship, I don't care what denomination or what religion it is. When I go into a house of worship or temple or mosque or whatever it may be, I'm not going in with the intention worried about what these women look like. Just being real. Uh, but if I see something that catches my eye, I'm going to look at it.
Yeah.
As
And you
far
know
as
what
the
they say
female
about that,
anatomy.
Nadine? They say the first
What's
time, the first look is a free one. They always tell
Yeah,
you
I
this
know.
about lowering your gaze. They say lower
Yeah.
your gaze,
Yeah,
meaning
but
that
I
you
don't
can
like
look
me,
at her
bro.
and see and go ahead and get that one off your chest. He said, you're not sinning till you look again.
Till you look again. That's right.
Till you look
And I ain't
again.
gonna lie to you, man. There's been plenty of Sundays I don't seen a bad one at the church, man.
Yeah, I ain't
And
judging you,
I don't.
Santos. I'm just because we
Hey,
rapping.
look,
And they
I'm
asking you
just
a
keeping it
question
real.
in the chat too, Santos.
What they
Somebody
say?
asked you a question.
Santos, I've heard people say that the Bible is the most owned but least read book. Do you agree with that? Yeah, I do. I do. I think it's look. You got people that have Bibles in their home. I'm one of them. I'm one of them. We have Bibles. Well, see, now I don't even take a Bible, a actual Bible in the church with me now. I take either my phone or my tablet. I have one or the other, and I have the electronic Bible on the devices. You know what I'm saying? But
Listen.
I have actual books, Bible books, in my house, and we haven't flipped the page in them joints, and I don't know when. And I may have one that's a family Bible that the only time the page would flip if we had it on out for decoration. So yeah, I agree with agree with that sentiment. I think that's true, because a lot of people have Bibles in their home out of tradition, not the fact that they're actually studying that Bible. So you know they may have been in it once or twice or a few times over the years, but they're not really studying on a daily basis. Like we in religion, and in my opinion, I feel that if I'm really doing what I'm supposed to do, religion wise, and really trying to live according to how the Father wants me to live, I feel that I should be studying to keep my show thyself approved on a daily basis. If you're not studying, at least read some scriptures on a daily basis. You know what I'm saying? And I hadn't done that in a long time, bro. I used to do it. I hadn't done it in a long time. So You know, it's a
Well,
whole lot of things.
and Islam, it says, just make dua. Like, if you don't do anything else, just try to keep his name on your tongue. Say it from time to time. Ask for forgiveness.
Absolutely.
Pray, be appreciative. You know what I'm saying? Just little stuff here and there. When you realize you made it off that road and you stop and look back at that vehicle, you're like, man, God is good. You know what I'm saying? Like little stuff like that, because you get so caught up in thinking that you did something, like they say. And this is for people who believe. I'm not trying to talk to everybody in the chat or everybody, because I don't want to impress upon them what I believe, but just, sometimes you don't went like, man, how the heck I made it home, little stuff like that, because at any time you can tap out. Now I'm older, but like we said before, we got friends who not here no more, so when is my time? So I don't want my bank account to be empty. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to try my best to say a few things, because he said, once you leave the world, then what was all that for? All you did was just struggle in the world. You know what I'm saying? Would you say that, Lance Meyer? Yeah, he said earlier we the health boxing section that talk about boxing sometime.
Yeah. Yeah, he mad because we ain't talking about boxing.
And that's my bad. I didn't really, man. I don't come on here to do
good,
nothing.
Man.
I just wanted to rap with y'all, man.
What they got to understand, man, sometimes you got to talk about life.
My bad. That dabbles in boxing. My bad, Lance.
Yeah. There's only so much boxing you can talk about. We're caught up on our boxing through this
Salute to
weekend
you,
already.
Lance Meyer. Yeah.
So sometimes we gotta have some real life conversations, because the main thing is when you come over here to the boxing section or any kind of platform that's similar to the boxing section, hopefully you can, when you leave from the boxing section or any other platform that's similar to it, you can say that was good. I learned something. Even in between the jokes, if you can learn something, then it was worth it. If you can't learn anything about something, no matter what it is, then you're wasting your time. So I mean, I wanna think that we're in between jokes or in between serious conversations that we have, that somebody can learn something, because I'm gonna tell you, I crack a lot of jokes. And I try to have fun, but at the same
look here,
time,
Santos, you're a little smarter than the average bear, boo-boo. Don't play. You're a little smarter than the average bear, boo-boo, like they say.
Well, I could be better, you know what I'm saying? I'm just going to say that because I don't do my best. I have gotten lazy about thinking nowadays. I have my times when I'm really thinking, but I've gotten lazy about trying to upgrade myself. Let's put it that way, as far as my mentality and my information that I would like to, put the input that goes into my mind. I've gotten lazy about it. I'll put it that way. But what I was trying to say earlier, I got to go back to something I was trying to say earlier. Because of the, when I was talking about the Islamic women, and I respect that they're, I'm gonna tell you, man. To me, it's a beautiful thing that they come out. When they come out of their homes, they're covered up. To lower the possibility of temptation from men and things of that nature, and the respect they want to give themselves and things like that. I wish most of our women, I wish our culture was like that over here. I'm gonna be honest with you, because simple fact, you wouldn't have all this hair weave and these eyelashes and all this old extra stuff they doing. But anyway, like I said, I've learned to see the women more than not see them. Like in the past, I wouldn't even just look at, because I'm like, oh, they got all that stuff on. They ain't to be looked at. Man, I learned how to look at them, and I'm telling you, some of them. Tell you, man, hey, when they walking, man, them bumps coming through them guards, man. Look here, I said, shoot. I said, hey, I need to change my religion. Because at 9 times out of 10, I'm gonna say 8 times out of 10, you ain't gonna get to holler at one of them if you ain't trying to, if you're not already of that religion. You know what I'm saying? Now, some of them will go across the line, but shoot, man, I love them in them garments, man. I ain't lying.
They women
I
are women.
love the
Don't
way
get it
they look.
twisted. Yeah, we ain't gonna act like just because they Muslim. I tell people that all the time. And the Muslim brothers will tell you, like, man, just because she covered don't mean she ain't on no. And I don't want to bad talk my sisters, but yeah, it's the truth.
No, they women, like you said, they women.
Yeah, they women.
We men at the end of the day. But man, I'm just talking about the fact I have learned how to look at them. I see as much sex appeal and a woman covered up from her head to her feet as I do a woman that got some tight garments on. I really do. Because if that body's, if it's right and that garment ain't way too big, if it's fit just right where it's not too close to her body but not too far away, when she walks, she can't hide it. Some gonna say, I'm under here. You know what I'm saying? And I'm all woman. That's what it's gonna say to me. So man, it's a turn on for me. I ain't gonna lie to you. 'Cause I be like, shoot, let me get up on that garment, girl. But I'm just saying, man, I love looking at them. And I love the fact they ain't with all that fakeness. You know what I'm saying? That fakeness killed me, man. It's kind of a turn off for me, man. If a woman got real hair, no eyelashes, and I can see her for who she is, man, that's a big turn on for me, man.
Yeah, none of them I really mess with well makeup. I didn't do it on purpose.
I ain't never liked makeup.
Yeah, it was just that way with me. Yeah, I didn't, and I don't want to knock no sisters that's in the chat. I'm not saying nothing like that or that's listening. It's not like that.
They need to know they need to know how men feel.
Yeah.
They need to know how real men feel. That's all. You ain't knocking them. It's just we need to let them know how real men feel. Because I'm gonna tell you, man, I know a sister, man. She ain't with the fake hair. She ain't with the lashes and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? She ain't with the glamour stuff. She just about being who she is. You know what I'm saying? When it's time for her to dress, she know how to dress. Other than that, she just in her everyday fit. You know, just going through her day. She ain't worried about how she, she just who she is. She ain't out there trying to be extra. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I constantly have to encourage her to keep her, in my opinion, she's very confident in one sense, and then the next sense she's not as confident. And I have to let her know, look, you're a gorgeous woman. You're an attractive woman. Don't be tripping. You know what I'm saying? Don't be down on yourself. You know what I'm saying? Quit saying that around me. Don't talk like that about yourself around me. I don't want to hear all that.
Yeah.
Quit trying to explain to me why this and that is going on. I don't see nothing wrong with you. You know what I'm saying? I constantly do that too to keep her uplifted. But the only problem I have with her is she loves her makeup and she don't even need it. She don't need it, but she love it. And she love to put it on. She don't have to have it on every day when she walk out the door, but she feels better when she does put it on. And I've let her know, why I asked, I said, why you buy all this makeup? Why you feel you need makeup? I enjoy wearing it. I'll be like, okay. Being the fact that I know she don't have to have it, I know she's not covering up any ugliness or nothing like that or any self-confidence situation. I have less problem with her wearing it, but at the same time, I don't like because I look at it as, look, what if I was in a relationship with her? I'm getting ready to try to encourage. It might be a problem. I'm gonna try to encourage her not to wear it so much because I don't want that stuff in my clothes, on my pillowcases. You know what I'm saying? So that's the type of cat I am. My wife she makeup from time to time, and but she hadn't always wore a lot of it. But as she gotten older, she's put on more when it's time for us to go somewhere, and it kind of bothers me a little bit. But I know my wife is light skinned. She getting the moles and stuff like her mama used to have. I think she's trying to cover them up or something, And I'll be like, man, look, you need to take that stuff off. Now I can say my wife's lipstick, her makeup. I don't know if she take it off when she do put it on, or if she just wait till whenever she shower or whatever. But I never see none in my pillowcases or on my sheets or anything, so I don't have a problem with that. She hadn't put it in my clothing or nothing like that when I've given her a hug or whatever, So now a lot of women at my church, every so often, how women want a hug and all that. When I can see they have a lot of makeup on. I'm real reluctant in hugging them, man, because I'm worried about that makeup getting on my face. On my clothing. I ain't worried about the white. It's just I know it's hard to get that crap out of your clothes, man. So it's just a bother for me. But now I've seen. Well, I ain't gonna say they were Muslim women, but I've seen some women in Muslim garb with makeup. It's like they were modeling though. Like they were taking photos.
The sisters, they talk about each other because of that, boy. You'd be surprised. Like I say, because they still women. They really do bring that up too, because some feel like the way they wear the hijab, like when you see it on their head, some of them don't like the little bump in the back, and they start quoting different scriptures and have beats behind it. And some of them don't like the fact that they cover the upper body but wear jeans. And yeah, it's all kind of discussions when they go on at different mosques. And people that's over here that are from Pakistan do something different than the sisters that's from Nigeria. The sisters from Nigeria do something different than the sisters that's from Saudi Arabia. Yeah, it's some differences in there now.
So those are the different senses they probably talking about too.
Yeah, no, they all be the same thing. Like they may be like they got Ahmadiyans, they got what else they call them? The Shiites versus the Sunnis, and like you say, but a lot of them be all Sunnis.
That's what I was referring to. Like they that comes down to some cultural differences too, don't it?
Yeah, the cultural. Yeah, yes, sir. Yeah, not the belief, but the culture. Yeah, like you say, because I'm from this place, you from that place. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's what I. Yeah, yes, sir. You are correct. That's what I.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. On real talk, man. When I see a Muslim female, man, it make me look at them more, man. I ain't gonna lie to you, and because I be trying to see.
Say that.
I be trying to see what I'm seeing, because I know I've accidentally years ago I said, she got is that her tail? And I be, I'm like, man, she fine. If her tail is anything like I'm imagining it is, where it's protruding. When she walk in that garment, when she's standing there, it's one thing. But when she start walking, I like, oh man, she fine. So
yeah, certain sisters that was at these mosques that the brothers would always talk about. Centos, you ain't the only one. Them brothers will trip me out. They be waiting for certain sisters to come out too. I'll be like, y'all crazy. Okay. He said, man, that's Sister Jamila right there, boy. Sister Jamila be. I was like, oh Lord.
Okay, so we all doing the same thing then. Okay.
Yeah, and it's like it's a select, like I say, and it's like when I go to the mosque, it's probably always maybe the one or two same, but a lot of men, nah, they don't even look up. They don't want to look up at all.
I think that's why they say I think as men, before we have learned or whatever, I think our first intuition is telling us to don't look at them much at all. Don't look at them, especially like that. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's what I went through first time I went to a mosque, and the second time too. But then, and I noticed a few sisters then that had some throbbing going on in the back when they walking, but I didn't. I was too focused. You know what I'm saying? I chastised myself mentally, to make sure I don't keep looking at them. But then later on, as years progressed and more Muslim cultural women moved to my area, I was seeing them more on a daily basis. And, I see them walking around Walmart or whatever, hey, look here, you're a woman. And I see something, you know what I'm saying? And that's when I started nosing a little bit more. I said, shoot, we slipping on these Muslim ladies, you know what I'm saying? Because, shoot, they just like regular old women. They fine or something.
Oh, they are. They just women. That can tell people, and you're going to have the same problem and this and that, but look, he say stay focused. Boy, let's keep going.
Man, say, oh, man, I thought this was pure.
It is pure, my brother, but it's still like they say, men are men and women are women. They just, but a lot of time, what I've learned though, it's a lot less nonsense in the mosque than a lot of other religions that I went to. I can be honest and say that on the truthful. And that's one of the reasons why I said I was drawn to it, but we still humans though. It's no absolutes. Not every person that becomes a Muslim is going to be the best Muslim. Every Muslim is going to be the best Muslima. That's ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? That's
Muslima. That's for the females. Muslima.
Yeah, Muslimas. That's what they call them, Muslimas. Yeah.
Okay. Learn something. See what I'm saying? You come here, you're gonna learn something.
Yeah,
you're gonna learn today.
Yeah.
But yeah,
that's
man,
what I got. And even my wife, I didn't really make her do anything, but she would watch me. And then eventually she just wanted to come with me. She was asking questions. She would watch me pray. And the biggest thing she told me,
your devotion, man.
Yeah.
She saw the type of man you were and your devotion. And
because I'm up and down, like you say, when they say your faith be like clothes, they get old, you got to get some new ones. Yeah, my clothes have got old a bunch of times, brother, to where I done sat down for a while. But it's one thing I never do. It's called thicker.
Part of life.
They always call it thicker, thicker, yeah. And thicker means just constantly saying, alhamdulillah, bismillah, which means, praise God, in the name of God. Thank you, God. God is great. God
man.
wants it, in the name, so all that, like he says, if you can just remember me in your daily speech, and that's every religion.
Yeah.
Even if you're not making your way to the church or the mosque, he said, it will keep you in some protection. He said, when you totally get away from me, because they say hell, what I heard on that movie say, hell is not some hot place. Hell is you've been taken as far away from God to where he can't hear you. Man, that scared the hell out of me the first time somebody said that. I was like, what?
It is scary to think about, because I can't imagine being that far away from God, man, because God is ever prevalent on my mind on a daily basis. You know what I'm saying? And I know I can't even imagine living my life without that. You know what I'm saying?
Because that's the last help. You won't have any more help. That's it. That's the end.
I don't think I can ever become an atheist of it or anything like that, because I'm always believe in a higher being. So I'm not gonna. I'm totally convinced. In the situations, a few situations I've been in my life, there was no way to explain how I got out of it. I just feel like it couldn't been anything but God or a higher being or however you want to refer to him. That's what it was. Because I've been there, man, in a couple of situations, and some people, what's up, box fans? Some people gotta just recognize, because I just can't imagine me ever saying that I don't believe that there's a higher being. I don't even want to think about life like that personally. So I'm shutting myself down on thinking like that. I'm always gonna believe there's a higher being, because there's been situations I can't explain how I got out of.
Yeah, but some people have real bad run-ins. What they say is religion. I understand that too, because I've talked to a lot of folks, and some tend to realize that it was just a man or a woman that did it. It wasn't necessarily the religion. It's how they use the religion.
Hey, real quick, y'all. Real quick, y'all.
Yes, sir.
Sir Antbo, who keeps deleting his messages, man? He ain't even saying nothing crazy.
It ought to say who did it.
Huh?
It might say who did it.
No, it's saying that I did it, but I didn't do nothing. I didn't delete his messages. Yo, we can't be deleting niggas' messages for their opinion. Bro. He ain't said nothing disrespectful, bro.
Did you open it up? See what he said? I don't know. Right? I don't even know nothing. We just not knowing anything about it, Cal.
Yeah, because it's saying most followers don't understand their own doctrine. They're there for selfish reasons, victimizing themselves, looking for what's already available since the beginning. Who deleted
Me and
that?
Centos addressed that. That's an old comment,
Yeah,
so I
we
don't even
talked
know why.
about it.
Yeah, but it's like somebody deleted
I don't know why
that.
somebody might have got happy fingers on that one or something. Then.
Yeah, but he said it was TBS too. He said
It might have been DJ. I don't know why he did that. That wasn't even nothing to delete.
Well, he got more messages in there, so it might have been something else he said.
Nah, every message he said was not bad.
And
that's what I'm trying to figure out why I kept getting deleted.
That's what we've been talking to was Antbo. He the one that's been making those little comments. He's been making good comments too. That's what kind of got us on the religious thing. And Champion Heart said the same thing. But Kyle said he didn't do it though. Champion Heart.
Man, dude, now I'm about to lose a subscriber.
Nah, Antbo ain't gonna go nowhere.
For nothing, because he didn't even say nothing disrespectful, guys. We gotta.
Yes, sir. That was earlier too, because we addressed that.
Antbo know he's family over here, man.
I hope so.
Antbo, say something. You still in the chat, Antbo?
Shit, man. If my message kept getting deleted, man, I wouldn't feel like that.
Yeah. Sir Antbo, you know that we addressed that too. I mean, that's an actual, because when he said that, me and Centos, that's kind of what made me and Centos make this little left. And, yeah, I hope he's still here, man. He don't think that was nothing. Yeah, because I'm surprised. I've been on the regular. I don't have my other page up. Let me put this other page up too, so I can be on top of because I normally had the other one in the background to where I can switch over, like Centos said he was doing, to where I can look at that.
Let's say he ran off a while ago. Said answer ant. wasn't Earl the Pearl. Say you did, bro. That was. I
Yeah,
don't
I
know,
don't
man. I
want
mean,
to. Hopefully he'd
hopefully
be
he's
able
all
to.
right.
Yeah, because he had some good stuff. He was bringing up some good little points, man. He wasn't talking about nothing that was foul.
Oh, yeah.
He made comments about science and facts by definition. Yeah, because I'm not, man, I have no problem with people's opinions. You know, I always came on here and said the same exact thing. Because if I had all the answers, y'all, I'd make sure everybody go to heaven, baby. We wouldn't have nothing to talk about. I'd just be like, hey, do A, B, C, 1, 2, 3, and baby, we be out of here. And I can prove it. And then people will be telling you from heaven, hey, man, this shape was right, you know, but I can't do that. So, how the hell I'm going to tell you anything?
Right.
Yeah, I look Champion Horse say that's crazy.
Yeah.
You say Earl the Pearl. Who's that? Man, y'all go. He say he always want to call light skin. Y'all gonna quit picking on Kyle like that, man.
Yeah, Cal used to be a preacher. Hey, Cal.
You a pimp preacher.
Come on, talk about some of your preaching days, man.
Jay Gibson, what's up, Jay Gibson? You've been gone like I've been gone, huh?
What them girls? Was this before your marriage or during your marriage? When was it, Cal? Come on, man.
Hey, who the hell hit the nigga though?
I don't know, man. But tell us about your preaching days, man.
You sure you wasn't rubbing something in your pocket or something? You got your phone, Kyle, or somebody else, or DJ probably rolling over on his phone? Or
oh, what the hell, DJ up to? That nigga wasn't even doing shit. That's why he ain't
DJ been gone for a minute.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. I don't know. Hey,
you good?
Sir
Yeah, you right there,
I
Kyle.
don't know what the hell's going on. I do not approve of your band. I don't know who the hell did that. I don't know why DJ would do it, or DJ or whoever the fuck did it. But I did not. I just looked and I said, "What the hell's going on, man?" He didn't even say
back,
shit.
man.
He back. He right there. That's why I said you see him, Kyle.
He cool. He said cooking. He's cool, man.
Look, Champion Heart keeps saying it's you, Kyle.
Champion Heart, nigga. I ain't even have my phone in my damn hand. Champion Heart, you on me?
Just calm down, Cal, and tell us about that preaching. What was that before you got married, or what was it?
You know, the reason why, let me tell you something. How you doing?
Oh, look, he went on mute. Who? Hey.
He's speaking to somebody. That must have been Sylvia. I want to know. I got some questions. See, I know. I know what kind of attention I was getting in my church. You know what I'm saying?
Yo,
I wasn't even preaching. Yeah.
What you say, Santos, about preaching?
I was saying, were you preaching before you got married, or since you've been married?
It was before. I ain't preaching a long time.
Yeah, I feel you. But tell us about them days.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the restroom right quick, y'all. I'm still here. I just got to go to the restroom.
The female effect and all that. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, well, you know, man. I used to preach stuff like that, man. And then I realized that politics play a major part in this game, and I just kind of got out of that. You know what I mean?
Okay, but how old were you when you were preaching? If you don't mind us knowing.
You said what?
How old were you when you were preaching? If you don't mind us knowing.
I started preaching when I was like, 17, 20, 21. I didn't stop preaching until like I might have been like 25, 26, 27 maybe. 25 maybe.
Okay. You got some nice experience under your belt. Were them females putting a little pressure on you?
Nah, it wasn't that. It was really just the actual churches.
I respect that.
You know?
No, I know what you're saying about church, but I was just wondering if the female pushing up on you, putting a little pressure on you or whatever.
Nah.
I'm gonna tell you, man, I could be one of the biggest church wars in Nashville if I allowed myself years ago, but I didn't allow myself because I stayed clear of them females, you know, when I was single before I married my wife. I've even had to push up on. Look, my wife don't be in church with me most of the time because she work on Sunday. Hey, brother Sheldon, you know, I mean, they want to be all women something else, man. I'm gonna tell you. But I keep it clear, you know what I'm saying? I keep my granddaughter near me too. She been like my little shield on the church end. But before I was married, man, you know, I'll come in, you know, be dressed decent. Had, you know, I didn't have no belly or nothing. You know, I was straight then. I was in the gym all the time, you know, young. The women be pushing up on the regular, man, because they see a man dressed, taking care of himself, you know. He ain't out here wilding or whatever. See, probably sometimes these same women, probably most of the men they see on a daily basis, they may not be taking care of themselves, may not be their skin may not look as clean and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So when women, they just like I'm sitting there, I've been talking about. I noticed Muslim women and how attractive they are to me now with their garment, their full length garment on. And I learned how to look up women they see attraction too. I mean, not it doesn't mean that they're coming to church all the time. Some of them are, but not all of them. You know, just looking for a man. You know what I'm saying? But when they get there, they notice them, man. You know, so
Yeah,
it's just
and,
human
and
nature.
a lot of stuff has happened to where it's like, you know, the older you get, the more you understand that humans are humans, bro. And you realize, man, like no matter what, you can fall short. You know what I'm saying? Hell, some people fall longer than a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? But you know,
You know, I'm gonna tell you. You know what I just realized, man? I just realized something.
what's that?
Since my wife been working on the weekends, Saturdays, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. That's her work schedule. She's been doing that about 10 years now. This is 22. Yeah, it's been since 2012. Since she been working there 10 years. And I just realized, man, for the better part of those 10 years, man, she don't slacked up on uh you know, she ain't been going to church on a regular basis. And for a good portion of that we were going to her church and my church. And she was wearing she was riding on high ho silver on a regular basis, man. She ain't been taking care of me. Man, I have to need to go to church, man. That's what's wrong. That's why I ain't getting no cooch on a regular basis. I just thought about that.
she need that she need that bit of love, huh?
Yeah, she got a low libido demon inside of her, man. We're gonna have to get that out of her. We're gonna have to get her out. We're gonna have to go do some
Damn, gonna get out of
exorcism.
here.
Yeah, man. I just thought about that. I mean, it's probably a coincidence more than anything. But yeah, she ain't been as active in the sex scene, man, since she been working on weekends, man. Uh-huh. And she ain't gonna want to quit her job because she like it. And I wouldn't tell her to quit no way, but I don't know, man. I think she needs some church in her life, man. She get them scriptures in her system on a regular basis again. She probably be, you know, that probably fix her, man. Hmm. She might. I don't know. We're gonna have to figure. I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna leave it alone. My sex life ain't been good for a good portion of them 10 years, man.
Yeah, Sir Ambo, yeah. I mean, we all know Centos like the ladies, man. You know, like I said, if it be too much some days, I just get ducked off and I let them have it, you know, when I do listen. But
What you
other than
say?
that,
Little
you know,
people, dwarfs, thick
yeah.
midgets. No, not the thick midgets. Now, hold on, Ambo. You my dude, man. But look here, man. Not the thick midgets. The petite, fine midgets. You see, I don't want no heavy midgets. See, if you get them thick midgets, they're gonna be too heavy to do all them tricks with. You got to get a lighter weight
So,
petite
yeah, look,
midget with some nice curvaceous
yeah, I'm about to
contour
get ducked
anatomies.
off.
You know what I'm saying? Cute face, and then you can do tricks. You can spin around, you can slam them, you can pick up. You know, this is all the stuff you can do with them, man. You can't do that with thick ones. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah,
nah, I got my
with
picks.
Mr. DJ, he said that. He said, I can't front sound like the females are your weakness. Yeah, that's why I say everybody kind
Oh
of know how
yeah,
Centos
I
is.
love. I love women. I ain't gonna never denounce looking at that fact that I admire women. That's God's work, man. That's part of His work, man. He does a good job. When I I love women. I do. And I ain't just walking around. Sometimes I be so focused on what I'm doing. I get mad when I get finished doing whatever I'm doing and I peel off. Like, God, dog. They be like, well, man, I forgot to check, see what kind of women walking around. I ain't pay no man to women. You know what I'm saying? Or I go somewhere, be so focused, I sit there. When I get finished, I reflect on where I just left. I said, there wasn't no women around. That's just who I am. You know what I'm saying? But I ain't looking for no women with no flashlight. If I got to look at some human beings, and I got to be at a place that I don't choose to be at, I'd rather those human beings be female. That's what it is.
Yeah, I've had women that, and I had to understand that as I started getting older. Because if I'm interested in you, then of course I go. I don't flirt. I don't do nothing like that. But the thing is, whenever I stay to myself, a lot of women take it, even though you married or whatever, they really are upset with you when you don't really pay them attention.
They are.
And I ain't gonna lie, I really did learn that kind of the hard way. When you go somewhere and you're respectful, you open doors, you talk to them all the time, and but eventually they'll be like, dang, you don't this, you don't that. I'm like, well, whoa, you know what I'm saying? Why are you asking me that? She's like, well, you don't never say. I said, well, I'm married. And even had women say, are you married or your wife married? Stuff like that. Like, what? So like I said, I ain't saying nothing about you, Cinto, but I just realized that I wasn't like that. Like because I'm not finna waste my time. If I'm finna get on you, I'm gonna get on you. But other than that, I never was, big on that. I never was.
I don't know if y'all remember most everything I say out here, but I always come back with the disclaimer. I talk a lot of stuff, but when I'm in public, I ain't getting ready to do too much, man. Every now and then, if I'm with a group of fellas, I might get a little flirty, and I might be in a little flirty mode, but I'm not really being serious. I'm not trying to take nothing home. I'm not trying to get no phone numbers, none of that. I just, sometimes I might just, say something a little flirty to a female just to see if I still got it. You know what I'm saying? But I ain't taking it. I ain't taking it no further than that. You know what I'm saying? But most of the time, man, I ain't saying nothing, man. I talk stuff all day, man, and I'm not running up in no women's faces, man. I'm gonna keep it 100. I've never chased women. I have never chased women. If a woman just about gotta rape me, bro, for real. I don't chase no women, man. Now, do I look at them? Yes, I look at them. I look at them a lot, and I enjoy looking at them. And it's getting colder than the summer going out here
Sir
where I'm at.
Bo,
But
that's why we meant about lowering your gaze. He said that more people are going to go to hell for what's between their two ears and their two hips. That's another one I like that I heard.
Yeah, I already know.
Hey,
Hey,
Mrs.
look here.
Patricia Shelton, it's been a long time.
Hey, Patricia, how you doing, sis?
Yeah.
Yeah, I enjoy looking at women. That's just period. I mean, I'm not gonna. Now, I don't always look at them trying to sex them up. You know what I'm saying? It ain't about what I can do to them in the bed and all that. It ain't always like this. It's just, if I see something that appeals to me, I'm gonna take a little more gander, as we say in the South, a little more gander than I probably supposed to. You know what I'm saying? Just to get a mental picture of what I'm looking at. You know what I'm saying? Or what I'm seeing rather. But as far as like trying to imagine me in the bed with that female, no, I did all that when I was in my 20s. I ain't done that in a long time, and I don't get down like that. But I look for enjoyment of the fact that God has put woman here for man. That's why how I look at it. Not so much I'm trying to imagine what she looked like bucket naked. I'm just trying to admire how she's carrying herself and how she's dressed nice. And I'm trying to see if she got any fake eyelashes and fake hair and all that kind of stuff too. You know what I'm saying? Something I can turn myself off about. She got all that. I'm done. I ain't looking at her no more. You know what I'm saying? Mentally, I'm critical of women if they wearing all that old fake stuff. I like natural women. natural. You understand me? That's my button. But at the same time, I really, I like looking at the different types of women and the different ways that God has made a lot of them. And one thing after all the years and all the millions of women that I've laid eyes on, I've come to an analysis that there's no more sultry women on earth than black women. That's my opinion.
Mr. DJ,
See how anybody else feel.
Mr. DJ, John DJ. Yeah, I can say, like, when people say it's harder for them to find, he actually say, are good women harder to find in today's time, or is it easier to spot a good woman with all these Meg Thee Stallions walking around? Yeah, I believe that, what you're looking for and where to look, like, because the thing is, of course, the other ones are trying to get attention. But I've been places like when at first, me and my wife were saying this at one time too, like, where are the sisters at that try to take care of themselves and blah, blah, blah. So when we finally like joined the gym and started going around, I started seeing them, but a lot of places you don't see them. But what I do understand about a lot of good women, they're not out and about like that. They just not. And when you do get an opportunity to talk to certain women, they'll tell you flat out, because most women are doing this, I'm doing that. If most women are over here that ain't about it, I'm going to be over here. You know what I'm saying? They just don't mix and mingle with the ones that you're talking about. You may have to go to certain places to try to find these women. They're normally doing something, like working out or working or trying to better themselves. And they whole existence is not trying to show a man how sexy they are. I've talked to them and we've rapped, because I've spoke with young women when I worked at a facility, and I've even spoke with like women who are retirement age, who may have had a husband that they're burying, stuff like that. And they all say the same thing, like, the world is not the same. So I'm not at the clubs. I'm not over here. I'm not over there. She said, I'm normally with people trying to better themselves. That's the way they know you on the same path as them, So some people say at church, some people say at the mosque, some people say various places, but just some of the women that I've met, especially if they're trying to like build their bodies up or get their mind together, you know what I'm saying? They tend to say that you might not run into me because we ain't running in the same circles, like they say. Yeah. So I still know they out there. Yeah, that's why the world's still turning. But I do understand what you mean by when you say all these Meg Thee Stallions rolling around, because everybody's just fabulous again. High society. Look at me, look at me, look at me. So the thing about it is that you got to really understand, you can't, when you say a good woman like that, the way that I'm, in my opinion, is that if she wants that much attention, she might not be right for you. You know what I'm saying?
Amen.
So
Amen.
If you the type that likes attention, then you might consider her a good woman. But if you kind of want a woman that you say is a little more modest, let me use that word, then of course, yeah, you're not going to find her most of these places. And the sisters say the same thing about the men. Where all the good brothers at? She say, oh, they married, you know what I mean? Or they done passed on. I've heard people say stuff like that. But, you got to be where people doing something. That's all I can say. Wherever that is for you or whatever you think it is for you, because I'm pretty sure you can find them. Yeah, that's my thing.
I think there's still good women, and I think there's still good men out there to be had. I think it's more in abundance than we realize. Yeah, there's a lot of like my man referred to them as Meg Thee Stallions out there. A lot of these females are on that, hair extensions, eyelashes, pumping up the breasts, pumping up the boo-boos, and all that kind of stuff. A lot of superficial stuff out there, but we as human beings, men and women, have to be able to look through. We have to see through the women as men, and when the women have to see through the men that have been on that fake tip as well. Unless that's what you like. Now, if that's what you like, then go for it. Now, I'm not saying that you can't find a good woman that's into that kind of thing, because there are some good women that's into that type of thing. But for me personally, if I was on the market and I was dating, it wouldn't be for me, because I don't agree with all that. I want my woman as natural as possible. I don't want her to me, I don't want her to feel like she got to be in the rat race and follow the leader of what everyone else is doing, just to feel confidence in herself or make herself feel good or whatever. But sometimes that's what people feel like. They want to do certain things to make themselves feel like, and it may not actually have anything to do with, trying to impress other people or whatever. It's all about, self-worth or whatever. But me personally, I know there's a lot of women out there. There's a lot of women out there that are not into all that superficial, materialistic enhancements, trying to, look like what they're not and whatnot. And I think if I was on the market trying to find a new relationship with some new women, I don't think I will have a problem finding what I'm looking for. To be honest with you,
there's gonna always be some good women out there. Good
I'll
morning
be,
to you too, Highway man. I see you from Tucson.
Yeah. What's up, Highway man? And just like my man, in Shape Street Fighter was saying, if you associate or you circulate with certain types of circles, then that's what you're gonna get. That's what you're gonna. You know how you can go to different bodies of water and there's different types of fish in those bodies of water.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you got to fish for your ladies, in those different types of bodies of water as well, in order to get the type of lady that you're looking for. So if you hanging out in the hood, you 8 times out of 10, you're gonna get you a hood chick. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Might be a little extra ratchet, and then some might not be as ratchet. But if you're circulating around some business centers and stuff like that, then you might get you a professional. Or if you're circulating around some high-end bars or something like that, you might find some superficial professionals in there. And notice I said superficial, because everybody ain't being real when they're in there. You just got to weed through them. Or if you go to some,
and that's what I meant earlier,
some lower level like bars and stuff, like you might find you a real type of woman that's not trying to be superficial or whatever, and she may be a professional in disguise. You know what I'm saying? She's just trying to hang with other people. You know what I'm saying? People that are like-minded. So it's just all about where you're fishing. If you're fishing in the wrong waters, you're gonna bring out the wrong fish. Yeah. So I just think it's possible.
Remember what I said that earlier on Central? That's what I meant when some of the women it was weird that they were upset with me, and then they even told me at one facility they were like, they like some of the women were actually lying on me, saying that I had a problem with women in authority and all that, not knowing that some of my first jobs was in retail, working under a woman, the medical field, women. It blew me out. It blew my mind. And then one of the women told me, she said, Street Fighter, you never picked somebody. It's like, what you mean pick somebody? She said that, all these women up here are looking and some of them are single and stuff like that. The fact that you're not really giving them attention. I say, well, that's a form of respect. For one thing, I don't want to come across, like I say, righteous all the time, but I'm married and I'm good. You know what I'm saying? I'm not really looking for nothing. And I tell you, you look nice and you do this and I do that, but it just wasn't my thing. And it was just off-putting that they started like having an issue with me because I wouldn't do these things. And I say, well, are you looking just to have sex? Are you looking to be involved? And a lot of them like, I'm looking for a man. I say, so you would respect me talking to you while I'm talking to another woman? Doesn't that mean that if I'm cheating on her, that I would eventually cheat on you? And that, like I said, me and my expression deer in the head, like they just kind of stood there and looked at me. I'm like, yeah. So I didn't want to preach to nobody, but I was trying to keep the peace because we got to work together. But that was wild to me, that, and it was more than one woman. They were like, well, you'll smile and this and that. I said, but I don't want anything because I'm smiling at you. I'm just, hey, how you doing, sister? Blah, blah, blah. Hold the door. How you kids doing? Oh, that's some nice shoes you got on. And keep it pushing. She said, but well, you know how most men are. And I kept hearing that over. Well, you know how most men are. You know how I say, so what exactly does that have to do with me though? I said, you're not gonna even give me an opportunity. You know what I'm saying? Just to rap with you. Don't start, demonizing me and putting me down because I'm not following whatever behavior you think a man's supposed to follow. Because I just thought that, I was trying to keep it classy. I didn't even think that you was giving that much thought to a man who's already involved with somebody.
And then they were like, oh, I just want to be your work wife, stuff like that. I'm like, nah, because I already know you're not my cup of tea. If you are really willing to do certain things like that, like I said, I'm not going to say I've never done anything in my past. That would be hypocritical. But, as I got older, I was just like, nah, that's not my thing, man. Don't become angry with me because you just want me to serve a purpose. You just want me because maybe you find me attractive or whatever, charismatic, like the lady said. I'm like, yeah, but that makes me, if I was single, I wouldn't want to talk to you. It's a little weird to me. Like, and I keep using the same word, off-putting. It was just off-putting. Like, all right, let certain things develop naturally. If it was going to be something like that, but that also let me know that I was more or less getting out of my generation. That I wasn't around, people who was like-minded. That it was a lot of that go fast, look at me. I need to be the prettiest one up here type stuff. And I'm used to that because, like I told you, I was raised by women. Women on both sides, my aunts, my dad's side, and my mom's side. It wasn't really many hard heads till I started getting a little older. The women always did all the stuff, as far as with us. Now, the men did work and stuff like that, but I just really watched how they moved. And I'm not naive. I know, like I said, I've been in the world. I done hustled. I've been around females and everything like that, so I'm not stupid. But that right there, I thought that, especially when I was like 38, 39, I'm sitting there, just trying to keep it professional. And they started being perturbed by it, like irritated, like, damn. To where they started saying stuff like, you uppity, you think too much of yourself. And I said, well, why do I think? I've never been rude to you. Anything you ask me to do, I do it. If you need help, if I see the need, feel a need, I'm not going to let you carry this box by yourself type stuff and just, well, she didn't ask me for no help. I would do stuff like that. But I also started understanding that they misinterpreted kindness as being attracted to them. It's like, no, I'm not. It's not like that. I just really was trying to be kind to you. I know how a lot of women get treated, So that's the only thing I can say about when we said, good women and finding this and finding that. And it was a whole building. And I'm not saying every one of them was after me, but when the sister pulled me to the side, and she was a Christian sister and said that she's from out here, but she had moved from Georgia. And she was, nice enough to pull, because we were talking in the lobby because we had to watch the kids and the certain people coming in and out. And she said, Walker, I know, she said the same thing. She said, you're not naive, but you know what it is. I said, I know someone may be attracted to me. I said, but damn, trying to get me in trouble? You know what I mean? She's like, yeah, because they attach their self-worth to what they can get on this job site. And I was like, well, no, I'm going to never be that guy, because now you're trying to make me change who I am to suit you. And you're trying to make it like there's something wrong with me, because in my mind, I won't take advantage of you, like, nah. So like I said, just to each to his own, you know what I mean? I'm not trying to come across, like I say, always trying to be holier than thou. But my big thing is I don't want to lie, because my mom always say, when you lie, you're afraid, and I'm not afraid. And you're not finna make me something I'm not. And y'all kind of heard me click before one of the last times right at the end when I hadn't been on here in a while, that's a big one to me. You're never going to force nothing on me. I'm an independent thinker. I'm willing to suffer through whatever. I'll take my licks if I have to. You know what I'm saying? If I fail, I just get up and dust myself off. But you're not going to just force me into something because you feel uncomfortable. So you're going to make me uncomfortable in hopes of getting what you want. Because all of that is based on, is fake. I'm just stroking your ego. And you're not even really interested in me. You may see other women that are interested and you think you're prettier than them. Because like I said, I was raised by women. So now it becomes a contest. But like I said, I learned a lot about your character when you do stuff like that. That means that you're shallow. And I've said that to my daughters. I try to tell them that you don't want to be shallow, baby. You don't want to be so self-absorbed to where you're willing to kind of lower yourself and sacrifice yourself for whatever it is.
Edward 5 dispatch.
You're trying to accomplish.
97 AUL 3751.
Because it's going to be fleeting. It's not something that's going to be long term. And if you genuinely are alone and looking for something, you know what I mean? You might want to try to build something on a more solid foundation. I got caught up in that earlier too, ooh, she fine, man, this and this and that. Yeah, but she's not a pleasant person. Or girl, look how muscular he is. Yep, and he's a womanizer. You know what I mean? So you can't get mad whenever you, and that's what I say now, like whatever relationship didn't work. Yeah, what was it based in? You know, what was I really looking for? You know, did we compromise? Did we make each other better? Or was it just, you know, you hit my spot right, I hit your spot right? Well, that ain't based on nothing. And now that I'm older, I know better. I don't need for you to tell me I'm attractive, you know. I don't concern myself with that. Yes, it's still
I don't want to just back 10-7L.
overall.
We leave
Nah,
our days at once.
that's why a lot of folks are out here, like I told, like he was saying, like these IG models and the Meg Thee Stallions, and you doing all these things because you're just advertising, you know. What the gentleman said, and this goes for both of us, male and female, when they always discuss how women are dressing right now. Like I said, I don't want to step on no woman's toes or nothing like that because it ain't my place to tell a woman what she should and shouldn't wear. But just like you dress professionally for certain things, you know, if you dress otherwise, then people treat you otherwise. And what a sister said to another sister one day, she said, well, I do it because I want to feel sexy. She said, well, baby, you can wear the dress in the house and still feel sexy. She said, so are you really doing it to feel sexy or are you doing it for men to look at you? And I had to sit back and listen to her. I was like, that was a deep one right there. She was like, yeah, because what difference does it make where you located with the dress if you just want to feel sexy? And, you know, they kind of went back and forth for a hot second, but I understood what the sister was trying to give us. She was giving a little bit of game, saying that, no, mama, you need people to tell you something so you feel better about yourself. There go Bess. Bess got ducked off for a second. But yeah, man, I'll go ahead and shut down because I don't want to be, you know, critical of my sisters because that's the reason why I first got on here was to talk about that beautiful sister that DJ got on his thumbnail, you know.
Oh, Clarissa.
Yeah, that's how I'm getting on it tonight. Yeah, man, because I've been watching Clarissa since 2012, I think is what it was, that I really started paying attention. And then her little show came out on Netflix, and I was excited. I didn't even know about her. I was like, man, they got a sister that's banging up like that, you know, and everything.
Yeah.
And it was just blowing my mind that I never saw her in the limelight. All the stuff she was accomplishing, all the things she was doing, and you don't even hear about her. Then I wonder what kind of money she was making. And, you know, that's one of them things that I started getting a little upset behind, like, wow. So here is greatness again. But since it's not something that you deem worthy or it's not part of your group, you consider it not great. And no problem. I don't need you to tell me a black woman beautiful. I don't need you to tell me how great she is. But when you started running that interference, when I started realizing that it was a conscious play, you know what I mean, to obscure this sister, to hide her, that's when I started really making sure I was going to be a fan, man. For real. Hey, John D. Jean, I know Kyle will tell you he appreciate that, man. He's saying that he just subscribed, loved the conversation. Crawford and both Charlo's fan, by the way. Man, I was afraid to say I was a Bud fan, boy, at first. When I first started following everything and started seeing how Bud was moving, really started delving back into boxing real tough. Yeah. I didn't want to judge the brother, but I was like, dude. And I didn't know that his fans were like that. Because, you know, I'm a fan of him and Errol. So I didn't know that that was taboo too. I didn't know I had to pick a side. You know what I'm saying? And of course, I like Mel more than Maul, just kind of how he is. You know, I wasn't always pleased with what they were saying here lately too, but I'm just a fan. You know, I would like for more of us.
Yeah. I'm a fan of them. I'm a fan of them in the ring.
Yeah,
but you know, just I ain't gonna stop them asking for no picture or nothing.
Yeah, exactly. And I
don't like how they move outside the ring. But as a pure boxing fan, I'm a fan, man. They are incredible boxers, dog.
Yeah. Hey, Sir Ambo, you're right. That's the thing that I said when she was so happy and smiling, because now you can't shade or shine no more. You try. Mm-hmm. There's young black girls who just saw Clarissa for the first time last week. You feel me? And they like, where's she been at? So now they finna be Googling her. Her followers are gonna go up. Her subscribers are gonna go up. And that's what I was telling my wife. Like, whenever I wasn't paying nobody else stuff and I even learned how to stream something, I didn't stream Clarissa fight. I paid for that fight. And before that,
I paid for that all women's card that she was on just to pay for it.
I paid for it.
I won't even if I wasn't gonna watch the fight, man. I just paid for it just to pay for it.
Yep. And it wasn't even that much. That's why I tripped out. I was like, it's like $30 or $35. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
undisputed twice, 3 division, 2 gold medal. Oh yeah, that's a deal. Yeah.
And you know, and the sad part about it, man, if she was white, she'd be a movie star.
Say again?
I said the sad part about it is if she was white, she'd have more endorsements and she'd be a movie star.
Hell, if she was anything but black, you know, DJ.
Right. Y'all just about Mexican, Puerto Rican, anything.
They were talking about how this has never been done. You know, I'm gonna get into my commercial voice. This is a woman that has never been, all that old, like, wow, for real. But now it's her. She like,
AUL 3751.
Yeah, that boy making me have flashbacks. Kyle. Yeah, Kyle.
Kyle, what you ordering breakfast?
Hey, Mr. DJ, and they said that she said something about Clarissa here lately. He talking about Alicia Baumgart. And you see, she got a little shine because of what she did here recently. A lot of folks didn't even know who Alicia was.
Right. Now, if she get a knockout her next fight, oh man.
He said if she was white, she'd be in the WWE.
Wow.
Because you know Ronda Rousey did
look. When you go to, if you didn't start out in the WWE, once you transition into the WWE, that means your other career is either on the downslope or you're done with it.
Yeah, buddy. Especially when Ronda did that, I say, well, I guess that's a wrap. You can still make all that money, but you don't have to get really beat on no more.
Right. Why you think Brock Lesnar didn't come back?
Oh yeah, Brock ain't want that.
Brock Lesnar had a chance to come back and fight Daniel Cormier for the heavyweight championship, and he said, "Nope."
Yeah. Plus that USADA.
USADA, yep.
He on the special sauce, yeah.
Oh yeah, y'all
different like Vito Belfort. You're gonna be looking like Vito. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Speaking of Vito Belfort, his son is gonna be a baller, man.
Who that? Who you talking about? Which one?
Vitor. I think it's his youngest son. He gonna be, man. Listen, I seen some highlights of that kid.
Hey DJ, Sento said he need the link.
I got you, Sento. I just saw your message. Dang, where Miss Pugilist go? I just thought he was playing in the background.
He came already, and he keep ducking off. He must be in a bad area or something.
Yeah. Oh, he must, or at work or something.
Yeah, because he keep popping in and popping back out. I done spoke to him a few times, but every time I do it, he just wind up disappearing again.
Yeah, I dip in every now and then, and check see if the show's still going or whatever. But yeah, man, reason why I got that picture up because she asked Savannah Marshall, where your gold medals at?
Yeah.
So, I just had to let people know my girl ain't capping out here. She got 2 of them things. Y'all know it, and just like you were saying, Street Fighter. It kind of got around like word of mouth. It was like, have y'all seen this teenage, this little black girl beating up everybody in the Olympics? I'm like, wait, what?
Yep.
Hold on, let me check it out. Because I ain't never catch her fights. But, I started watching. I was like, oh, she the truth.
Yeah.
And then I caught that documentary, and then I remember when Savannah Marshall beat her in the amateurs, and she said, I'm not losing again.
Yeah, and I think that was a split decision. Wasn't that like
it was close. It was close. She thought she won it.
Yep.
She thought she won the fight. She legit thought she
any
won
close fight with a good fighter of our people, that's a loss.
Yeah. So
yeah. But that just shows that you know how good I am. I can have an off night and you just ready to say I lost because you're so used to seeing me shining.
Right. And it's so every now and then, I'll get bored at home. I'm just, at home all day by myself while the kids at daycare and school and my wife at work. I get on Twitter and I'll engage with these dummies. So
I still don't do the Twitter. What's up with Twitter? Like, what is that? That's just people talking to each other, right? I mean, I've always known about it and seen it, and
No, Twitter's a little bit.
Twitter ruthless, man. Twitter is ruthless. You think YouTube is bad? Man, you think YouTube is bad? They get rough with you on Twitter now.
Yeah. And hey, look here. He asked about Andrade and Benavidez to be. Now, I don't think that once Benavidez run into somebody with more pop, man, he gonna be able to keep doing it. I'm not gonna say he's not tough. I'm not gonna talk about his engine. You know what I'm saying? But you're not gonna box that long if you just keep taking damage. And I like Benavidez. I'm gonna be totally honest about that.
He's definitely gonna have a shorter career. Yeah. I'll be surprised if he makes it to 40 fights. But at the same time, it's like as big as he is, like he's gonna move up to light heavyweight here pretty soon.
You're gonna have to, yeah.
He's gonna have to. And as big as he is, man, to have the gas tank that he does, because he throws a lot of punches.
Mm-hmm.
His work rate is his biggest weapon. Because he even admitted he doesn't have one punch knockout power, but he outworks people. Like his shoe shine is incredible. His hand speed, his power is incredible for that weight division. And the reason why the matchup with him and Canelo was so intriguing is because for once I thought Canelo was going to run into somebody who actually put him on the back foot, because you're going to have to deal with David Benavidez's pressure because he's not backing up and he's not going to get tired. We've seen him carry that same hand speed, carry that same output through 12 rounds.
Yep. I'm just wondering, like he said with Andrade, when he asked that, I was like, depending on, we always say on whoever show up on that night, I don't think he's going to be able to keep taking that damage to his head like that. No, he's not going to be able to stand because he's already a heavier guy, like you said, DJ. And that puncher power is puncher power. You may have a good chin, but chin going to only stand up so long as somebody hitting you upside your head, man.
Right.
I think that when it does happen to Benavidez, it's going to be just something that he don't see. It's going to be one of them things because that depending on how tough you are, it never really works out in the fight, man. You can do it. Then after a while, if you don't have enough of that head movement, you know what I mean? You're just going to run into a wall because, hell, you're going to be talking funny at the end of your career.
Right. That's why I said I'd be surprised if he makes it to 40 fights.
Yeah, but he said, but I'm going to have to take Andrade. I'm just going to say, I know people don't like Boo-Boo. He's been trying to look like a little bit better coming on in his last few fights, but I see why Canelo avoided him. You're a horrible fighter. Yeah, we know. Right. I know what that means. He was like, man, I know this boy might style on me, man. And he's a solid.
Right. Boring means it. Boring. All boring mean translation is I'm not gonna stand there and let you beat on me.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna just stand there and let you beat on me. That's he running.
He don't want that Mayweather effect on him again. I see Boo Boo's too awkward for him. He can't figure his style out.
Yeah,
that's why he don't want to fight him.
And I don't care what nobody said. Caleb, man, Plant was making that boy look. Man, I don't care what nobody say, bro.
He was doing his thing, man, until he slipped.
I'm telling you, I was surprised. And that was the 11th round?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't care what y'all talking about. People that can be honest about that fight, man, you didn't see how many times Canelo took a deep breath, bounced in place, and put his hands down, then put his hands back up and walk, because he was like, man, he looked so deflated. He really did.
He got a little frustrated too.
Yeah, more than a little frustrated. That's why I was so upset when he came out and he finally clipped him. That's when I realized that Caleb has a good poker face. I didn't realize he was more tired than he let on, because Canelo was tired. If they would have made it two more, they probably would have cheated him on the cards. But
but he would have looked good doing it.
They saw what that boy did, man. They got to give Plant his props.
That's what hurt him. He got tired and slipped, because Canelo had been trying to hit him with that punch for a minute, and then he due to his fatigue, I think that's what he let his guard down, because he didn't catch that. Canelo was faking him out with one punch just to come over top.
Yeah,
and he caught
like this, and he got comfortable like
That's Cal, like. Hey, Cal. You got to mute your mic, bro. I know this is your platform. I know it's your platform, but you're going to have to mute your mic, man.
What'd you say, Santa?
You need to mute your mic, man. We had a good conversation going just now.
But yeah, man, I said after the fight, I was like, man, Caleb was winning that fight till he wasn't.
Yes, he was.
Yeah.
But we know how it go, man. If Floyd Mayweather can't get all three judges in that ass whooping he put on Canelo, nobody's gonna get it. So it's a situation now where it's got to be a Bernard Hopkins, Felix Trinidad type of fight where he just whoop his ass from round one and it's clear. or you got to knock him out.
Might have to knock him out because you know what, Caleb. If you remember what happened with Pernell and Chavez Senior.
No.
Whooped them from
Yeah,
round
yeah, I
one to
do.
round 12.
Yeah, oh yeah, you talking about Sweet? Yeah, when Sweet Pea was fighting.
And they gonna call a draw. You know that was bull crap. And they called a draw just they didn't want to. It was so obvious what he had did to Chavez. They didn't want to give Pernell the win. Just like they robbed him in that De La Hoya fight.
Oh yeah, that's one of the biggest robberies in boxing history, in my opinion.
Yeah, they robbed him. You see, De La Hoya never tried to fight him again because he knew.
Right.
He knew. But man, yeah, this kid, he's gonna. You got to beat him emphatically, man. I see that now. Unless you're one of their so-called favorites. See, they put Caleb in the same category they put the brothers in. If they were looking at Caleb like he's ours. Oh, you know, and he went to the distance. Oh, them judges' cards would have been right. But he could have. Caleb could have beat him. He could have. Caleb could have stayed on his feet, man, and he was going to experience what a lot of other fighters have experienced. They were going to give.
He would have lost by split decision. He would have lost by split decision or majority decision.
Exactly. And first thing, now one thing about Caleb.
Oh, Santo, you going out?
All right.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, Clarissa, when she lost, she couldn't believe that she felt like she had won, man. And she wants to fight Savannah Marshall more than Savannah Marshall wants to fight her, I believe. That's what I believe. I believe she wants to show the world that she's not a little 17-year-old girl anymore. She said, "Where are your gold medals? Where are your gold medals? What?
Talking about it now.
Where are your gold medals?" And she didn't have nothing to say. She couldn't come back on that. That's when I said,
medals.
Yeah,
they said Canelo insulted Andrade because he ducked him. Yeah. No, my bad. I thought I was on mute. Hold on. I was reading the chat.
Savannah think because she eating a lot of crunchy coochie, she thinking that's gonna get her the ups on your girl Clarissa, because you know Clarissa, she's heterosexual, and your girl, she thinks she's strong because she crunching on coochie. Now you gonna find out.
Wait a minute, Savannah Marshall got a liquor license.
She looked like it to me. I don't know, man. I'm just talking.
I thought you do. Say, dang, I ain't know she had her liquor license.
She don't look like she like dudes. I ain't never seen her with no dude that she's harmonious with. You know what I'm saying?
Oh man,
I could be totally wrong, but I just think she like crunchy coochie. Hey, my girl gonna put that whooping on her though.
Easy work. I've been telling everybody keeps sharing that picture of when Savannah Marshall got her hand raised again. What happened last time Savannah Marshall and Clarissa fought? Man, y'all can share that picture all you want to.
Man, years ago, man. I'm gonna tell you something. You
know what? Y'all got to dig up
a
picture from the fact that you got to dig up a picture from 10 years ago lets me know what y'all think of this fight.
Right.
And my thing is, I keep asking why we ain't never saw you after them 10 years. Why you ain't never fight me again? You know, everybody else fighting amateurs and they fighting the pros. Eventually, you're like, why? It's not very many women that was doing the thing in the first. So why? Because you already knew what it was. You probably were surprised when they raised your hand.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And
Clarissa
will spend so much
go back and look at that fight. I'm gonna see if I can find that fight on video. Go back and watch it.
Probably. No, it'll be up. It'll be up. Trust me.
I'm gonna tell you.
As much as some of these fans, as much as some of these people don't like Clarissa, it'll be up. Somebody gonna post it.
It's about her, man. She's still.
Clarissa was trying to tell her. She was like, "You keep fighting. You keep fighting 47-pounders coming off 7 days notice and 3 days notice. Like, who have you fought in your last 3 fights? She was like, your last 3 fights have all been late replacement opponents that have moved up in weight. We tried to fight. I tried to fight Savannah Marshall when I was at 68. She didn't want to fight. And she already cutting down from 180 pounds.
I'm gonna tell you something.
Jean DeJong. Don't worry about it. It's gonna happen. Serrano gonna stop Katie Taylor.
Oh man,
Mark, book it right now. I'm telling you now, Serrano gonna stop Katie Taylor.
Katie Taylor, hey, I'm gonna tell you something. If she fight Serrano like she fought that woman that she lost to, that even though they gave her the win, but she actually lost.
What's her name? The one that she
rematched and beat. I'm gonna tell you, she come in that ring performing like that, man. Serrano, man, regardless, Serrano gonna beat her regardless. I'm telling
you, Serrano gonna make a curl, man.
Yeah, they both skilled fighters, man. But I think Serrano got more dog in him than Katie.
Yeah,
I think.
And I spoke about this with some guys on another channel, right? We got to sitting back thinking about it, sitting back talking about it. You know, them UK fighters will quit now. They'll quit.
Yeah.
Man, she gonna hurt.
Like, the big one was with Anthony Joshua. Anthony Joshua quit.
Yeah.
Amir Khan quit. Kell Brook quit. A lot of them UK fighters will quit, man.
That's because they don't get whoopings at home after they quit fighting. See, we got whoopings. And here in America, we get whoopings if we don't continue. Like my mom made me go back out there and fight Kenny. You know what I'm saying? She saw Kenny mush me in the head, and I'm running from him being all shaking and stuff. Then you better get back out there and fight, or you gonna come in here and I'm gonna take care of you. What you want? I hurry up, went out there and picked the fight with Kenny. See, we get a whooping over here. You know, but check this out. You remember how Alicia Baumgartner stopped her gal? That gal was and she made a freeze in midair.
I know you're talking about. Yeah,
we might get lucky enough to see that, and Katie Taylor might freeze in midair. We might get lucky.
No, I don't think it's gonna be like. I don't think she's gonna knock out like that. I don't think Serrano really got knockouts like that. It's gonna be one of them Bud knockouts where they just wave off the fight, or she gonna quit on the stool. One of them two.
Now that's one thing about these referees over here. They see you in trouble, they will start the fight over here. You see over in UK, they let you get your brains beat out. That gal
just like Emma Cozen did. Just like Emma Cozen did Saturday. They should have stopped that fight in the 67 round, man.
Yeah, man. That girl got the brakes beat off her, man.
Man,
I think it was, what round was it? The 7th round, I want to say it was, where Clarissa had Cozen on the ropes, and she hit her with like 9, 10 unanswered shots, bro. In America, they'd have stopped that fight, especially the beating she was already taking. So what? Clarissa didn't drop her. So what? The girl taking a beating.
What are you talking about? You talking about Du Bois?
It's sad that they're sacrificing.
Yeah, he said Du Bois quit. Du Bois quit.
His sister didn't know. His sister, she got her debut. She took care of business. She can fight. But I'm gonna tell you what I didn't like about her. She liked to lean to her right side when she's throwing up punches more than I like. That's gonna be a telltale. And the right fighter gonna pick up on that, man.
Yeah, but that was her pro debut, though, huh? She's still up.
Yeah.
That was her pro debut.
Green is a blade of grass, man. She'll figure it out.
I want to see her in a dress, though, man.
The amount of respect she showed to the GOAT, too, baby, man. I love they took them pictures together.
Nice lungs. That little young girl got some nice lungs. I just wonder. She's athletically built, but I bet she'd make a dress scream, man, with the chest on.
Yeah. And the way she smiled when she met Clarissa, and like she was so genuinely excited, like a big kid. Man, I love that.
That's what she said. That's her idol.
Yeah.
Did you see the crowd? How they was all in awe of Clarissa, man, when she was coming out. Before she came out and when she was coming out, they loved it. I don't think they gave her enough ring walk time and length, footage, because I mean, man,
the way they play with the cameras and the way they always do their announcing, they don't blatantly do anything as far as races, but they always try to make sure they give you the minimum. They're not gonna allow that. Yeah, that's why I tell people
all the fighters had a short ring walk. I mean,
No, I'm saying like with Clarissa, when they purposely just overall her career, like I said, I've been following her, and they do the bare minimum that they need to do. So they won't really get anything said about it, but when you really look at other productions,
Hers is always that way. Just like they did Shakur when he got ready to talk, and all of a sudden they cut it off on ESPN. Little games like that because they knew he was going to call out Valdez.
You're probably correct, but I think they were showing her a lot of love over there, bro. They really were.
No.
They showed her a lot of love, and I don't think they were really trying to shun on her like that. I think that's just the way they had it all set up. To be honest with you. Because every fighter came out Saturday in that arena. It was a short walk. It wasn't no whole lot of parading walking to the ring. Wasn't a whole lot of parade at all. And them fights they were going quickly. Getting to the ring quickly, getting the presentation quickly, and then they would fight. It was just all shortened, I think. But because I think the reason they did that because of television time. Because well, no, it shouldn't have been no. Well, your boy Eddie Hearn had some fights on after that.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's almost like because I had to turn after that card went off, I turned over to UFC. UFC had a card on, so
yeah,
that was.
And that UFC card was going on the same time that the Zone card was going on. I got to go back and watch them fights. I heard there was some good fights on that card.
Yeah,
and Bo said they robbing Serrano. What do you mean they robbing her, bro? Because she her promoter making sure she get paid. That young boy, hey, he handling business, man.
That's the only thing I applaud him for, this whole boxing shit.
Yeah, absolutely.
He is making sure Serrano gets some shine.
Let me tell you this: between him and Eddie Hearn, Sky Sports, The Zone, Clarissa Shields and her team, they're revolutionizing women's boxing. And the United States is going to, as always, going to be bringing up the rear because of their biasness of what they think boxing should be.
America don't do nothing until they force to want that money. Once they see that the money is there, then they're gonna start doing pro-black women stuff and talk about how they're really trying to this and this. Nah, it's just making so much money. You can't sit out no more.
It's about to cost them a lot of money because what's about to happen? These women about to hook up overseas, man. The only savior we're gonna have in the United States for women is Jake Paul right now. The rest of them gonna be hooking up overseas with, or they might hook up with Clarissa's team or something like that. But these guys gonna miss out, man. And by the time they get their head right and get them out of their tails and start respecting the women in the fight game, it's gonna cost them more money than it would have cost them before to pay these, to get these women back. Because these women, look, they all ready to jump ship, bro. Because they see an opportunity to get paid and get some shine. They ain't get ready to sit over here and let these managers and promoters keep them on the shelf, man. For what? Well, they can be out there fighting and performing, man, and living their dream. This is bullcrap, man. They've been dogging these women forever, man.
Hey, Bo.
Oh, go ahead. My bad.
Bo, I'm telling you, we ain't gonna need the judges in this fight. Serrano gonna stop them, man.
Oh, he said they robbing her that way. He said she's going to get robbed. I
She look better, man. She look a lot better. Even since she's been training at MMA, she looks stronger. It's just that her stuff is still mental. She just needs to calm down.
If she get robbed,
she 1-2, 1-2, 1-2. Yeah, because he said something about Clarissa's accuracy and all that.
If my girl get robbed in her own country, in her own city, with the promoter that she has now, man.
Y'all know what kind of shape Amanda gonna come in, man. Do you understand? She understands?
Always in top-notch shape, man.
Yeah, always. But you know how sometimes you go to that next level because she made that money. Do you understand that this is a fight that she's really been wanting? The motivation's gonna be different. She knows there's gonna be so many more eyes on her.
And did y'all hear how hard they said she worked? Oh, I'm good. I thought I saw police. When the police ain't around, I be talking. When they come around, I be quiet. but man,
speaking of which, since it was on my way to taking my daughter to school this morning, there was a truck in the ditch, man.
For real?
Yeah, his cab was in the road, but his ass end was in the ditch. Ain't nobody hit him.
He got sleeping.
Right. Well, you can tell. You can tell the fire department in it. I don't know if y'all heard. I passed them by earlier today. I passed them by a few minutes ago.
Okay,
Fire department, everything was out there. It was like, man, I was like, oh damn. You could tell how he was standing there looking on the phone. I was like, oh, he done fucked up.
Yeah, he about to get fired. He about to get fired, man. Probably was on his way home too.
Mm-hmm.
But look, man, we about to see. I'm telling you, man. From this point on, we're gonna see some exciting women's tickets. And look, she was co-main event, and that's the way they need to be doing women. But that wasn't no. I mean, to me, a lot of people was chomping at the bit to see her fight, even though we didn't know the person she was fighting. We wanted to see her fight. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And that was a card that she needed to be on, man. And I'm telling you, man, that crowd over there, they weren't there just to see Chris Eubanks and Liam. They were there to see Clarissa, man. A lot of them folks, man.
Yeah, a lot of them because they want to. I mean, they want to see next girl. I mean, they want to see Clarissa, man. They is we can say whatever we want to say, but as even saying this as an American, right? These British fans understand the sport of boxing. Absolutely. It's like when you hear MMA fighters, we used to hear MMA fighters talk about how much different it is fighting in the US as to fighting in Japan.
Yeah.
Like it was quiet during the fight, but because they understood everything that was happening in the fight.
Yeah.
British fans are UK fans are very knowledgeable about the sport of boxing, so they know who Clarissa Shields is. They know who Errol Spence is. They know who Bud Crawford is. And they're fans of them because they understand greatness in the sport. So that's why I love all the praise and everything that Clarissa got this past couple weeks over there in Wales.
Yeah. I told him that she looked so happy, man. I just keep going back to that.
Yeah,
she
man.
Was just smiling.
I think I was happier than she was, man. I was so elated for her, man, because I said this is what she's been looking for. This is how she's wanting to be received. This is the lights and this. I mean, she's been under the lights before, but I'm saying the crowd being there for her. I mean, they couldn't wait, man. They couldn't wait. It was on a whole different level than what we've seen over here, man, for her. And I was like, this is what she needs. This is what she's been needing, and I'm so happy for her. It's sad that she had to go over there to get all that love, and to be and to be seen where she's wanted to be seen at.
Well, Santos, that's why Savannah was so mad.
She got that big deal with Sky Sports and boxing.
Yeah. That's why she tried to insult her like that, though. She insulted her because she like, damn, she came into my yard and everybody like her over here. So let me say something fly. Let me try to, diminish her little shine a little bit. Because I knew she was gonna say something, kind of raw, just because of that. Like Clarissa walking around here showing all them Jimmy Carters, just smiling, everybody talking to her. She signed and
them Jimmy Carters.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, boy.
I like that.
Look, you can see all her teeth all week, man. I love
it.
You want you to see them because your eyes, bro. You smile.
That's why she bought them. She was so
mad.
Shoot, I got my stuff together.
If you fight like that, I'm gonna wipe the floor. And like, oh, you mad because she came over to your high school and everybody like her, huh?
Right. Hey, Israel Adesanya said the same thing about John Jones. He was like, he's like, I'm the hot young freshman that you don't like. I'm doing everything that you wish you could have did.
Yeah.
He was like, I'm a star and I didn't have to get caught with cocaine first.
Yeah.
I was like, oh shit.
I forgot about all that. Yeah.
But what about the song she came out to?
Right.
Ooh, Pete, get out my way. I said, man.
You see how fired up the crowd was? She had the white boys singing it. They showed some sisters. They were singing it. I say, look, they fired up on that. Luda.
But check it, though. check this, though. Chris Eubanks fight, right?
Yeah.
Liam Williams came out to, was it Tupac? One of them came out to Tupac. One of them came out to DMX.
Right.
I was like, oh, these fools getting it in, man.
I'm surprised. I thought you was about to say Sweet Caroline.
They did all that early.
Oh yeah, but so that's their song.
Well, your girl came out to that Caroline DeBoer.
Yeah, because your name Caroline.
Yeah.
She came out to Sweet Caroline.
Yeah. And there was a pro because her
okay.
name is Caroline, and that's their song over there for boxing.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, it's true.
Her whole family was there. They showed her brother. They showed Daniel.
Yep.
They showed the other brother, the sister, the daddy. They was all on the sideline rooting on her whole family. All of them look alike. Everybody.
She had a nice outfit.
I want to know what happened to Berto's sister, man. Berto had a sister that was boxing that was raw. I wonder what ever happened to her, man. She transitioned to MMA. I ain't heard nothing else about it.
I mean, she threw then. You know, if she was doing something, we heard about it.
Yeah, she was small. She was small though, man. She was like, I think she was like 115 pounds. She was small.
Yeah, it's straw weight over there. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, it's gonna be exciting. I'm excited for Clarissa, man. Big time.
I wonder what she
But
doing.
you know what? I was shocked to find out that a lot of people was kind of dismissive about what she said. They didn't like how she responded to old girl. I thought it was appropriate myself.
Yeah. And Clarissa said something about that too, man. She was like, everybody talks about what I say to these girls, but nobody says anything about what these girls be saying to me.
Yeah, she sure
did. Like they say regular stuff to me all the time.
Mm-hmm.
But then when I respond, I'm the bad guy.
I'm gonna tell you one thing in the recent year that I did.
Oh, and Bo, it don't matter. As long as they buy tickets and buy the pay-per-view, it don't matter. Floyd showed you that.
But they say, that's still good promotion though. Even if you hate, you still talking.
I don't know if they will, because they see the crowd responding to Clarissa with a lot of love. So I don't know if they're gonna make her a villain, because I don't think the fans gonna go for it.
Cinto, is one thing to fight a chick from, what was she from? Czech Republic or something like that, or Polish. She was something like that, man. It's one thing to fight a girl from one of them countries. It's another thing to fight Savannah Marshall, who's from England. You get what I'm saying? It's another thing to fight her in her home country.
Yeah, but I don't know if they'll make her the villain though. I really don't, man.
They got to. Man, she fighting her in her home country. They gonna make her the.
I don't think they're gonna need that to sell the tickets though. I think the tickets just took a bump in interest after that little deal Saturday. I think that helped it too. And with Clarissa, you're gonna get some more of that. You're gonna get some more of that. They ain't the last time. You're gonna get more of that. Now let me say this real quick, and I'll go back to my rant about that. Clarissa, they didn't give a problem. They want to shun on her for straightening the gal out, but they didn't want to talk about over here, that is, about how she was being respectful at first and gave a fist bump and everything. You know what I'm saying? She initiated that. And then your girl, her manager already talking a little stuff, but Clarissa letting it roll. It's trying to build a fight, but then your girl gonna start talking reckless about her performance and all. Oh, okay, I'm over here to fight you. You know what I'm saying? So you ain't come to America. I'm over here. I came to your country. But I think it might. I mean, I don't know, man. It was just a lot of love, white, black, male, female in that audience for her, man. That's what I saw. I just don't know.
Yeah, Clarissa said it. She said, "I'm enjoying this, man." She said, "This is wonderful, y'all. Thank y'all for coming out and everything." But that's one reason why Savannah was so ugly, because I mean, you over here where I'm at, and they actually like you. That's what it is. Period.
Old douchebag, the douchebag manager that came up. I don't even think that's a promoter, but the old douchebag, the manager, came up. You could tell he had that little shit-eating grin on his face. I think they sat back in that arena Saturday and looked around when Clarissa Shields got introduced, and they heard that pop that she got coming out during her entrance. And I think they looked around the arena. Like, yeah, O2 Arena in London it's gonna be a good night that night.
Yeah,
because they already got it scheduled for June. You know that, right?
For June.
Yeah, it's supposed to happen in June. That's why Clarissa. Remember, they were supposed to fight. It's always been June, because Clarissa was supposed to fight in December, and then Savannah. They were supposed to fight on the same card. Remember, her and Savannah was supposed to fight on the same card. So the fight has already been scheduled for June. This is both of their tune-up fights. It just got pushed back for some reason. I don't know what happened with Marshall or what happened with
hurt or something, huh? Yeah, they said something was wrong. She got sick or she got hurt or something.
Did somebody get hurt in the last fight training last time
before
something happened.
Somebody got hurt or sick or something, and both of their fights end up getting pushed back. So Clarissa ended up fighting. What was it? First weekend in February, and now Savannah Marshall's fighting the second weekend in March. So now they'll still have 3 months to get ready for the fight. Go directly into the fight. Don't waste no time, because Clarissa's got to get back over here and fight in the PFL before that start up. So we'll see what happens with that. And I saw, what did Ambo say earlier? He was talking about her technique. Listen, Clarissa is so far ahead of these girls right now, she can lose a step and still be 3 steps ahead.
Yep. Hey, let me ask Ambo something. Hey, Ambo, have you been out on some of these UK platforms? And if you have, is that what they're saying about Clarissa? They don't appreciate how she handled Savannah, or what are you going by? Because I haven't been on any UK platforms in quite a while.
I haven't been on any UK platforms, but Sento, I can tell you the consensus thing is they're not really talking about what Clarissa's saying. They're more so just talking about they leaning into that pillow fist shit that Savannah Marshall was saying. They saying she pillow fisted, and they was like Cozen was trash, and she went 10 rounds with her. She didn't look good. She, just whatever they got to tell themselves to pump up their girl. I get it. You going for the home team. There's nothing wrong with that.
I've been seeing, when I would see negative stuff since then, it's been from the American side. I haven't seen anything from the UK side. That's why I'm asking Ambo what he's saying. I'm asking him, has he been on some platforms that were more UK driven that has spoken in that sense of making her the villain or talking bad about how she handled Savannah this past Saturday? Because I really personally, the only thing I've known, the only negative stuff that I've read or heard has come from here in the States, not UK media or UK platforms.
I hadn't heard anything negative as far as
he said I'm going by the reporter apologized to viewers for her. No, they do that with everybody. That's UK for you, man. They do that with all their own fighters. They try to deter them from cussing. No, that's UK television, bro. That ain't have nothing to do with. There was no biasness on that because it was a black female from America. That's not what that was, bro.
Yeah, Sky Sports is their ESPN. So they really don't want them to cuss on TV. That's why they was trying to bleep it out. They were trying to stop her before it got too
Yeah, they're more strict on the swearing, cussing on television in the UK. Trust me, I tune in the UK stations on a regular basis, bro. That ain't no biased situation there. That's anybody, white, black, or indifferent. That's what they do over there.
Yeah, that is. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how their version of the FCC works, but yeah, they don't. Yeah, they don't too much, like I'm cussing on TV, whether it's BT Sport or Sky Sports or whatever. Those are the only two that I know of that I have watched. But yeah, they try to cut them off real quick.
Their commercials are more aggressive than their interviews in sports over there. They got.
They apologized for somebody else too, Sir Ambo. I forgot who it was that got a little excited, and they apologized. It was one of the guys that they said, "Hey, we apologize if you heard any language."
She just said she couldn't wipe her drawers with. She couldn't wipe her drawers.
She told you couldn't do shit with me. You couldn't do shit with me.
Yeah, that's the word that they were trying to clean up. But Clarissa knew how the television was over there, and when she said you couldn't wipe my drawer, we all knew what she meant. You can't wipe my ASS. That's what she was saying. But she let the SHIT fly out because it was just normal conversation for her.
Yeah.
Somebody.
Yeah, that slipped out, but other than that, you're right. You're like, you couldn't. I really can't say what I want to say.
I thought he was gonna tell me that you know, some of these UK platforms was giving, you know, was talking bad about it. I was gonna go and do a little sneaky link look, you know, and see what's being said, and you know, I'm gonna defend my sister, you see. But no, I mean they showing her a lot of love over there, man. I mean, I'm gonna tell you, she got so much love over there, man. She ain't never seen that kind of love over here, even when she won the gold medals, man. When she come back, she still didn't get that kind of love she got over there, in my opinion. Said this girl ain't been offered no Wheaties, boxes. She ain't been offered a whole lot of stuff as far as commercial wise endorsements for her gold medal wins, man.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. Like, how is that even possible? Like,
And
she's doing something
damn, the Wheaties box. Where's her Nike endorsement deal? Like,
all that,
Bumgarner's the face of Adidas boxing. You know that, right?
She got that pretty, you know.
Right. I'm just saying. You know, she's got an endorsement deal with Adidas, right?
No, I didn't know, but I knew. I figured she had something. You know,
Yeah.
the Boy's sister got Adidas endorsement. She come out in all Adidas. Her brother's sitting there in all Adidas, so she got the same endorsement. I ain't gonna say it's exactly the same. I'm just saying she got an endorsement with Adidas. You know, I mean, Clarissa, folks should have been working on. Now I'm gonna tell you what they don't like about Clarissa is the fact that she's outspoken. Now the one thing I disagree with her that she spoke on a few months ago is when they said something to her about Jake Paul, and she said, you know, what she said about that. And I'm thinking, no, she should have thought about what she said because he getting his fighter paid. But she knew she was working. What it is, she knew she was working on that Sky Sports deal, and it was about to happen. So she made that comment. I didn't know, you know, and the rest of us didn't know that at the time. And then later on, afterwards, they announced, you know, after the girl got her $500,000 for that fight, they announced that she had her contract with Sky Sports.
Yeah, she was just saying that she wouldn't be no nothing. She said I'd be the main event.
Right.
Why would I fight? I understood her. I understood her point.
I understood it too, but I mean,
like,
if this man,
he ain't done nothing in boxing. I'm the main event.
Nah,
what you mean? No, I wouldn't fight on his undercard.
But business though, DJ. If you able to get this girl Serrano had the biggest person boxing to that point until Clarissa, you know, made her deal. She had the biggest person boxing for women. Had nobody else got $500,000. I thought Layla probably hit that now. Ain't none of them. Clarissa hadn't even got $500,000 before that. Apparently, for them to say that $500,000 that he gave her bonus, he gave her $500,000 bonus on top of what she getting 40 or 50,000 something like that. Shoot, that made all the world. That made a world of difference, man. And that's what she knew she had to sign because he said as hard as she worked, she deserved more. And she deserved to get paid. And he recognized how hard she worked. He respected. And somebody else talked about how hard Serrano works. Amanda Serrano works. Talking about she worked harder than most guys as far as training. So you know, that was just this past weekend. That was I can't remember who said it though. But man, I'm telling you, man. Oh man, that convertible election look good, man.
Convertible Lexus.
Yeah, that's at that LC 500. Yeah, you need to pull over. Let's talk. They just bought that joint recently too. That joint there. It's an LC. I forgot they were gonna come with that. That's that luxury coupe. That's what that L is for.
But in Shape Street Fighter, you gotta come back Thursday, man. You know Israel Adesanya fighting this weekend. Derek Lewis fighting this weekend. Man, we gotta talk about this Thursday, man. Yes, sir. We gotta talk about it.
I had explained to my wife that she was asking about Whitaker. I say, no, baby, that's who he had got his issue from. I say, but you know, Whitaker ain't no pushover. It's just Izzy was just better, but they banged it out. I said, but when you see him do the little matrix move and all that, I said, baby, that's who that is. That's where she say, oh, I said, yeah, when you see Izzy lean back and then catch him with a 3-4, yeah.
You know what, man? It didn't dawn on me until I realized they you know, I saw some advertising about their rematch coming up. It didn't dawn on me, man. Those boys are more familiar with each other than I realized. They both were running around New Zealand, right?
No, one is an Aussie and one is a Kiwi. Yeah. Well, one is New Zealand.
Right.
One
That's
is
right. Robert Whitaker's from Australia, right?
Yeah, he's an Aussie.
and your boy running around New Zealand.
Yeah, he a Kiwi, they say.
But
he moved. Adesanya moved to New Zealand when he was like 15, I want to say. Yeah, he was a teenager when he moved. He moved from Nigeria.
Yeah. Now, I just don't see Robert win that fight, man.
I don't know. I mean, I fully expect Israel Adesanya to win this fight again, but Robert Whittaker ain't no joke, man.
No, he can fight. He can fight, but I think your boy is just.
Yeah, that's why I told Baby. I said, man, because I like Knuckles, you know.
I like Bobby. Hey, I like Bobby Knuckles, man. If he fight anybody else, I'd be rooting for him.
If he can, if he can land the right punch, he might be able to hurt Adesanya. But I don't know.
DJ, who's the other one that had Izzy face swole up? My boy, my Mexican partner, Lil man. I can never.
Oh yeah, I went to that fight, Kevin Gastelum.
Gastelum, them two. Those are the two fights that I've seen him have. That I was a little worried when he fought Kevin and when he fought Knuckles, man. I was like, baby, these two tough cats here. And Izzy did have a little bit of an out with both of them. You know what I mean? He finally made everything pretty at the end.
When he beat Brad Tavares, I was like, oh yeah, he's good. He's good. When he shut out Brad, he beat Brad Tavares 5 rounds to nothing. That was a main event. That was his first big step up fight. And everybody. If you follow sport, you know Brad Tavares, one of them tough Hawaiian fighters, man. He can bang it out with anybody. When Israel Adesanya picked him apart for 5 rounds, I was like, oh, yeah, this guy's the goods. Then he came back and knocked out, I think the next fight or two, he knocked out Derek Brunson. I was like, oh, yeah, here we go. We off to the races now.
Hey, what did the old boy do this past week? I didn't catch his fight, Mean Hakeem.
Oh, dominated the fight, 3 rounds to nothing. Got a unanimous decision.
Cool.
Yeah, man.
Something else, man. That dude's something else, man.
Yeah,
I'm trying to catch it on video if I can.
Man, that boy was so crispy, man. He could have probably finished that fight too. A couple of times. He was good, man. He looked good with each fight.
Did he talk to his opponent like, let's fight? Remember, he had a fight.
He didn't get as frustrated. He didn't get as frustrated with this guy as he did the last, but he talked to him a little bit.
Referees trying to tell him to be quiet, man. Let the man talk, man. Shoot, it's a fight.
No, fuck that, man. It's a fight, dog. Get out my way.
Yeah, I hate when they be trying to tell folks, boxers and MMA fighters, don't be talking to each other. Man, bump that bull crap. This is a fight, man. That's what folks do. They talk crazy to each other when they fight.
Black fighters.
Yeah, that part. They we talk crazy to our opponents when we fight. That's what it is. That's
just what we do. That's just what we do. Because Nate Diaz say all kind of disrespectful shit while he fighting.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's why I say that's nonsense. Yeah, I don't be trying to hear that, man. Like, come on,
Nate and Nick don't say a lot of crazy stuff, folks. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, one of his favorite lines, don't be scared, homie. Yeah.
Don't be scared, homie. Hey, how about when before the first time he fought Robbie Lawler back in the day, he motherfucker just pacing back and forth. Stockton, motherfucker.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? That's why I'm like, dude, come on with these double standards, bro. Like,
right. They flipping all. They shooting him the bird, slapping him. I love the Diaz brothers, man. I really do.
That's why I say that's like, man, come on, bro. They got other people do that because y'all love. And you see when they brought it up, Shakur even said it. Oh, when Conor McGregor does it, when Fury does it, I'm like, yeah, y'all don't say nothing. It's he.
Right.
Yeah.
But I know what it is. You already irritated with me because I'm so good and I know I'm good.
Right.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, he finna dog walk Valdez. Oh my God.
I told you I would never question.
Oh my God, y'all better stay away from Shakur. DJ. Right, that kid got the glow right now. You hear me?
I apologize to DJ because I thought, like I said, Harold, but I did keep it objective by saying if he can't do certain things, it's going to be a slippery slope, and it was way more slippery than I thought, man. Because I would never question Shakur. It was just that I thought, with a little training, that I was wrong, completely wrong.
Well,
DJ,
I think Shakur did everything most of us expected, but I don't think Jamel did what we expected of him. We thought he was going to give us a better show because of how he performed against Frampton.
I don't think he could, Cinto. I don't think he could.
He couldn't, but I thought he
beat the fight out of him. He did.
He could. Yeah,
he beat the fight out of Jamel. He just didn't want to get knocked out.
Well, the other part is he already knew he couldn't beat him, so he knew he couldn't touch him. So he was good.
Exactly. Because we had never seen, like, we always saw Shakur as a confident kid. We had never seen him that flamboyant before, like grabbing the belt before. Like, man, Shakur knows Jamel Herring can't beat him. Like, it's like Bo Mack and them guys knew. Shakur's trainers knew. Like, and somebody knows when you get people who used to train together. Daniel Cormier said this shit, right? When you get people who used to train together and they move to different gyms, it's like somebody knows. Like, they know. Like, people knew I couldn't beat Cain Velasquez, right? And this was going into that Gilbert Burns and Kamaru Usman fight because they used to train together. It's like somebody knows who's gonna win this fight. Shakur Stevenson knew Jamel Herring couldn't beat him. He knew it.
Yeah, he knew he had nothing for him.
Right. It's like, bro, I trained with you. I trained with you for so long. I know you can't beat me. And that's the way he carried himself.
He didn't have enough power to keep Shakur off of him.
It ain't even that, because Shakur stood right in front of people with power. Shakur stood right in front of people with power and didn't get hit.
Man, that vet look good.
That's a big old boy, man. Y'all seen when Shakur put that weight on? Like,
Shakur's upwards of 150 pounds, easy.
They said in that picture he was almost 170. He looked swole up.
He wasn't that big. He wasn't that big.
That boy was swole up.
I bet Shakur and Terrence Crawford be talking to each other on the phone or like on a FaceTime with, hey, big bro, I appreciate you so involved. That's the best move you ever done. Now I get that fight, man. You know, goodwill. That's because Bob was protective out there like a summer gun.
Yeah, he went about to let Shakur mess up his bag. He was like, man, I got to keep this West Coast market.
So you think
I got to keep me in Mexico.
That's going on is why he's doing it. A lot of people starting to speculate that he's just trying to, you know, give certain fights out because Bud is suing him.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see more opportunities for these brothers than we were seeing. Getting some of them fights that they've been chomping at the bits to get.
As long as they on top rank, we gonna get them.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Top rank.
Mm-hmm. As long as it's in house, we'll get it.
Because it is.
Don't nobody cross the street for real unless it's mandated. Don't nobody cross the street for real.
Yeah. Right.
So, you know, that's why I ain't really get caught up in that sides of the street shit. Like, man, don't nobody cross the street. So, you know, like people say Timothy Bradley ducked. I was like, no, all the fighters at that time was over there on top rank. So he didn't have to come over here and fight these guys from Golden Boy or PBC or whatever. It's like Juan Manuel Marquez, Manny Pacquiao, all them guys was over there with him. So he didn't have to go nowhere.
Yeah, that's true.
So, you know, he didn't have to fight a Sean Porter or a Keith Thurman, which they started coming along at the end of his career anyway. When Timothy Bradley retired, like 2016, something like that?
Sean Porter was already starting to do his thing, but he wasn't. But Bradley was ahead of him. You know, Bradley came up from 140. I think he started 135.
I think he started at like 130, 135.
147, yeah.
Because,
you know,
man,
Sean them came in a graduating class behind him.
Yeah. That's why I said he was close to being done by the time Sean, Keith, and Danny and all them started coming along. Like, he was close to being done at that time. So I can't really say that he ducked them guys, but
yeah, I don't never say he ducked them guys. I'm gonna tell you something. Tim Bradley, he didn't have no big pop, but that's something gonna have a big heart, man.
Mm-hmm.
He fought guys and stood his own. I didn't know they were considering that he don't duck somebody, but I ain't never looked at him as no duck. I ain't gonna never fix my mouth up and say he was a duck.
Sinto, I'm gonna say this, man. I'm gonna say this. You know, going to these boxing matches and stuff, it shocked me to see how small Tim Bradley was. I did not know he was that small, man.
Yeah,
but then I think about it, his shit, he fought at 140 and 147 pounds.
Yeah, them little 4 pounds there, man. Shoot, man. He never appeared to be tall, but he appeared to be bigger on television than he looked in person.
Right.
You know, and he got that big milk dug. He his daddy's son for real now.
Bro, Cinto, listen to me. His head is so fucking big.
Oh, you saw him at the last fight, didn't you? That's
Yeah,
right.
I saw him at Shakur fight in Atlanta, bro. He was standing like 2-3 feet away from me. Miss T talked to him and everything. Bro, I couldn't believe how short he was, like how small he was, man. And I was like, man, I don't want to keep I don't want to stare and be rude. But I was like, it's like when I saw Broner at the Tank fight. It's like Broner is really that fucking small. Like I couldn't believe this shit, man.
We talking about whooping folks. I be tripping off of them, man. Something going on.
Yeah, man, these guys are small, man. Except for what's his name, man? Young Holy, Evan Holyfield, Vander Holyfield's son, the one that fight at super welterweight. That joker every bit of 6'2", 6'3". He gonna fight at he said he's going down to 147. So we'll see.
6'2"?
Yeah.
6'2" and gonna fight 147?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, man. Yeah, he every bit of 6'2".
I'm getting blind.
Xander Zayas. Xander Zayas is every bit of he what 6'1", 6'2". Yeah, he like 6'1".
He fight 154 or something though, ain't he?
Yeah, he fighting in super welterweight. He's gonna move. He goes up and down. He goes up and down. He's been at I think his last 2 fights have been at super welterweight, but I know he's had a couple fights at middleweight. So let me see. Hold on. Let me see if the picture's in here.
Okay, y'all to see, man. That son killing me.
Hold on, let me find it. All right, there it is. That's me and Xander, right? I'm 6'2". Can y'all see that?
Hear me?
I'm about to say you on mute. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
And Shay Street Fighter, you still there?
I had a call come through, man.
Yeah.
I'm still here, y'all. My bad. Yeah.
All right. This is like keep this in mind. I'm 6'2".
Yeah, you right. You right.
This me and Young Holy.
If he that much taller than you, he's 6'3", ain't he?
This me and Young Holyfield. I'm 6'2".
You know what? He look up. See, I'm 6'2" and a half, but he might be taller than he probably taller than me, man. Hey, you don't have that picture of us on there when me and you standing side by side posing. You don't have that.
Yeah, it's in here somewhere. Hold on, I'll find it.
I'm 6'2" and a half.
Let me see. P. I thought he was taller. I thought he was taller. Oh, Nico.
Oh, yeah, well,
and he fighting at middleweight. Just think about this. Young Holy and Xander Zayas are both bigger than him.
Well, he probably got some. I think his shoulders and chest and stuff more broad than theirs. So.
Yeah, he's solid though. He's solid.
Yep.
Hold on, I think I passed that picture. Let me see. Let me see. B. No, that's the one with you and Kyle. No, I don't think Kyle done uploaded that one. Let me see. It might be as a banner. Nah, he ain't uploaded that one.
But yeah, he definitely taller than you though.
Yeah.
And if you 6'2", then he might be either my height or a half inch taller than me, or a whole inch taller than me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
He ain't
man.
no,
I was like, you go, I was like 147.
Cause he definitely ain't no shorty.
Nah. But yeah, I think we've reached that point of our morning, man. Where we gonna go and shut it down for the evening, man. It was fun talking to y'all today and listening to y'all talk. In Shape Street Fighter, don't be a stranger, man. Keep coming back, man. It's good to hear from you, dog.
Yes, sir. We definitely appreciate you holding the fort down when I couldn't stay on and rest of us was gone. You the man, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
You got your wings tonight.
Right. Oh,
I told you about the third time. Well, thank y'all, man. Y'all finna get out of here, so I'm gonna get out of here too, man.
Yeah, man. I think we're gonna shut it down for the night.
If the conductor leaves, that means he's tired, ready to get some rest, and I'm going with him.
Y'all be easy, man. All right.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we want to thank everybody for coming through tonight, man. Thank everybody for engaging in the chat. Talking this good boxing talk, boxing life. You know, you never know where this show's gonna go, man. We might just even take a full deep dive into Santos Chronicles. You know what I mean? So
never know, man.
You never know here. We had a subject tonight. Sorry about that, Kyle.
Hey, Kyle, in Street Fighter just made your show go quadruple platinum. As Tupac said.
Right. With all them nuggets he was dropping off tonight, man. Appreciate that. I enjoyed listening to that for real.
Lost my focus.
That being said, as always, I appreciate you staying up, Finto. I appreciate everybody staying in the chat. Everybody who came on the show, appreciate everybody coming through, man. But with that being said, man, y'all have a good morning. Have a good and prosperous and safe morning. And we'll see y'all tomorrow night.
All right. Y'all have a good one. I'll talk to y'all later.
Got the roots, he let the beats build, bitch. And we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section. Cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it G. Always be the same me. While I'm solid, boy, they can't change me. No.